Hello and welcome everybody to another BTR stream. I'm your host, Lev Polyakov, and we have a lot of exciting guests for you tonight for the Mormon Transhumanism stream. We're going to talk a little bit about Mormonism, a little bit about transhumanism and everything that's surrounding it, especially what is going on with the modern condition in relation to how people go about either going into transhumanism, Mormonism, mysticism, all kinds of different isms. And with me we have Lincoln Cannon, who is the president of the Mormon Transhumanist Association, or co-founder, and we have Edward Hudgens. And Edward, you are the research director of the Heartland Institute. You worked at the Atlas.
Yeah, actually, I just moved out from there, but I used to be the research director at the Heartland Institute and fill in the blanks. Go ahead.
And you used to be part of the Atlas Society, Cato Institute, Heritage Foundation. You are a futurist and libertarian and a transhumanist. Excellent. And we have joining us, as always, the great Yakov alive. Yakov, could you tell the good people about your podcast?
I am the host of Skinwalker Tapes. We do a show about the paranormal every Friday night at 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We like to joke around and do some edgy stuff, kind of a break from all the politics that you find in like a lot of other streams that are just like mind numbing. And basically the CIA got me kicked off Twitter again. So
perfect.
I may or may not be exaggerating on that.
Well, we're going to be talking about Mormons. I know that there are Mormons who are within a lot of intel agencies, so that would be a very interesting thing to bring up later. By the way, Jules is at work right now. We may be seeing text from Jules coming on the screen, which I don't know what that says about the work that he's doing, but we'll see what happens. For those who don't know, the text on the side there, that is part of our Discord, and if you guys go into the description of this video, you will see the link to the BTR Discord chat, so you can go there and you could type away and let us know what you think. And also, don't forget, as always, to subscribe to our channel, breaktherules.tv. That's the shortcut to get there. And also, if you want to help us wet our beak, go to streamlabs.com/LevJules to contribute, and whatever message you write in the contribution is going to be shown on the screen. So anyway, let's get us started. We're going to have a lot of people coming in here later on. I like the size of this right now. I think this is a good place to start talking about these two things, Mormonism and transhumanism. And let's get us started with Lincoln Cannon. How did you go about becoming a Mormon originally? Were you brought up Mormon, and what led you to the transhumanist side of Mormonism?
Sure. Yeah. By the way, happy to be here with you, Lev. Thanks for the invitation. I was born and raised in a Mormon family, so that's how I came to be a Mormon. And I discovered transhumanism in name as an adult, but when I discovered it in a way that basically confirmed to me that I had been a transhumanist my entire life because of the way that my Mormon parents had taught me and raised me. My father was a computer programmer back in the days when being a computer programmer was not a popular thing. And my mother was a convert from Catholicism to Mormonism, and her emphasis in her faith was works, and that the whole idea that faith without works is dead is something that she kind of drilled into me as a young person. My father combined his Mormonism with his love for technology. I was raised respecting both religion and technology, and so as I got older, I started to become more and more interested in the confluence of technology and religion. I had a faith crisis in my late teenage years. I was a full-on atheist in my 20s. And as I was working through that faith crisis and doing a lot of reading and studying and thinking, I came across transhumanism. And it resonated very strongly with me because of its confluences with things that I still valued about my Mormon heritage. And as it turns out, it also played a major role, not the only role, but a major role in the rekindling of my faith in God. So over a period of a few years, with the help of some transhumanists and other influences, I became theist again. And then over a period of time working with some friends, we ended up founding the Mormon Transhumanist Association in 2006.
Excellent. And how about yourself, Dr. Hudgens? You are not a Mormon, but you are a transhumanist, and you are also an Aristotelian, since you brought out that beautiful book, which I am also reading right now as well. So can you show us that book again if you happen to have?
There we go.
Look at that.
This is, I've got the Greek versions too, by the way, and you can see this is the one I've used since for like decades, so you can see it is well worn and with little notes and marks and everything in it. And so it's, you know, if I had to say I had a Bible, I would say Aristotle's Ethics really comes pretty darn close to it.
And is
So
that book, does it contain just ethics, or no, it contains like so many
this
more?
Is the this is the basic works. It's not all the works, but it contains the posterior analytics, which is where he essentially sets up what we call science, the prior analytics, where he sets up logic, the politics, rhetoric, a very important one. Rhetoric was not just a matter of making a fancy speech. It was trying to do reason, but, you know, not in a sort of philosophical sense, but in the sense of I'm trying to convince you. I'm talking to Lincoln here and some of the others. That's what rhetoric was. Poetics is in here, logic. I mean, it's just... this is
Dr.
really
Hudgens.
Foundations of Western civilization, or every civilization, I would say. Yeah.
Yes, Lincoln?
You might be interested to know that a tradition among Mormons is to do scripture study on a regular basis with our families, you know, in the mornings or evenings or something. Mm-hmm. One of the books that we read as part of our scripture study, in addition to the Book of Mormon and the Bible, was Nicomachean Ethics with my children.
Oh. Well, then good. You've got the right material there. And by the way, I consider I'm a secularist, but I got my PhD at Catholic University here. I'm in Maryland, but right down the road in Washington, D.C., because it was a school where I could study Aristotle. They were very influenced by Thomas Aquinas. Of course, he brought Aristotle back into the West. So even though I didn't agree with their theology, I found it quite compatible that we were working in that same philosophical world, you might say. And by the way, recently, literally in the last month or so, I just founded the Human Achievement Alliance, which is...
Oh, I can't hear you. You got to talk closer to the mic.
How's this?
Yes,
Human
perfect.
Achievement Alliance. There we go. Yeah, which I can talk to you about a little bit more. But this is the idea that I want to bring together a lot of different groups to highlight what is possible in the future. Because right now, I mean, you take a look at our culture, and this is one of the things I hope we can agree on here. You see, our culture today is defined by pessimism and nihilism, anger, despair, malevolence, at exactly the time where with technology, we're literally on the verge of curing diseases, of people being able to live to 200 or even longer. We're on that brink of such incredible stuff. And so what I want to try to do is, first of all, deal with the policies needed to usher in that era. Changes, for example, in how you approve medicines through the Food and Drug Administration, stuff like that, but also to replace that pessimism with optimism, with instead of anger, joy and achievement, with purpose instead of nihilism, and hope, or I would say even more important, confidence that free individuals can create that world that I think we all welcome. So that's kind of my idea. And in one sense, it's kind of weird to be in this discussion, because if we have to talk about Mormonism, or any theology for that matter, I'm going to probably very strongly disagree and just say it's a matter of faith. And if I were talking to Catholics, or if I were talking to Christian scientists, or if I were talking to other religious books on my desk here, I just basically say, look, you guys base it on faith, I base it on reason, and we'll have to agree to disagree.
Well,
maybe not. You might be surprised.
Well, maybe. I mean, the thing is with Mormonism, for example, do I believe that, the angel Melroni came to Joseph Smith and said, I got these magic tablets, but you have to use these 2 stones to do this thing. And then we screwed up, so we have to do it again because somebody saw them, and this and that and the other. And maybe God lives on the planet Kolob, which is out there somewhere with his wife and all. There's no way you can prove those kinds of things anymore. You can prove the things that Catholics believe or Hindus believe, or sort of go down the list. So I say I'm very pleased and happy that Mormons can take a look at transhumanism and say, wow, there's so much there that I can see, and that actually I can make it consistent with my own beliefs. I hope that Catholics can do that as well. I hope Buddhists can do that as well. I hope that
well, I also want to bring Yakov into this conversation. I think especially relating to what you were just talking about, the loss of faith in progress or enlightenment that I think people are experiencing today. While there are some people who are looking at this whole situation in a very black-pilled kind of way, I think that there are also people coming out who, because they have all this information that's online, as well as information that they're able to get through their own different spiritual paths, I think that we do end up, through these kind of talks, get to a deeper level than we have before. And this does relate to something that, let's say, someone who is more rationalistic and more skeptic would not really entertain, since they did not have those same experiences. But this is where I would love to get, Yakov, a little bit about you and also your perspective, because I know that you are much more into spiritual, let's say, more, more supernatural, for lack of a better word, elements.
That is my wheelhouse, as it were. With what we're talking about now, it makes me want to get a little bit conspiratorial. Like, we talk about the nihilism in society and basically the chaos we're seeing every day. I wonder how much of that is engineered and how much of that is just the birth pangs of a new age. Because I tend to believe that we're kind of on the cusp of I guess I would call a post-scarcity, where we could provide for every human on the planet if we wanted to. Like, it's like we could achieve it, we could plan these things, but the systems that are occurring right now, they're definitely not allowing for it. So I wonder how much of the strife that we're seeing is engineered by the people who control those systems, or if it's just those systems losing control utterly.
That's an interesting question. Edward, Lincoln, would you guys like to...
On scarcity, since it's one of my areas, I have a background in political economy. And what's interesting is we are in the most prosperous age in human history, and certainly in the United States, even with COVID, but certainly before COVID and before the situation. If we were having this conversation in a coffee house 200 years ago, 250 years ago, and someone would plop down and say, can you imagine a situation in which you are literally seeing the faces of people in countries spread all over the world, having a conversation with them, that you can literally get access to almost all of the information in the world, that is many, many hundreds of times more than we have today in 1760 or whatever it is, on one of these little devices. They would think it was magic. And so, we're in a situation today where we really are in a sense, the most prosperous time and the most promising time in human history. I would agree with one thing that Yakov said, is that we have systems that have held countries back. I'm doing a lot of work right now with a group that's trying to help in Africa. My background in part was in international political economy. I worked with less developed countries. When I was working at the Heritage Foundation in the late 80s and the early 90s, I came up with the idea of an index of economic freedom. And this is the idea that you measure with objective measurements how much economic freedom you have in a given country. They do it for all the countries. Now, after I left, they operationalized it on a number of different indices. And you can basically say, okay, why is it, for example, I did a paper on why Asia grows and Africa doesn't. And I looked at a period of 20 years, and I looked at the growth of the so-called four Asian tigers, Taiwan, Hong Kong, Singapore, and South Korea versus sub-Saharan African countries. And it was dramatic just how, little the African countries have grown, and how much, of course, the Asian countries, those countries are now first world countries. And then you say, why? And you could pinpoint exactly why. So you're right. There are institutions that hold us back. And I'm all for looking at those institutions, because I would do as Peter Diamandis says in his various books, you want to unleash the power and the creativity of the bottom billion. That would really talk about making a prosperous world. Wow, that's pretty cool.
Well,
we've been talking.
Go on.
Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt you. We've been talking a little bit about nihilism and the problems affecting society and kind of depressing our sense of purpose. One of the potential solutions to that I think a lot of secular persons overlook is leveraging our very rich history of religion and scripture regarding prophecies about positive futures. There are, especially in the Judeo-Christian tradition, which I'm the most familiar with, but you can find them to varying extents in other religious traditions as well, prophecies about a future in which enmity is overcome, at least any forms of traditional enmity. Poverty is overcome, aging and death are overcome, that the living are transfigured into immortality, the dead are resurrected into immortality. And when we think about these prophecies, many religious people tend to think of them in a kind of fatalistic sense. But I would contend, and many religious persons with me would contend, although we're probably a minority, that the way to look at these prophecies is not as fortune-telling or as fate, but rather as provocative forth-telling. That the Hebrew prophetic tradition was about interacting with the people in a provocative way, shaping our behavior and our actions to bring about the fulfillment of the prophecies. So there are dire warnings of horrible futures. There are wonderful promises of beautiful futures. And if we act on those with a strenuous degree of concern, which religion tends to provoke in people, then we can increase the odds of promoting the good or, avoiding the bad if we use religion well. Now, religion is just a powerful social technology from my perspective. We can also use it poorly. We can use it to be apathetic and escapist and say, well, God's going to do everything. We can't do anything. We're going to sit on our hands. And in fact, the world has to be destroyed according to some people's interpretations. Mm-hmm. But that's not the only approach that's possible. And so even secular persons who don't themselves value the religious traditions probably would be well served to help religious people who value optimistic and beautiful and action-oriented views of the future and interpretations of religion to develop and emphasize those and bring those into fruition as a way of leveraging the religious strength of the world toward those beautiful ends that, almost all transhumanists aspire to together. And I would say that action, working to develop that kind of future despite the risks that face us, is an essential expression of faith, even if a secular person doesn't want to use the word faith to describe it.
Well, what you're saying is the Lord helps those that help themselves, I think.
Yeah, the Bible says faith without works is dead. And I think that is an important central principle of Christianity.
To break it down a little bit further, though, would you say that there are certain beliefs that you would attribute to the Bible or to the way that the Bible was seen for a long time that did involve the idea of there being an immortal soul? Would you reject those kinds of beliefs?
Well, it depends on what you mean. I think that information patterns persist and that we are the result of informations that go back indefinitely into the past.
I mean more as far as an observer goes. Like, if I am the observer that is observing this reality right now, when the time is up and I am no longer in this body, is there a me not to be in this body anymore? Is there an observer to observe something else that's going to happen, like, for example, with the idea of reincarnation?
My personal inclination is that when we die, we become far less robust in our ability to observe, but not annihilated entirely. I have panpsychist inclinations. So I think there's a kind of proto-consciousness built into matter energy. And I know that I can't prove that, unfortunately, but maybe someday we'll figure out ways of getting there. But right now, consciousness is a big challenge in science. But that's my aesthetic inclination, is toward kind of a proto-consciousness, a panpsychic approach. And so I would say that when I die, I still exist as a pattern of information. And I think that there may be ways, again, this is speculative, there may be ways to mine time and space. People have sometimes called this quantum archaeology. Gather that information back up together and kind of remember it back into being, and perhaps produce a technological resurrection.
Have you ever read The Light of Other Days by Arthur C. Clarke?
No, but I'm tangentially familiar with it.
Yeah, if you're interested in, it's great science fiction. I don't think it's science fact, but it touches on exactly these kinds of issues.
Well, it's an interesting
thing. Yeah, it's very speculative.
It's interesting that you guys brought up this idea of panpsychism and there being a conscience left over, just not as good as this one. Would you then say that it's somewhere further away from the idea of this entire universe that we're in, this experience that we're in, being done intentionally for us to experience it? Because in a way, it is a bit of a raw deal, I think, where all of a sudden you're this human being who's able to talk with people, observe things, learn things, and then all of a sudden you are downgraded to something that does not, I mean, maybe downgrade isn't the right word, but basically what you're saying is that this human form would not, this new form from the human would not really be able to attain that much consciousness as it had early on. Am I getting you correctly when I say that?
Yes, although I would suggest that while it's kind of a raw deal, it depends, the morality of that raw deal depends ultimately on the goal of the world that we live in. If there was one behind it, if there was a creative goal behind it, which I trust there was. And in the Mormon tradition, we trust in a universal resurrection. Ultimately, we don't believe it'll happen all at once. It will be progressive over time, but we trust in a universal resurrection, and that our spirits, although they may not be as robust, and I don't think they're as robust when we're dead, will be re-embodied in robust bodies, and that we will again be able to experience the kinds of things perhaps that we experience now and far more as well.
Interesting.
In fact, in the Mormon tradition, God has a body. God is embodied. There's no such thing as immaterial things in Mormon theology. Everything is embodied in material.
If God has a body, would that body also contain germs? Would it also contain probiotics?
I don't know. It's a good question. People have speculated in our theological tradition about differences between mortal and immortal bodies. One favorite speculation among theologians, Mormon theologians 200 years ago, stemmed from interpretations of the Bible. And they suggested that the blood in a body would be replaced by spirit, whatever they understood that to be. Maybe we could understand that to be information.
But see, this is the problem when you talk about appealing to religious people, let's say on their own terms, and saying, well, if you have an appreciation for this and this and this, can you see how this could lead to a technology that would allow us to live for hundreds of years, or would allow us to have a brain lace where you can interact with a computer, or we can have a collective consciousness. I'm in individualism, but let's say a consciousness where I'm sharing your consciousness and you're sharing my consciousness, and so forth. Whether you're coming from a Mormon perspective or a Catholic Christian perspective or a Buddhist perspective, or whichever one you want to pick. That's a good path. That's a useful path, perhaps. But what I worry about is that when you go beyond that, then suddenly it is so speculative. That's why you call it. Faith. I want to talk about facts. I want to talk about what we can observe. Yes, I want to put forward theories, but I just don't want to say, well, Joseph Smith pulled this stuff literally out of a bunch of tablets, in a box with a couple of stones, and the Catholics say it this way, and the Buddhists say it this way, and the Scientologists are complete nuts and idiots, frankly. But that's the thing, is I'd rather have this more universal appeal based on what we can talk about, what is talked about, for example, in the transhumanist read, which you have a very interesting collection of thinking on these matters. Not everyone agrees, of course, obviously.
Well, I agree with most of what you're saying right there. I think that universal appeal, to the extent we can attain it, which we never will universally, of course, but to the extent we can attain it, is a great goal. It's a great aspiration, and that itself is an aesthetic to pursue. But I think you may be underestimating the power of religion to help us get there. Now, I don't think religion as it is today should stay the way it is today. I think we always need more and better more robust, more inspiring, more motivating and provocative stories, mythologies. And I'm using that in a positive sense, not in a negative sense. I think the most powerful mythologies are true mythologies based on things that can be discerned and tested and realized and experienced. But our stories always go beyond what science has so far made demonstrable. Our stories have to go beyond what science makes demonstrable, because that's what motivates us always to take the next step. Yeah. And even in its underpinnings, at its origins, its very beginnings, science depends on things that science can't prove. Laws of non-contradiction, causality throughout time and space, temporal and spatial uniformity, right?
Yakov, what do you think?
I think we're skipping a step in this discussion, and I would like to hear from both of you. Why transhumanism? What's the goal here? And because I want to get more into some of these, more religious arguments too. But I think that would help clear a lot of this up for the audience, at least.
Let's start with Edward.
Why transhumanism? Because I'm a little older than most of you guys. I want to continue to live. I am enjoying the heck out of my life. I've got 2 9-year-old kids. I want to see Mars terraformed. I want to work on terraforming the planet Mars, okay? I was a high school intern at NASA Goddard, not too far from where I live now, during Apollo 11. Talk about being cool. I just enjoy life so much. I want it to continue. And if it can continue where I'm healthier, where my mind is not as fogged as if I get tired more often and so forth. Or if, for example, instead of having to really hunker down to learn algebra again because I want to do something, I can go, boop, algebra is now in my brain. That would be pretty cool. I just love life so much. I don't want it to end. And if it can be enhanced, hey, all the better. Maybe the 3 of us or 4 of us, and if we ever get Jules on here, 5 of us, maybe we can all have this conversation 200 years from now on the planet Mars. Wouldn't that be cool?
Would be.
Yeah. So, what's not, in a sense, what's not to like?
Well, the question when you're talking about having certain things that are done for you, for me, it's always been how much of our willpower do we exert upon reality, and if we have everything that's being done for us as opposed to us doing it, is that going to impede any kind of rising in consciousness? And again, this assumes that there is a rising in consciousness, which I lean on the side of there being.
By the way, I want to comment on this because it's a very important point that you make. There's a lot of talk about how I think we had talk on this discussion about, well, what happens if you get to a point where everybody has everything they need and everything is cool and you don't have to lift a finger, which, by the way, read H.G. Wells' The Time Machine. You kind of get a flavor of that. That's one of my reasons for the Human Achievement Alliance, is the idea is that we get a sense of self-worth and self-esteem and flourishing, eudaimonia, if you want to use Aristotle's word for it, from acting, from doing. That's essential to human beings. I believe we have volition, free will, whatever name you want to put to it. And so in order to create the technology that we're using literally at this second, Steve Jobs had to do a whole bunch of stuff, right? All of these people had to do a whole bunch of stuff to do what all of us have done. That's where we get a sense of purpose. That's where we get a sense of fulfillment, in that we have acted on the world and in the world and have done something, as opposed to sitting back. What was the movie? It was an animated movie it was about a little robot. Do you guys remember?
WALL-E. Yeah, the WALL-E people
WALL-E.
who are.
Do you remember?
Yes.
Yeah. Do you remember WALL-E? My kids love the movie, by the way. And it's basically this dystopian world where I think
it's today. We're living in WALL-E today. I mean, look at most Americans. Look at the way most people are living when they're sitting down in front of the TV or the internet. They're taking lots of drugs. They are not applying themselves because there's not that much resistance. There is not that many things that you have to rise against. So, my concern is that when you're talking about somebody like Steve Jobs and all these outliers, there's always only been the outliers who really were the people who pushed without necessarily there being that much pressure. Take Buddha, for example. The Buddha started start out as a prince, and then he went out. That was something that he decided to do of his own volition. But mostly it was people struggling against something that kind of made sure that people were able to exercise certain qualities that they otherwise wouldn't. Now they're just sitting down watching TV and taking drugs.
Because we create our own purpose, and that's, I think, maybe what you're getting to, and it's through that purpose and through our exercise of will and discipline and all the great virtues that Aristotle and other great thinkers have talked about, that we create the world around us. And again, that's what that frustrates me right now, and I'll listen to Lincoln's comments perhaps in a moment here, is that I'm sitting here watching riots in cities around the country. And even though some of them are by very poor people, and I remember the riots in Baltimore City 50 years ago, and I remember the riots 5 years ago, a lot of it is by privileged middle-class kids, and who are so nihilistic, they can't realize, wouldn't it be better if you guys actually, for example, studied biotech so that you can cure dementia, so that I can have more enlightened conversations with my poor mother, who's 88 years old. I got to take her to the doctor tomorrow to do that. Wouldn't that be an incredible purpose, instead of basically burning down a building?
But that kind of proves my point, though. The people who have the most creature comforts, like they're going to be, and that's a big problem.
Yeah, and that's, by the way, that's why I have little to no respect for those people. It would be one thing if they were going into inner city Baltimore and saying, you guys for 50 years have been in a school system where two years ago, there were 12 high schools in the city of Baltimore that had 0 students proficient in math. Not only 30%, not only 20%, 0. The schools there are hellholes. They've been like that for 50 years. The poor people are trying to get out. If you want to go and change that system and smash that system, I'll be there leading the way with you, okay?
Well, this is why
you're absolutely right.
I think this is why a quote that often gets repeated online is having quite a bit of resurgence, which is strong men create good times create weak men create bad times create strong men. And I think that this is what's in the mind of a lot of people today. And before, I would love to get to Lincoln's response, but I'm curious, Yakov, what you thought of Dr. Hudgens' statement.
I agree with a lot of it. I wonder about the amount of the quote unquote poor people versus the students. I wonder how the poor people relate to sub-Saharan Africa and their development. I wonder how that relates to the powers that be importing these people to seemingly slow down our progress. But these are tangents that I would like to get to after Lincoln answers why transhumanism.
Go for it.
Sure. Yeah, I guess in a nutshell, it's that I have a vision of the future that motivates me, that inspires me to act. My family and friends share that vision of the future in large measure. And a lot of people that I know and care about and respect, even beyond my immediate family and friend circles, have that kind of vision of the future. And part of having a vision of the future that matters to me is not just envisioning that future, not just thinking, oh, it's a beautiful and wonderful idea, not passively trusting in it, but actively working toward it. And part of the vision of the future that inspires me and many people I know the most is this idea of human transformation, that humanity is just getting going, that we have truly sublime potential, all of us, and particularly as we work together towards achieving that sublime potential. And so transhumanism, when I discovered it, resonated with those aspirations, resonated with that sense of working towards a beautiful future, not just waiting for it to happen. And so when I found other people who wanted to work and who were inspired by similar visions of the future, I thought, why would I not want to work with these people? Why would I not want to help them? Why would I not want to ask them to help me? And so I very quickly decided, hey, I've been implicitly a transhumanist as long as I can remember, but now I'm going to identify as one explicitly, and let's get busy.
Excellent.
Is that leading to God's will, maybe God's kingdom? Is that where this advancement goes?
Yes, in Mormonism, the work of God is to bring about the immortality and eternal life of humanity. That's expressly stated in our scriptures. And we are supposed to participate in that work and become gods ourselves, per Mormon theology.
This is something I've heard, and I don't know if this is just some weird disinfo out there. The idea is that like God, the God of the Bible is the God of this planet, and like you can transcend your humanity to become God of another planet. Is this stuff true? Is this actually part of Mormonism?
It's a common interpretation among some Mormons. I would suggest that the theology is actually far more complex than that. And the reason I say it's far more complex than that is that God is a more complex concept in Mormon theology than even most Mormons give it credit. In Mormon theology, God is a tangible person. God is also a community. God is an environment in which we live and move and have our being. And so God is expressed through the sublime manifestations of individuals and communities and worlds. And as we become gods ourselves, the notion is that we advance in compassion and creativity ourselves to take on these godlike attributes. And then, yes, ultimately, as our scriptures say, we become equal in power and intelligence and glory with God. And that doesn't entail just Zeus-like powers. It primarily entails love-like, compassion-like powers.
Well, you said just doesn't, meaning that the Zeus-like powers are still there. I mean, that's something I've always been interested in, just from my own perspective as an animator. I like imagining that there are all kinds of things out there, but at the same time, I wouldn't necessarily say that this reality that we know and love is the only reality that's only available for us to experience, where when Jesus talks about the powers and principalities and all that stuff, if we can understand that there is a dog out there that has no idea what a computer is, I don't think it's that far-fetched to assume with the amount of things that are out there in the universe, there would be life that compared to that life, we are like that dog and we don't know what exact faculties they have. So when it comes to, let's say, an as above, so below relationship to us, to pets, or to the animals that are around us, I really do think that it is possible for there to be higher beings out there that would be able to exert some kind of an influence. I mean, just look at the place where we are. Like, we are not in the center of the galaxy. We are somewhere on the side, yet we've had all these ancient civilizations who spent tons of time trying to, not just trying, but succeeding in documenting the patterns of the stars in relation to the, the precession of the equinox. So they were very concerned about time in the spans of like 26,000 years. And when you're looking at that amount of time, I don't think it's just because you're like a caveman in Ooga Booga mode. I think that there is something much deeper than that. And let's say the flood myth, as they call it. So many different civilizations had that same flood myth, and recently they found Göbekli Tepe, which is far older than people ever imagined a kind of formation like that, human-made formation would exist. And we have all kinds of other things pointing to, like, the position of the pyramids in relation to the Orion constellation, just all kinds of things that to me point to people not just being some dumb cavemen that existed back then, not just being some amateur astrologists, but people who were very much concerned about the celestial positions and what exactly it means to them as human beings.
On a related note, Mormon scripture contextualizes the Genesis creation story to be one of worlds without end that God creates, and that we're called to eventually participate in that creation and discovery of worlds without end with God.
That's interesting, but also I just wanted to go back to the not just Zeus statement you made. Would you also think that it would be possible for humans not to live as humans do here, but for there to be certain limitations that would be able to, be appended not just with the use of ones and zeros, but with the use of certain inner faculties? Like we've had people in India, Buddhist monks, demonstrating certain things that are far beyond normal people's capacity to achieve, as far as even brain waves, but maybe something even more than just the ability for their brain to process well.
I'm not going to put limits on the possible. I'm too limited to do such a thing myself. So yes, I'm open to those possibilities. On the other hand, I'm also not going to sit on my hands and wait for mystics to solve all of our problems. I'm going to use the tools that we have to understand as best I can how mysticism works and to turn mysticism into a technology, to leverage it and instrument it, because I believe that there is great power yet to be discovered and leveraged by humanity. We just need to do more work. And I have nothing against the practice or the work that the mystics do, to the extent that they're being pro-social in their application of it. But I also don't want to stop there. Let's put science and mysticism as closely together as we possibly can.
Well, I think if you put science and mysticism as closely as possible, mysticism in a sense is going to disappear. What you're going to end up with is, again, Arthur C. Clarke, one of my favorite science fiction writers, said, what was his second law? That a sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic. And so to me, it's a matter of, perhaps what you and I and us on this call are doing right now would have been considered magic 300 years ago or 3,000 years ago or whatever. Today, we understand.
Well, Dr. Hudgens, how do you define technology? How do you define technology?
I define, technology, if I want to go to technos from Aristotle, or I do a more expanded discussion, technology is what we create in terms of tools that allow us to understand and change the real world, in order to serve our knowledge or our interests. Whether technology means mixing together copper and tin to make bronze, or taking iron and making it into a plow or something of that sort, or for that matter, coming up with a technology that you might say is a mental technology. For example, Aristotle's prior and posterior analytics. In one sense, it's a technology. It's here's how you approach a question. We've got all of these ideas out here. Some people say that the stars actually influence us, and the fact that I'm a Gemini and someone else is a whatever. Okay, well, how do we determine whether that's right or wrong? Well, let's do some experiments. Let's take groups and look at it and see if we can tell whether there really is a relationship, or whether it's basically bias, or it's cherry picking evidence. But there's some other things that look like it's really, really promising. Then you go into it. So in other words, if you have some interesting idea, and maybe it comes from mythology, maybe it comes from a story, and you want to give it a shot, great. But that's going to be the ultimate test, is science in using the tools that we come up with. And if you come up with a better tool, let's hear about it.
I'd love to hear from Yakov as well as a response to that, but also, are you in any way concerned about scientism, where it becomes the kind of mentality that's reinforced that prevents people thinking from outside certain dogmas that they've gotten used to? Like there seems to be like this Reddit mentality on Facebook groups like I fucking love science and this kind of thing. It's become its own religion in a way where people are very, they make sure that they don't dabble in the realm of something that their superiors have not deemed to be kosher. And I'm curious if you've seen that around your own community as well.
Who's that to? Who's that?
That's the Dr. Hudgens. First, I wanted to ask.
Oh, well, yeah. No, I mean, scientism, I think by definition, is not valid. It's like saying Scientology. I mean, the idea of science, and I'd say more broadly, a rational approach to the world, doesn't mean reducing everything to measurement in the sense of saying, well, which basically leaves out speculation. I mean, look, what Einstein discovered seemed really, really weird when he put it forward, correct? But he basically said, look, it looks like this is really, really weird, but I think it might fit together. It kind of makes sense here. And then we tested it and so forth. And said, yeah, wow, it seems to be validated by evidence. So scientism, in the sense that if it's made into a religion, it's not science. It's not the rational approach. And so what I'm saying is you have to be careful about saying, hey, I think astrology works, and this, cherry picking the evidence, which I think clearly shows it doesn't, versus never having any imagination of somebody, so that when Einstein said, hey, I think this is the case, or guess what? I think there's these little things called quarks and they make up subatomic particles and all. Seems really weird. So absolutely you reject what is scientism because it's not rational.
There might be two kinds of scientism. There might be a kind of scientism that is dogmatic, and there might be a kind of scientism that just says, hey, listen, I think that we can apply the scientific method even to our greatest aspirations, our most weird experiences. We're going to trust in applying this method over and over and over again. That might be a kind of scientism if it reaches an ideological level. And I'd also say that there's at least two kinds of religion. There's a really crappy kind of religion that's dogmatic and never speculates about anything and has these old worn out interpretations from texts from 1,000 years ago and don't ever say anything more. That's also bad religion. That's not just bad science. It's just bad, period. Yeah. And there's also a good kind of religion where religion that allows in this notion of inspiration, of revelation, of intuition. You can use secular words for all of this if you want, and says, hey, that's not an evil thing in itself to have these things come in to move you, inspire you, things to try, things to talk about, things to speculate about. And what's the next step after that? You try them, and you try them rigorously, and you become scientific about it.
Yeah, by the way, I would agree in a sense that, yeah, that's where it should be going. But what I'm saying is that you don't necessarily need to start with taking, Joseph Smith's, gold tablets and, the planet Kolob and all that kind of stuff seriously. You don't have to take any of the other stories seriously. You can do like I'm doing. And I'm happy that you're coming from that perspective. We're all coming to the same perspective, I think, here. That's wonderful.
Well,
that's why I'm sort of reluctant. That's why I'm reluctant.
Like with the flood story, so many people, because they have this image of all the animals in the world being taken on some ship, they outright dismiss it. Yet pretty much every single civilization, culture that has existed has this same mythology, and we're finding traces in the upper part of America of these scab lands. The theory points to there was some kind of a cataclysm that happened 11,000 years ago, and people survived from there, yet there is such hostility to the people whose reputations are in the line, because let's not forget, we're dealing with people, and people also have their own circles of funding and reputation, so if something new comes along, just like we talked about with Einstein, like it's going to be a little bit of a challenge, don't you think, when it comes to something controversial gaining ground?
Yeah, but no, I agree. But what I'm saying is, for example, let's take the flood ideas. First of all, it's not surprising that people who live thousands and thousands of years ago near water had floods and had flood stories. Second, you have different kinds that probably were, invoked by different phenomena. The Black Sea the archaeology shows that seems to indicate the Black Sea sort of the Mediterranean broke through and flooded what is now called the Black Sea about 11 or 12,000 years ago. There's also evidence with the Younger Dryas in North America that something happened that suddenly put us back very quickly into sort of a little mini ice age for about 1,000 years because of certain things like that. And so, yeah, these are going to be in the memories or in the stories of people lived 10, 20,000 years ago. It doesn't mean that there was a global flood. There's no indication that all of the land was covered. There's an indication that the Black Sea rose about 12,000 years ago or something, and people remembered that. There's an indication the Younger Dryas in North America happened, and tribes remembered that. And but again, use archaeology to figure this out, and don't reject the idea that there were floods, but just say, okay, well, let's take a look.
Well, let's. I would love to introduce Weekly Hassan here, but before that, I wanted to go back to Yakov for you to touch on what Dr. Hudgens was talking about, as well as I want to reiterate the question that you had, which I wanted to bring back as far as anybody who happens to have some control over the flow of migration. All these things are going on. I know you want to touch on that, so I don't want to lose that. Today's stream, I want to make sure we focus on everything and that we forget nothing. And I also want to ask everybody who's watching this to please subscribe and also go to patreon.com/breaktherulesofthe3 and let us wet our beak. So anyway, Yakov, go for it.
I want to go back to the scientism thing a little bit, and I don't so much worry about quote unquote scientism, but there's aspects to that I could see becoming dangerous, like with the ongoing advancement of science. And I think a lot of these transhuman ideas, they're inevitable at this point. The question is, what kind of world are they going to take place in? You were talking about like the nihilism and everything that we see. I think there will always be a need for some sort of religion, but it doesn't always have to take the shape that we've known them thus far. I think we're seeing a lot of lines being drawn in society, and everyone's going all in on different sorts of extreme politics and ideologies. Everyone's picking a side. And I think I said last time I was on here, I said that the new religion is becoming war. And I think that's true of everybody. There's like a boiling pot, and it's part of this new world that's breaking out. Now, my thinking is like, there's going to be parts of society that are going faster than others. I think there's going to be empires breaking apart soon at the seams. So like, what do these people fill that void with and that nihilism with as the world crumbles down around them? I think race is going to be a big one. That's a very frightening thought. And I think it's inevitable. I think this is where like Lincoln's idea of having the religion be tied to it comes into play. And I think what's best is the traditional religion of your community or your family. But these are the things that are going to offer. They're going to offer a safe haven to minimize the bloodshed that in the chaos that we're watching every day when we look at Twitter, the news, or anything.
It behooves us to cultivate future positive interpretations of those religions to facilitate what you're talking about.
I also think that that the idea of the scientific advancement juxtaposed with religion, and a lot of what you're saying, Lincoln, when you're talking about God, it almost sounds pantheistic. You know, it's monotheistic, but it has that tone to it, and I get that vibe a lot in Hinduism.
Yeah, I would call it panentheism.
That's all I got.
You familiar with that?
No.
So the distinction between pantheism and panentheism, there's an en in the middle, is that whereas God is directly defined as all that is in pantheism, panentheism defines the universe as an expression of God.
But would
So
God God not be in the universe then as well?
So God would be beyond our whatever it is that we experience of our world as well. So for example, you might take the idea that we live in an emulated world, a computed world, and that God's brain is that computer and we're part of it. So we're part of God's anatomy, but God is also more than that.
Sure. I mean, that's something that comes up a lot, I think, in Hindu texts as well. Like the way that they see God as being this ever-present oneness that we are also part of. I mean, it is that classic, like, we are all one, man, and all that. But so now I want to bring in Weekly Haas. You are also a Mormon, and I'm curious of what your takes are on Mormon transhumanism.
Yeah. So Weekly Haas here.
Careful with that knife. You might hurt somebody.
Yeah, it's part of the show.
Is this mightier than the sword? I don't know.
For me, this is a Bowie knife, right? And it's a symbol of God's love, or the word of God is sharp like unto a sword. Well, yeah, so the word of God is sharp like unto a two-edged sword to the dividing asunder of both bone and marrow. Anyway, I have a YouTube show as well, The Weekly Haas, where I discuss kind of current events in kind of the space of what you might call Mormonism or the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. All around a good guy, that's who I am. But anyway, I've run into Lincoln a few times on social media, maybe with previous accounts, I don't know. But I definitely say in general, I'm opposed to the idea of Mormonism condoning or adopting transhumanism, in that I would see it as kind of not helpful to someone who's looking to get to know God as God and get to know his son, Jesus Christ. And so definitely more of an Orthodox member of the church than our friend over here with the nice eyebrows.
I disagree, sir. This is not a question of orthodoxy differences.
Well, I disagree as well. I would say the doctrine of our church doesn't support your claims either. Statements by past leaders of the church wouldn't support your claims. Now, maybe certain aspects of our faith do lead towards kind of these ideas creeping in that a lot of times in the past of our church, there's a lot of kind of crazy ideas that get adopted. And that's partially because of our belief in kind of ongoing and continuous revelation from God. And so a lot of times these crazy kooky ideas that someone dreams up in the middle of the night end up being integrated into the faith, because we don't necessarily say that's wrong necessarily. And it's kind of encouraged to kind of seek your own answers and figure out what things mean on your own. And so it leads.
Can you back up the claim that Mormon transhumanists are teaching something that's contrary to what Mormon authorities have taught?
Well, I would say that just the basic idea that God is maybe some grand scientist in the sky, right? That he's
Mormon
just
authorities
mastered.
that have said that explicitly. Orson Hyde.
Yeah. So this is what I'm saying is there's these kind of statements in the past that lead transhumanists to believe that they're in the right, that they're making a lot of sense.
And let's say he was speculating. Is that speculation a contradiction to any other Mormon doctrine?
No, but the contradiction comes in that to say that there is no supernatural, there is no there is no priesthood. It's all just science. And
Mormon transhumanists don't say there's no priesthood. You're putting words in our mouth.
Okay, that's what I'm doing then.
Lincoln, can I?
Yeah.
I want to interject here. This is interesting, Lincoln and Weekly, because the exact point I was making earlier is that you find it very difficult once you start getting into conflicting theologies, and in this case, the same theology coming from different perspectives, arguing about these things and saying, yes, well, is this consistent with this thing, or is it consistent with this particular chapter?
Edward, I don't think that's what's actually happening.
They could be, but what I'm saying is this: I'd rather, instead of asking about, is it consistent with the Book of Mormon, or is it consistent with the Book of Abraham, or is it consistent with the Bible, or is it consistent with whatever one you want? Why not just ask, is transhumanism a good thing? Should we be aiming at this purpose? Should we be uniting on the sort of progress that we've been talking about here? That should be the question. And you don't have to get into any particular. You don't have to get into any particular theology. I'd argue on secular grounds the answer is yes, and I'm glad that Lincoln is.
I would agree with you.
With me on this, and Yakov is with me on this. So
Weekly Haas, you disagree, right?
Yeah, the answer is no. The answer is that transhumanism will lead you away from faith in Jesus Christ. And so it should be a no.
Why?
Weekly Haas, did you know I was an atheist before I became a transhumanist, and it brought me back?
Yeah, but I mean, that's the thing. You just realized how cringe it is to be an atheist. So you're like, well, let me find a more fun ideology that I can parade around and not sound as cringe.
You don't know anything about me.
It's the same thing as modern neo-pagans. It's the same thing.
You have no clue.
They realize that not having no belief and no faith tradition is super
Weekly
cringe.
Haas, do you like get on a show with all people that you interview and just make up stories about them? Because you're just making up a story about me.
I mean, I don't know much about you other than
there you go. That's the truth right there.
I didn't study your works or anything. I'm not really interested. I'm interested in following God.
I feel like I totally get where Weekly Haas is coming from. And now he has an investment. I don't have that investment. But Lincoln, when I hear you talk, I can't help but feel like the science comes before the religion. And I hate to say that. And then there's many different takes. I don't take religion as seriously as a lot of people do. But it seems to me if somebody is orthodox, they're always going to think that.
Well,
that's why you call it faith. That's why you call it faith. Weekly is coming from a particular perspective who believes in Jesus Christ on faith. There it is. And then if everything comes from that,
so do I.
You really can't. I don't think you can really argue with it. And that's why I come back to saying, look, is living a longer, healthier life a good idea? Is having your brain interact with the computer a good idea? Yeah, I think it is. Are exploring higher forms of consciousness, not in a mystical sense, is that a good idea? Yeah.
Wait.
What do you mean by not in the mystical theology would disagree?
Hold on, one question though. Dr. Hudgens, what do you mean not in the mystical sense? How would you describe it?
I mean, not in the mystical sense of, for example, if we could have some kind of interaction of your brain with my brain, would you call that a collective consciousness? If I'm thinking, but I'm also somehow interacting with your thoughts and your mental processes. I have no idea whether it's possible, but it would be very interesting to explore. But
So
what I'm saying is, if you come from faith, in a sense, it's a non-starter. Fine, you believe in Jesus, that's your belief, excellent, or whether excellent or not is not the issue.
Edward, you
But
believe in a beautiful future, and that's a position of faith. You don't know that we'll get.
Wait a minute. I didn't
It's the
say
same faith that I use.
I agree with
Lincoln. Lincoln, I said we have the opportunity to create. If free individuals can create that.
That's
future.
my faith too.
But given what we're currently experiencing, am I sure I want to live for 200 years? Am I sure I want all the comforts in the world when I realize that maybe like being some peasant farmer would provide me with far more reason to live than I want to
terraform Mars. I'm ready to go to Mars.
What is the likelihood that we experience that? With the likelihood that we experience like misery and death and blood in the streets is way higher.
I think it's time to get Sonny's take. Sonny, what do you make of all this?
I want to know if Quetzalcoatl is Jesus Christ.
No,
I'm serious. I want one of you to answer
I also,
me that.
he is Hermes and Thoth also. So.
Wait,
we don't
could
talk
somebody
about
catch
Thoth
me
here.
up?
So Jesse,
We're an hour into the stream. Seems like a good time to catch up. I just got on. Let's see what we're talking about.
welcome. So we were talking about transhumanism and faith and all that good stuff. You're saying, Jesse Lucas, that Quetzalcoatl is Jesus Christ. Can you elaborate on that?
Well, so is Aslan, right?
Well,
Yes.
C.S. Lewis wrote nonfiction.
Okay, so with Aslan collapsed during the Bronze Age collapse, and then there are myths that all of the copper was coming from there. So do you think that's where Jesus Christ was from, and that's where Quetzalcoatl was from as well?
Wait, Aslan, the location?
Yeah, like
Yeah,
in the Great Lake copper mines.
That makes sense. I don't have any sources on that, but I can assure you about the C.S. Lewis thing.
Well,
Anyway, was that the whole topic? Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, no, because some of the theories relating to the Mormons is that they found like documents or like old religious texts from this old copper mining civilization in the Great Lakes, and that would actually line up with where Joseph Smith was from, sort of near the Great Lakes in that general vicinity where this civilization would have been from. And if the trade routes were in that region, they would have been coming out of the Great Lakes into those rivers that go into the Atlantic. So I'm wondering if Quetzalcoatl being Jesus Christ, if that story, if the connection there between those two is what sort of connects Mormonism and the like Aztec Mayan faith. Because I know a lot of Mormons say they're the same thing, or that Quetzalcoatl is Jesus Christ. You know what I mean?
I can't tell you everything I know, but Oliver Cowdery reported seeing a was it Oliver Cowdery? Haas, help me with this. The record treasure cave under Cumorah, right?
Yeah.
Reported seeing being shown by Joseph Smith a cave full of records, so many bound plates with inscriptions on them that it would take wagons to remove them from this place. And I'm not sure who has access to those now. As far as the Great Lakes versus the Book of Mormon, seemingly Mesoamerican location, those are actually the two best theories we have for the location of things that happen in the Book of Mormon. And it could be both. We don't know much at all about the history of North America. And as far as a future-focused philosophy goes, the more we come to know in the present, the more we'll be able to learn about the past. There's always a hard limit about what we can learn about the past, but we should be seeking to learn not only what happened in the past, but what lessons we can learn from the past, what they might have known that we do not know. And now flying saucers and ancient astronauts, maybe, but also moral teachings. We still look to Jesus Christ from 2,000 years ago for moral teachings. And we need to understand why we do that. And understanding Christ as Quetzalcoatl, as a supernatural being, rather than a great teacher, rather than simply someone that had some great ideas that we can pull from and apply today. That's the essence of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
What did you say?
Finding truth from everywhere.
Okay, that
Sorry.
I agree with. I totally agree with that, how you ended that sentence. If we're saying that the essence of the church is something supernatural, that I disagree on. The word supernatural doesn't appear in our scriptures, and there are naturalistic explanations for just about anything that we can put our.
You know what I meant.
Yeah, that you're just being pedantic.
More natural than we
I'm
can
not being
see.
pedantic. Here's why it's not pedantic. There's a practical consequence to this. When we advocate supernaturalism, there is a significant percentage of people that become lazy about science. They become lazy about application because it's
Would you call a
supernatural.
manifestation of Jesus Christ natural or supernatural?
Natural.
How many people would hear about a manifestation of Jesus Christ and think that's natural?
I think most people would think, first of all, about it being a miracle. And as Talmage described miracles, miracles are not contraventions of law. They're things that happen that are consistent with laws we do not yet understand.
And
For the purposes of this conversation, I will call those things supernatural.
Okay, but you'll acknowledge as well that our scriptures do not use the word supernatural, and there's no doctrinal reason why we have to insist on calling them supernatural.
Do you only use words that are found within the Book of Mormon?
And
No, absolutely not. But I'm saying in this case, I don't for practical reasons.
And you'll see why I, as a secularist, look at this and say, my gosh, what a waste of time. Why don't we actually talk about transhumanism? What are the possibilities? What does the science say? Should our goal?
Let's talk about that
Is this
divide.
good or
Let's
bad?
talk about that divide, though. That's what I'm very
my
curious
point.
about. Because when it comes to people today who have lost faith or who have lost any sense of there being anything higher than certain base instincts when it comes to drug use or just rampant sex or just sitting down somewhere eating burgers all day, like when it comes to that loss of connection to anything higher than themselves, from what I understand, Dr. Hudgens, you want everybody to be able to substitute the same wonder for life that you have, substitute any kind of superstition with that wonder for life that you have.
What I'm saying, Look, what I'm saying, first of all, is that there is a human nature. I've said before, a few of you came on, that I would suggest the works of Aristotle. There are a lot of others, by the way, who have talked about this as well. But I would say we as human beings have a nature. We have volition. Our form of consciousness that differentiates us from everything else is what I call a conceptual capacity or reason. We can think about the past, even though we're not living in the past. We can understand and project about the future, even though we're not there. We can recreate the world around us. This is our wonderful, incredible capacity that we have to choose to operate, by the way. It doesn't come natural. So when you talk about overcoming your instincts and exercising that
Dr.
will,
Hudgens,
yes,
do we
that.
all have
And
the same human nature?
we all have the same human nature.
Exactly.
In as much as we are all human. Now, we may have.
Are there people more or less capable of enjoying the future and seeing what's?
There are people who are smarter and people who don't have the same perhaps mental capacity. Einstein apparently had twice as many convolutions in his.
Are all human beings
cortex.
capable of finding joy in an elegant computer program or a mathematical equation?
Look.
No.
Wait. Let me finish my thing. Okay, you're going to find joy and fulfillment. We all create, in a sense, our own particular purposes. I obviously, if you look at my wall, enjoy astronomy. I majored in it originally before I got to.
It's a beautiful hobby.
Hey, Dr. Hutchins, can I ask you a question?
Tsunyami, let him finish, and then you'll ask the question.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, basically, what I'm saying is that we have a nature that we all differ in particulars. Okay. Some are, physical particulars and even mental capacity. Some people just can't do Einstein equations. I can't. Well, I used to be able to do a Lorentz transformation, but I can't do it anymore. Okay. We can all find joy in particular purposes. I like to say, and if you look at my website, the Human Achievement Alliance, whether you're nurturing a child to maturity or a business to profitability, whether you're writing a song or a poem or a business plan or a dissertation, whether you're laying the bricks to a building, or whether you're designing the building or arranging for its financing, these are all achievements that you can take joy in, that you bring about yourself. And so that's basically what I'm saying. And I don't need to refer to any particular theology to make those points. I can make it on the basis of fact. I'm happy that our Mormon friends
can make
agree
that
with
on the
that.
basis.
I'm happy our Catholic friends believe that. I'm happy if
before
friends
Jesse, let's go to Tsunyami. You had a question, and then back to Jesse.
Yeah, I wanted to ask what that was in the background. It looks like a huge glass cock.
Oh, wait a minute. If you're going to get, okay.
Amazing.
I got this in Tanzania.
No, I think it's the one next to it.
I don't even
wait
think
a
that's the one she meant. Yeah.
I wouldn't put that one inside
one
me
that-
now.
Oh, this, because I work in African development, and so I got this from in Tanzania.
That's dope.
Yeah.
It's pretty cool. That looks like a bong, actually. A
Okay,
glass
this is a
bong.
sculpture.
Looks like a giant glass cock.
Well, no,
Well, all
it's not.
bongs
It's
look
a
like
very
cocks,
nice-
right?
Okay, it's a nice sculpture that I like.
Yes.
This I got in Tanzania because
Very
I
You want to
worked
show
in
us the glass sculpture?
There we go. Hold on a second.
Yeah, show us the
This
glass
needs to be
cock.
resolved.
While he's getting the glass sculpture, everybody subscribe. Who's watching this? New people, please subscribe. Subscribe,
Yo,
subscribe.
is that a
the
dab
light,
rig?
the way the light reflects is really
Whoa.
cool. When the light comes in here, and it's got very colorful. The sun's not coming in my window right now, so you
Nice.
can't see it quite
Veiny.
as well, but it's really cool to contemplate. So anyway, I'll put it over here.
So all of those activities are wonderful and beautiful things, and you can find an explanation for them using just what we can perceive with our five senses.
And I don't need
that
Jesus
is
or Quetzalcoatl or any of that.
Hold
stuff.
on.
Yep.
That is that's sort of like writing a novel without the letter E.
No.
You can do that. It's possible. It's elegant. It can make some beautiful things. But the truth is that we love those things because we are children of our Father. You talked
That's
about human
what you
nature.
say. Wait. That's what you say.
Hold on. I let you talk. You
faith.
talked about human nature.
Mhm.
Human nature allows many things. It provides us with the roots of beauty and atrocity. But our divine nature is what uplifts us. Our divine nature is what pulls us towards the eternal and the infinite, more than towards our next meal.
That's your ideology. It's faith.
So I think there's a bridge.
That's yours, okay? But I don't see.
Well,
but the thing is, I don't need any of that. I don't need any of that.
I can offer the following middle ground, though.
Congratulations.
I can offer the following middle ground, which is that while there are people like yourself, Dr. Hudgens, who don't need things like that, from what I could see, and you could do your own thing, I do think that there are a lot of people out there who don't necessarily have the same curiosities, or I'm sorry if they're working at Walmart.
You're right.
Like Walmart Annan. I'm sure some of you guys know who I'm talking about, who post those sad photos of the Walmart room where everybody's gathered in. But like, there are people who, you know, they want to yearn for something higher, and I personally think that there is something higher that is yearned for. But also, when you're talking about these protests, when riots, when you're talking about all this chaos that's going on right now, and about the loss of just any meaning for life that most people have, I don't think it's a matter of tricking them into thinking about something that you say isn't there. I think personally there is something there, and they're not aware of it at a very deep level. And
I think you're right. And but the thing is, it's in them. I agree
Dr.
with
Hudgens,
you
can you prove you love your family?
Yeah, look.
Or is that just your ideology?
Yes, I can. No, I can.
Is it real?
I love my family. Look,
Can you prove
the thing is, wait a minute.
Write out an equation.
By the way,
show your love on a microscope.
All right, one at a time.
Okay, yeah. By the way, that was a line from the movie Contact, so I'm glad you like that particular movie. Okay.
Matthew McConaughey.
I liked it too, by the way. Okay, but that none of this is serious. I'm trying to be serious about this stuff. I'm happy with what Lev said, by the way. I think that's very important that if you want to look at society as a whole. By the way, my background is a working class background. I had to scrub toilets and do all sorts of crap to get where I am, okay? My family is a working class family. So I'm not some privileged, kid who came up that way. So I appreciate you want to say this, coming from the bottom, and I still have, friends coming from that. I agree with what Lev says, okay? But I think that you get this from culture. Yes, you get it from stories. Some people get it from Star Wars, though hopefully not the last 3 movies.
See, that's the biggest problem, though. That's the biggest problem. You pointed it right there. Have you seen the pictures on Reddit that are coming out of this Star Wars fandom?
Terrible.
It's like, there's a reason why they call it cape shit, pardon my language.
I know.
It's just
Look, I'm not arguing with you.
Those in power definitely want that to be the new religion. Just consume.
But yeah, by the way, yeah, and the point is, but this is another serious discussion. about how in fact, this is going to be in the book that I'm working on right now to go. This is not a public policy book like I usually use, but it's about looking at culture and the interaction of culture, upbringing, and so forth, because it's the culture to me that has changed. Look at the culture in this country 100 and some years ago. It was much more optimistic. People, so forth, at the bottom could rise up. And this is another thing.
Much more religious.
People could admire and take inspiration in their own lives from the achievement of others. They had heroes. I mean, that's why I made this my banner for my Human Achievement Alliance. Is who are all these heroes and what did they do or what did they represent? And so I completely agree with you with Lev on this issue. It's a longer discussion, I think, than we have here, but that's what I'm trying to do in the long run. Is to change the culture, not just the particular policies.
Well, even among heroes, I just want to quickly throw this in. There's a very interesting book I'm reading right now called The Jewish Century by Yuri Seltskin. And in this book, he talks about how a lot of cultures at the advent of nationalism, like let's take Spain, for instance, with Cervantes, or take England with William Shakespeare, they got their own, they got their own demigods, in a way, these bards. But when I say demigods, I personally actually don't see this as just being a funny way of calling them. I actually see, like, I come from the perspective being someone who, creates art, animation. I come from the perspective that our minds are more of a receiver, like Nikola Tesla was able to see in his own mind when he got all these different visions, that is able to tap into something higher, which is why when these people were called demigods, I think it was for a reason. The reason was is that they were able to tap into something higher than our regular reality, which leads me to believe that the loss that people feel today when it comes to turning to drugs and alcohol and just various other things to occupy Star Wars, to occupy their time, I think it also comes from this hole within them that is not yet able to be filled. And I think a lot of religions do, regardless of however differently I feel about them. I think that a lot of them do end up pointing to something higher than one's own being.
I think you're right that is the function and we'll go to Lincoln. I think you're right in terms of the function they serve. What I'm saying is that you can look, for example, I'm a classical music fan, and I can sit and listen to classical music and say, boy, am I inspired. This is wonderful. I'm glad the Germans and the Italians, I'm part Italian, did that. By the way, I posted in the chat room my piece on identity politics versus human achievement that actually goes into culture and the good side of culture and the negative side, you might say, of culture. So if you have a chance, what time?
Just post it in the chat as well.
I guess I have a quick question for Lev.
I got to go to my kids, but no, go ahead. Go ahead.
Could I interject with something
Lincoln,
important?
Yes, quickly, go for it, Lincoln.
This is really important because it was just brought to my attention by some concerned parties. Jesse and Weekly Haas are apparently affiliated with a group of Mormons called Desnat. Is that accurate? I want to be sure I'm not mischaracterizing you guys. Is that true? Just nod.
Some people call me the face of Desnat.
Thank you. So I think it's really important to point out that they represent a very controversial part of Mormonism. And for some people, the part of Mormonism that I represent is also controversial. And Desnat and Mormon transhumanism are very, 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 very different in some ways. However, most of us in both of these organizations also happen to be part of the same church. And so there are commonalities as well. But I wanted to point out this distinction because I think it's very important for anybody watching this meeting to know that, and they would probably feel similarly, I'm not in any way affiliated with Desnat. And in fact, I strongly oppose many of the things that they stand for.
Oh, he's definitely not. No, I'll back him up.
I'm not done, guys. I'm not done.
I'm going to rip up your membership card, Lincoln, okay?
That's great. I'm not done.
I'm going to refuse your membership dues.
I never had one, so don't worry about me. Okay?
And I want to make sure that people understand that I understand that Weekly Haas introduced himself by telling me a bunch of things that I believe that are false. And I've observed them doing those sorts of things on Twitter to other people. I think it's important, however, that we recognize that we're coming from different strains of Mormonism with different expressions of our values. There is some overlap that we might talk about, but there are going to be technicalities in understanding that overlap correctly that are going to confuse a lot of people, including poor Dr. Edward Hudgens. And I'm sorry about that. And I have no ill will towards Jesse or Weekly Haas. I also want to emphasize that.
Hey, be nice.
But I also want to be sure that nobody thinks that I'm affiliated with DesNat.
I honestly don't think anybody does, but just real quick.
I wouldn't be worried.
Well, they do, because I just got a bunch of questions through email about it. So,
well, what would you say is the thing that you disagree on the most? Because I know that you're saying, as far as the nature of certain things in reality, as far as whether Mormon elders are for, let's say, not even life extension, but just the way that they perceive reality. Would you say that's the key difference?
No, I would suggest there's probably not as much difference in kind of understanding of core principles of the gospel. There's more a difference in how we behave in an effort to promote our religion. They behave in ways that I want to be very far distanced from.
Can you talk a little bit about that? What are the ways that they behave in?
They harass people on Twitter.
Well, here's the thing about Twitter. I think Twitter is kind of, I would say Twitter is sort of made for that as well, but there's a limit for me personally, as far as, like, I would say the limit is if you constantly harass somebody who's, like, blocking you and then you go on another account. Like, that is harassment that I'm absolutely 100% against, for the record. But when it comes to, let's say, people poking fun at somebody, memeing somebody, like, that is something that I am absolutely for. Again, like, I'm not exactly sure what you guys do as far as the level of ways that you mock people. That is my own personal stand on this, and I also would appreciate respect to Lincoln, who I'm really thankful that you're here today with us, and I really appreciate the where you're coming from. I would be much more curious as far as how you imagine the world to be, as far as, like, Jesse, you were able to speak pretty eloquently about your faith, but when it comes to something like life extension and where exactly Mormons factor in the future, I know Mormons like to prepare a lot. I know that they're probably seeing the writing on the wall as far as things are going to be kind of uneasy in the next coming years. So what would you say as far as disaster preparedness, as far as keeping communities together, what the situation there is, and also your particular thoughts on not even life extension, but let's say technology that would enable, let's say, your grandmother to live, slightly like a longer amount of time for everybody to be healthier. Like, I don't have anything against that. I would rather my parents and grandparents live for a good amount of time, and I would encourage any technology that would enable them to be happy and healthy. But let me know what you think.
All right. On the topic of disaster preparedness, the most important thing to prepare is a community. I believe the human community is an organism. It's a good organism, a wholesome organism, and is very, very resilient. And it's important for each member of that community to be prepared for eventualities, be prepared for contingencies. And the church publishes a guide to disaster preparedness, and it's very well written. I would encourage that. I don't have the link handy. As far as life extension goes, life extension happens in the Book of Mormon. It's a similar story to one in the Bible, but it's a common trope for miraculous preachers to be given extra life, and three Nephite stories are a very important part of our culture. Again, they're closely related to John the Beloved stories. Many things that are done by miracles in the scriptures are done by technology today, which is also a miracle. Life extension, I don't have a problem with it on its face, but we have life extension right now. It's not very good. We can squeeze a few more years of life out of people in suffering. And that is the trajectory I see our technology taking. We are not in an age of great technological advancement. We're in an age of decline. This has been masked to a great extent by our current energy paradigm of fossil fuels. And many aspects of our culture and our morality are based in a glut of energy over the last 200 years, rather than some kind of evolutionary progress. This idea that evolution wants things, and it's trying to exalt us and turn us into telepathic Arthur C. Clarke psychic babies or something. That's completely unscientific. Evolution makes us fit, and makes our societies fit, and makes our morality fit. And right now we are developing a society that is fit for fossil fuels, where families are deprioritized, individuals are given priority insofar as they serve the economy, many other things. And this isn't the product of human technology taking us to heaven. This isn't Promethean in any way. The Romans would have seen the same things happen to their society if they had learned how to exploit petroleum. And so as far as life extension and other transhuman technologies, I am all for them. But I do not believe we are capable of producing anything like a heaven with them. Not at this point, not with the kind of society that we have.
Would you also say that we are in somewhat of a fallen state because the creature comforts we currently have, like the drugs, the TV and internet watching, it's not exactly serving our favor as far as being fit enough to withstand any natural disaster that may come?
It's making us fit for the situation that we're in, which is not robust against natural disaster. We've seen that this year. The rise in suicides alone from the coronavirus, it shows that whatever other blessings we're given, we don't have the best system that we could have. And as far as the transhuman goal of making humanity immortal, Mars colonies, space colonies, I'm all for that. But for some reason, our advancement into space has slowed down over the last 50 years. So whatever's going on, it's not making us robust as a species.
Dr. Hudgens,
I have an agreement with Jesse on that, on the importance of values for the future that we all aspire to. Technology will never be enough on its own. And I think even Dr. Edward Hudgens would agree with this. We need something to complement technology. We need values that are conducive to flourishing. And where Jesse and I would probably agree is that a good way to promote that is through preaching the gospel of Jesus Christ, which is essentially at its heart about compassion and love and charity.
Dr. Hudgens?
I mean, remember, I say technology is a human creation. It's essentially our tools, whether it's tools for thinking, tools for farming, tools for doing whatever. But it's all an extension of human purpose, of human goals and aspirations and so forth. And so, as I know Lincoln has made the point, and some of the others have made the, and you've made the point very well, I think, Lev, about the nihilism in our culture. And are we all becoming like in the movie Wall-E, the spaceship of everyone is just kind of, blobs there staring at Netflix, or whatever.
I don't know if we'll make it to the spaceship.
Yeah, that is a...
It'll be more like Idiocracy.
Elon Musk is working.
You remember Idiocracy?
Yeah. Elon Musk is working on the spaceship part. Okay, so let's see what comes out of that.
I don't know if we'll fit.
Yeah, because
you shouldn't have had to.
Because I've written books on NASA and the problems of NASA and why 50 years after the first moon landing, we're not there now. But we can talk about that on another broadcast. But seriously, I mean that the whole thing, and that's where I come from, sort of an Aristotelian perspective. I'm also a fan of Ayn Rand. I'm a fan of Thomas Aquinas and a whole bunch of other thinkers. Is that we're not just talking about humans as robots. We're talking about humans as creatures with volition, with creatures who have a rational capacity, who can remember the past and think about the future, and who get a sense of flourishing, eudaimonia, if you want to use the Greek word,
believe in free will?
Achievements. I believe in volition. And free will. It's thought, by the way, Aristotle talks about it in Ethics, the end of the book, I think it's the end of book 9, thought thinking about itself. Very interesting that you get that insight even going back then. But the point is that this is where you're right about, to me, I'm a transhumanist, But I consider that the humanism part, that's why I call this the Human Achievement Alliance, is that I don't want to miss the human part. And that's where we can talk about these things. As Lev, you pointed out, stories are very important for humans. You know, we are the creatures that think in terms not only of logic and so forth, but we project, we think in terms of stories. We're inspired. Shakespeare inspired lots of people. Music inspired lots of people, and so forth. I just don't want us to get trapped in some particular, that's why I worry about theologies. I look at human history and I see all the religious wars where you're debating, you know, whether transubstantiation is a real thing or whether it's symbolic.
But now we're debating about 26
how many
genders.
Millions of Europeans out there.
But now college students are debating
I
about how many genders there
silly.
are. But it's
also
also
I consider it equally stupid.
That's what we should debate.
And by the way, I think it's equally stupid to do that. It's like, first of all, whatever you are, you are. Okay, there it is. Now let's move on.
Yeah, but now you're a Nazi.
And if you take your identity, if you take your
what's wrong with being a Nazi though?
Exactly.
Come on. Yeah, look.
Higgs boson.
That's what's important. That's what we should debate. Take a look at my piece.
Much more real.
Take a look at my piece. Take a look at my piece on identity politics, where it basically is talking about accidents of birth and so forth, as opposed to what you make of yourself. And so, and by the way, family, I mentioned, Jesse, before you came on the program here, I've got two 9-year-old kids, and I'm going to have to get off fairly soon because I've got two 9-year-old little daughters out there I've got to go deal with. I think family is a place where we get focus in a good family. I have to say there's horrible families as well. The last 2 days, one of my brothers has been taking my mom and my dad to doctors because they're 88. Tomorrow is my turn to take them to the doctors, to my mom in this particular case. You know, I'm very family oriented. Family is a strength when you have a good family. Bad families, by the way, it's absolutely proper if you say, look, my family are a bunch of idiots and they abused me and all, I'm going to go and do my own thing. But the point is, I keep coming back to that word, human. I'm transhuman in as much I want the best out of humans and then some. I really like, by the way, in case I have to go off before we, a little bit early, I like the first essay in the Transhumanist Reader by Max Moore, where he really, where he really talks about transhuman as being just sort of an extension of the Enlightenment enterprise, which is the way I consider it. I don't consider, I consider it part of that enterprise, but I keep the word human in there. And by the way, I would say not just human, but individual, because we're each individuals. But we have our own thoughts.
But see, this is exactly the point, though. This is the crux, I think, of the argument that a lot of people who are more reactionary are making, that when you're talking about humans and humanist values, my concern is that most people out there who are, let's say, not as ambitious as you were to get out of your particular situation and to rise higher economically and to start a family, it's much easier to sit down than to stand up, and it's much easier to lay down than to sit down. Most people, if there's no pressure applied and if there's nothing else that they could yearn for through the process of, let's say, going to church or whatever, something to connect them to something greater than themselves, the entire thing ends up breaking down over time. And it's like having someone who always talks about, like, oh my God, we can have like a whole family of artists, man, while at the same time we have migrants who are coming in with a completely different culture that aren't integrating, and nobody minds that any attention because that's politically incorrect. That's the humanist that I end up seeing today from a lot of people, and they're scared. They put their head in the sand like an ostrich.
By the way, I love this discussion, and maybe in a future discussion we can focus, and I know we're focusing on Mormonism and the sort of things
we focus on everything.
Jesse's talking. I know, but maybe a particular one talking about this, because you're absolutely correct about the way people are confused and either becoming nihilist or putting their heads in the sand or whatever. By the way, my family, my mother's family, were Italian immigrants who came over here. My father's family were working class background, worked their way up. My wife's family, she doesn't have a big extended family because the Nazis murdered most of them. And fortunately, her grandmother and grandfather were able to escape to what was then Palestine and start a family there and then come over here. And immigrants have made why do immigrants come to this country? I don't think it's just for welfare, it's because they have opportunity. That's why my grandparents didn't particularly like Mussolini's Italy. So they got off their butts and they came here and they worked their asses off, and there it is. And they had purpose, and they took pride in the fact that they could do that. So you're absolutely right. Purpose is so central to human beings. And
but in relation to integrating, I don't think purpose is enough.
Yeah.
I think what is going to be more than purpose is giving back to the people whose community you are around, and in that way you would be able to show that you do, deserve to be a part of that community that has welcomed you in. That's always been the big thing with me when it comes to people coming in who, let's say, are from another culture and they're not really able to integrate that well. That is always a problem that, for the sake of both people, I want to make sure that it's going to be a cohesive community where people understand each other and people vibe with each other. If we don't have that, then the entire thing just comes crashing down as far as I'm concerned.
No, and by the way, I think you're right about that. That's one of the things in the past that we were, even though it wasn't unideal, we were a society in which, my grandparents came over from Italy and they couldn't speak the language and so forth, but they wanted to be Americans. They wanted to integrate into the society. And so we got the best that Italians had to offer, and we get the best that Germans have to offer, and we have the best that, go down the list. I'm
like the board.
Well, no, that's different. Remember, individualism. Keep that in mind.
Right. We take
that's really worked out
as a resource.
But the point is, by the way, I'm putting another. What is an American? Is an American.
I also, before you go, I wanted to get to Jesse. Yeah. Jesse, you had your hand up earlier.
There we
Well,
go.
I was on the internet in 2007, and so I've heard a lot of what Dr. Hutchins has been saying. That was a much bigger part of the zeitgeist in the 2000s. And it's not today. And Scott Alexander actually did a review of a number of atheist, humanist web communities.
I know most of them.
Sorry?
I know most of them. I knew Hitchens. I know Shermer very, very well. I know a lot of these guys myself.
And today, very few of these old communities that were very active back when somehow in the George Bush years, big thing was between total fedora atheists and born again young earth creationists. It was bizarre. And today you don't see many of the creationists anymore, and you don't see many of the atheists anymore. Not as such. You see them as social justice activists. You see them promoting the many genders and promoting the racial grievances. And this is something that Scripture talks about. James 1:6 talks about he that's without faith is wavering, driven by the wind and tossed. And while in a very local kind of rarefied environment, you can get a lot of focus from that sort of belief. But we've seen in practice that whatever your parents went through, whatever they went to produce you, if you go into a humanist enlightenment philosophy, where you're going to be in 20 years is where everyone else is, whatever they're doing, whether they're doing terrible atrocities or terrible great things, they won't be doing what they would have been doing. They'll be driven by the wind.
I disagree, obviously. And by the way, just one quick thing. There is a truth, because I went to the James Randi events. I knew, I knew a lot of these people myself. I still know Shermer pretty
James Randi has dead telepaths buried in his yard.
Anyway, yeah, right. Anyway, but the thing is, the problem I had with them was that, and the reason why I sort of was going my own direction, was that they were correct to go after the wackos and the people with the strange beliefs and so forth. They were quite correct, but that's not a unifying thing. That's okay. We don't agree with flat earthers. We don't agree with, we could point out astrology is a bunch of nonsense and so forth and so on. Great. We've cleared away the brush, but what we haven't done is said, okay, so what is the positive thing? Shermer's tried to do that to a certain extent with his books, by the way. But that's the reason why I think that whole thing fell apart, is they were correct in terms of their targets, but they didn't have, as Lincoln was kind of going like this when I was talking about, they didn't have what's the human. And you're right. What happened was a lot of them simply became the social justice warrior wackos. So they just had another cult that they joined, you might say. By the way, I have to go very soon because speaking of 9-year-olds and families.
Well, Edward, it was really a pleasure to meet you.
It was. Well, before you go, I wonder if
Sure.
Sonny, do you have anything else to add before Dr. Hudgens goes?
I think Chris had a question.
Chris, go for it.
It wasn't for Mr. Hudgens there. Don't worry. Go on.
No. I have something to say though. Honestly, I think he's got me convinced because I'd like to upload my dead girlfriend's consciousness into a sex robot. So I get it.
Well, that's going to probably take a little longer. I'm sorry to say.
Okay, how much longer though? Because this is kind of time sensitive.
We don't even have the Concorde anymore. How far are we, do you think, on the timeline from?
Actually, if you're serious about inventions, we can talk about why the Concorde failed, the economics of it, frankly, not so much the technology. Anyway.
I am kind of curious about the James Randi burying situation. Is there anything you can give us that can that can enlighten us as far as whether this is true or not?
Well, I would suggest going to properties owned by his foundation and going over them with a metal detector. Sometimes they didn't strip all the bodies completely. I can't speak much more of this for several reasons, but it's a fruitful topic of an inquiry. It must be investigated more.
Interesting. Well, this is what we're all about here. We're all about investigating all kinds of topics. And Dr. Hudgens, I just really want to thank you for coming on. This was a wild ride, and I really appreciate you being on it.
Let's do it again. And do you post these things later?
This is a live stream, so it's already posted.
But is it recorded?
Yes.
YouTube.
Yes.
Oh, okay. So I might
Everyone
be able
subscribe right now.
Subscribe right now. Subscribe right now.
Okay. The point is, I might be able to come on and see what happens after I go and do my family values and my 40-minute jog. So,
excellent.
Okay, everyone, have fun.
Thank you.
To meet you. Lincoln, everybody.
Thanks,
Yakov's
Doc.
down there, so on and so forth. Okay, let me see.
So now I wanted to. Now I also wanted to let everybody know, if you look on the lower right corner, contribute streamlabs.com/lovejules. If you go there, help us wet our beak. Give us some money, and whatever it is that you post as far as messages go, we're going to be able to broadcast that on this stream. So let us wet our beak, and we will be very grateful. So anyway, I wanted to go back to Mormonism, since this is the subject of the actual episode, and talk about... Wait, Weekly Haas, you got to go, or are you just waving?
No, I have kind of a question to pose, I guess,
okay,
or a statement.
Go for it.
So I actually have probably two big issues with transhumanism as it intersects with Mormonism, the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
Will you please pose them as questions, just in case they're misrepresentations?
We'll see. Well,
imagine someone giving a misrepresentation of what someone else would believe because of their affiliation with the group on this very stream like 20 minutes ago. Yeah.
But basically, so there's a few issues I have with transhumanism, other than just the optics of it. You know, you kind of have to look like a weird dude to do it. But other than that, ultimately to me, there's two issues. One, I'll start with the idea that a lot of the transhumanism, now I can't speak for Lincoln because I don't know his mind, but a lot of the transhumanists are essentially looking for a scientific explanation for miracles. That's kind of the goal. And that comes from a lack of faith. That is my proposition. The idea that someone hears the story of Noah and the flood and says that's impossible. Couldn't have happened. So let's look for a scientific explanation, a historical explanation. Maybe there was this, maybe it was ancient aliens even. Even saying it's ancient aliens is showing it's a lack of faith. You don't actually believe that God could have done such a thing.
What about ancient Aryans? Sorry to interject.
What about them?
Well, I mean, what if all the ancient aliens are just ancient Aryans, and like the epitome of the ancient Aryan is Jesus Christ?
Well, I would say anything that says that the ancient people did this not through the means that were told through prophetic means, through the priesthood of God, through the power of God, that it's through some other means, because it's impossible that the power of God could have been made manifest in such a way. That's showing a lack of faith. And so and what eventually happens is someone who says, well, I believe in Jesus, but I can't really accept the flood or young earth creationism, which I'm not a young earth creationist, but they say, I can't really accept Adam and Eve's story as literal. I can't accept Jonah and the whale as real. It couldn't have happened. It's impossible. Well, it's not much of a leap to then say, well, Jesus Christ could not have risen from the dead. Someone who's dead cannot be made alive again. That's impossible. And so
we can't bring my dead girlfriend back?
Yeah, you definitely can. And she will be resurrected. All men will be resurrected, all girls, all GFs, EGFs, mommy GFs, all kinds of them.
What about 2D GFs? Are they out of the question?
What about
Unfortunately,
goth GFs?
2D GFs have no spirits, so they can't.
Anime
All
cannot
right,
be
well, I'm
real.
not sure if I
I would
can.
raise an objection to that.
Well, what about
Anime
Topaz?
pillows?
What about Topaz?
No
What about
anime pillows.
What about the daimonic realm, the fairies, the jinn, as in
Dimensional merge.
exactly, Chris
Right.
Chan, Sanachu.
Exactly. Well, anyway,
You didn't answer
so
my
that's
question.
what I'm saying is essentially it shows a lack of faith. It shows you don't actually believe Jesus could have raised from the dead. You don't actually believe in these stories. You don't believe they're real. Now, some of us believe they're real, 100% real. And we have faith. We believe in God. We believe he exists. We believe in Jesus Christ. We believe that Jesus of Nazareth rose from the dead. We believe that he suffered for everyone's sins. There's not necessarily a scientific explanation for all of this. And looking for it is somewhat against what we're supposed to do, especially if you look at the scriptures, which is the word of God. If you read in 1 Corinthians 2, it says that the things of God are foolish unto men, and they need to be discerned through the means of God. And so that means through prayer, through revelation. These things you don't need technology for. You don't need anything like that. So that's my first issue with transhumanism. I can give my other one quickly, or we can.
Well,
talk
I
about that
would
for a
love
bit.
for Lincoln to answer that one, specifically that Bible verse. Lincoln, what do you make of that particular verse?
Which verse?
The last one that was said about
that the things of God are to be discerned through the ways of God. Essentially, the whole chapter of 1 Corinthians 2.
Yeah, I think that's a great passage of scripture. I don't have issues with it, but I do have issues with how it's being applied in this case. To claim that looking for explanations of things is faithless is exactly the opposite of faithlessness. If you have faith that something has happened or that something is possible, you act on it, you do something about it, you seek to understand it. Or if it's a faith in a future thing, you seek to participate in its coming to being. The whole notion that science is a lack of faith is almost anti-Mormon. You've got James Talmage, who was an apostle of the church, who wrote, was this faithless? And said that when we talk about miracles, we're not talking about contravention of natural law. We're talking about things that we just don't understand yet. And that our duty as children of God is to understand how God does what God does. That is an expression of faith. Science is an expression of faith. Are you faithless because you aren't a young earth creationist? You admitted it, that you're not a young earth creationist. Is that a lack of faith? No. It's because science has actually demonstrated that young earth creationism is a hocus pocus.
Well, let's break that down for a second. Let's break that down. So why are you not a young earth creationist? What is it in the Bible
open
that...
to it.
You're okay,
I'm open to it.
But what is it in
the Bible
that...
itself does not support a lot of young earth creationist ideas, right? It doesn't say this is the exact date this thing happened in many cases. And also the Bible is simultaneously symbolic and literal. So if you read Isaiah, for instance, all of his prophecies actually have at least 3 applications. Every single verse in the book of Isaiah is a literal explanation of, for instance, Isaiah naming his children, Maher Shalal Hashbaz and Sher Jasub. These are names that the king is supposed to use at that day that Isaiah was alive. They also were prophecies of Jesus Christ, and they also are prophecies of the end times, the second coming. And so to say that the Bible means only one thing is not something I'm all about. I kind of tend to like all things, so I'm not totally opposed to everything that a transhumanist could come up with for an explanation of, for instance, Talmage says that when water came out of Jesus when he was poked with a spear, it was because there was some kind of coronary embolism or something that turned his blood and separated it from the plasma and the water in his blood, and that's why the water came out. So there's like explanations like that, which I'm okay with, but I don't base my faith on them.
But as far
Nobody bases their faith on it. The faith in Mormonism should be directed at Jesus Christ, the gospel that he taught, not at technical.
And so how was he resurrected? How can a transhumanist come up with a technology that can resurrect people? That's essentially
he was turned 2D. He was turned into an anime character.
But the point of our theology.
But in 1,000 years, in 2,000 years, can someone come up with how to resurrect people technologically?
Well, Doctrine and Covenants says that God ordained before the world was.
Then why do we need Jesus Christ?
Redeem our dead.
Then Jesus Christ is not the only path. Then is that what you're claiming right now?
No,
that there's another path to resurrection that's not through Jesus Christ.
Jesus invites us to be one with him in Christ, to participate in his work, to do the things we saw him do, and yet greater things, as the Bible puts it. And that in doing those things, we're expressing our faith in Jesus Christ. By sitting on our hands and not using the means that God has given us, we're actually not expressing our faith. And as Captain
what technology do you need to exercise the priesthood of God?
Hold on. House, can I tag in?
Tag in, Jesse. You're in. Big brain it up.
Okay, I'm gonna big brain it up. It's very large. You can kind of see it through here. Anyway, so I'm on board with some of the things Haas was saying, but not entirely. And I've got something like a middle way. I have a very large brain, so I'm obviously a centrist in this discussion. Now, Joseph Smith never tried to prove the existence of God. He didn't produce a single philosophical explanation, no kind of proof, no kind of syllogism. He wasn't about that. From the very beginning, his proof for the existence of God was, I have seen God. He was a witness. Hold on a second. Many of the ways we approach God can be technological. And I don't doubt that in the future we might find ways to restore life to a dead brain if we're able to keep technology on a advancing trajectory, which turns out to be much trickier than to just give everyone a market economy and say go for it. Now, I think a big difference I've got between the other two participants in this is that I believe the Bible could be describing things, Job could be a fiction. Jonah could be a fiction. But on the other hand, maybe they were weirder. Maybe there was more strange stuff involved. Maybe the Bible is soft pedaling it for us. We've got to be open to the idea that we really don't know anything at all. Now, sorry, I didn't write down enough notes. So, in opposition to Lincoln, though, we're not given technology just for existing. We're given technology sometimes for being righteous, and I'm growing more convinced that a lot of our technology is a deal with the devil. Deal with the devil, very, very, very common trope. The devil gives you a lot of wealth for a short period of time, then he comes for your soul, and he takes you to hell. Now,
like the interdimensional DMT elves. We'll get to that later.
Yes. The DMT
We're not disagreeing there, Jesse. We're on the same page. Technology is just power, good or evil.
Okay. I have a compromise. Sure. I have a compromise between the Desnats and the transhumanists. You guys can have your theocratic ethno state, but it's got to be on Mars.
Lincoln, didn't you? No, that was Stephen L. Peck wrote a short story about that. You remember that? I was disappointed by that. He didn't really go into. He didn't know what feudalism was, man. And it was another one of those, Mormons are good people and they've got so much energy towards good causes. But what if I could redirect that cause towards things I like? Sort of the L.E. Medesset sort of attitude.
Don't we all do that to some extent?
From different perspectives and from different places within the culture. And like if I'm allowed to make a personal attack on Brother Cannon, could I slander you over the internet briefly?
If it's true, and then it's not slander.
So I was preparing for this the other night by reading through some of your online statements. You talked about how you don't drink alcohol because it's a terrible thing, but you don't drink tea or coffee because you want solidarity with your faith community. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Do you believe God wants you to drink? Do you believe God wants you to miss the tea and the coffee? Do you believe he wants you to not drink tea and coffee?
To express my solidarity with my community, yes.
but like you personally, that he would rather. So you want to qualify it?
I'm not qualifying it any more than I just said it.
Okay.
I think that's why I don't do it, and that's the inspiration that I feel behind it.
And so, which of these is more strong? Because you want to be in solidarity with your faith community, or because you want to please God?
When I'm in the service of my fellow men, I'm only in the service of my God. Straight from the Book of Mormon, right?
I think we can all take our own interpretations of that answer. All right.
But that is right from the Book of Mormon, right?
Well, yes, but I would apply it a little bit differently, but I don't want to take up all our time on that.
I just want people to know who are watching this that you agree that I'm quoting scripture for that.
Everybody quotes scripture.
Okay, if you were to act like I'm not, people might doubt it because they don't know.
Well, I think many of your I guess verbal mannerisms, a lot of the influence you draw seems to be, I guess, things that might convince people that you're really looking at this from a secular perspective.
Yeah, a lot of people think that. It's a mistake, however. My transhumanism was the fruits of my Mormonism, not the other way around.
Right. But a lot of us are just scared it's going to turn into post-Mormonism.
Well, it actually brought me back to faith. I had lost my faith. I was becoming estranged from the church. Now I'm very practicing, have been for many years now. Mm-hmm. And I'm currently a teacher for my elders quorum. I was just released during the pandemic from being Sunday school president. Sure. My second son is serving a mission. My oldest one already did. My wife teaches at the MTC. We're very practicing Mormons.
Okay. That was just one contention I had from reading your stuff, is that, and of course that's the contention I posted in 2017. You say DesNet harasses people. I remember posting a couple things about the MTA on Twitter, and I didn't follow any of you guys, but all of a sudden I had Lincoln Canada in my mentions, asking me what did you mean by that? What did you mean by that?
I don't think that's harassment if you're just asking me questions.
I was flattered by that. Well, often we will ask people questions on the internet and be called harassers because language is a very powerful weapon.
That's unfair. If that's what I had seen, I wouldn't have said what I said. But I've seen, and I don't know who it was.
Have you seen me harassing people?
I don't know, Jesse. I honestly don't know who it was.
So I would prefer that you don't paint me with such a broad brush and distance yourself so knee-jerk from me on the basis of other people's actions. Is that fair?
That's fair. Okay. That's fair. At the same time, will you acknowledge that people using the DesNat identity do engage in overt harassment on Twitter? If you can't acknowledge that, we're on very, very different pages because it seems.
Well, I mean, you're asking me to pull from some information I probably don't have.
Well, didn't
because I block a lot of cringe posters. I don't see everything that goes on.
But didn't Weekly Haas just confirm? Weekly Haas, didn't you just confirm that you may harass people?
Or no, I don't harass people.
I may have muted Haas. I don't know. Sorry, Haas.
Oh, hey. I'm friend to all.
Yes.
I do not harass anyone I want.
We are a hashtag of peace.
Yeah. DesNat means I love you. And
right.
And so anyone who feels harassed is probably just kind of cringe anyway. So
wait, Tsunyami, you said something?
Says the dude with the face mask on.
I wanted to say, speaking of harassment, I just wanted to know where Jules is because I think he would fit in really well with all this Mormon talk, considering Mormons are polyamorous.
We're gonna get to that, but no, Jules is not
available. That's a bit complicated.
I wish Jules was here. Maybe Jules is gonna be in the chat. Jules is unfortunately unable to make it. At least right now.
The word is polygynous.
Polygynous.
That's actually not entirely true, Jesse. I just want to make fun of
Jules for being a cuck.
Joseph Smith made that more complicated.
So when it comes to like the Mexican Mormons, do they have multiple wives or no? Like the Romneys and the LeBarons.
LeBarons are a break-off sect. And I think they may practice some of that. There was actually, if you're interested in crazy stories from our faith, there was this a guy named Ervil LeBaron was on a mission in France in the 50s who converted most of his mission to polygamy and came home and married a couple of the sister missionaries from his place. A very lurid story. There's some decent write-ups. Sunstone has a pretty good article on that. But yeah, there's polygamy as such is not practiced during life by members of our church. Although
it'd be a lot cooler if it was, though.
Yeah, why not?
a
Can you
lot of
explain to me
guys
why
have
not?
ghost wives. It's true. A lot of guys are sealed to women who are not alive.
Ghost wives? Oh.
Yeah.
Well, Brigham
Me
Young,
too,
he
I get it
had
now.
a lot of wives, but from what I understand, it was women who were widows. Their husbands died, and he was like taking care of them.
Yeah, as a
Not
marriage
in all
for
cases.
life.
But what was it that stopped polygamy from being a modern
United
part?
States government.
The U.S. government, yeah.
It's always feds.
Gotcha.
That and also the church made the decision to end it. As well.
Right.
From
After hiding
pressure
it for
from
20
the U.S.
years.
government.
So when it comes to passing on to another realm, this is a conversation that I had before, where I take a look at something like the concept of lokas in various sects of Hinduism, where they have the idea that you would be reincarnated on a different planet. So from what I understand, Mormons, that we'll get you in a second, that Mormons, when they reincarnate, as it were, go into the afterlife, they would have, like, if you're a Mormon elder, you get to rule your own planet. Is that the case, or no? Where am I mistaken here? Go for it, Weekly Haas.
Well, so the idea, the ruling a planet, that's not necessarily doctrinal.
Why just one planet?
Yeah, technically.
But you're
we believe
Mormon
God
elders.
is
I'm sorry, but you're not like a mayor or a governor or like a president. I think you got to work your way up. I don't know. That's.
Father is about as high as you get.
Yeah.
See, I don't think that's enough though for ruling a planet. You probably reincarnate as like a minor official of some planetary government structure.
And speaking of reincarnation, that's actually what I wanted to address. The reincarnation idea is that it's explicitly in our doctrine that the body that we have now is patterned after what our spirit looked like before we were born into this world. And that the body that we have now will be resurrected into the next life. It won't be a different body. So we believe that the soul is the unity of the physical body and the spiritual body.
As is above, so is below, basically.
Some of my followers have
not quite.
spirits.
I see. That's cool.
Yeah, and so anyway, basically that's my other big issue with transhumanism in general. I don't know what Lincoln here thinks, but once you get into the ideas of kind of your cyberpunk body modifications and inserting new technology onto your arm so you have cool sword arm or whatever, that would be explicitly against our doctrine. And kind of body modification is definitely frowned on in our church. We're not even supposed to get tattoos.
I think sword arms are kosher. I think Brigham Young said something about sword arms.
He did? Okay, I might have missed that.
Have you been all the way through JD lately? Like, I think it was in 13, 14. Anyway.
Can God appear as a flaming bush?
When it comes to the flaming bush, by the way, some people talk about it being the acacia tree. I am personally more interested in the idea of the pillar of smoke and pillar of fire that the Hebrews followed. I'm sorry, but to me that's so much like a UFO. Same thing. I know this is like ancient aliens territory, but same thing with Mount Sinai, smoke appearing there. I mean, that is so much like a UFO to me. And one other thing, the destruction of Sodom and Gomorrah, where first Lot had to flee to a town, but then he had to flee out of that town into a cave. That sounds a lot like nuclear radiation or something. I don't know.
Have we already gotten to
Battlestar
Galactica?
Shut up, boss. Let me turn that backwards on you.
Okay.
Maybe UFOs are a lot like the pillar of fire and smoke.
Yes, I agree. There's a book
maybe they show us more about how God feels about those abductions than about the nature of the event in the Bible.
So weird. I'm having a case of deja vu right now. I'm not really sure why. But there was a book that I read called Daimonic Reality, which talked a lot about how these various alien abductions and a lot of these paranormal events, like with elves and gremlins and whatever, that people have, like, the Irish have their own elves. And in fact, some of the elves that the Irish have, they're not like little... or the fairies, sorry, some of the fairies that the Irish have, they're not like little fairies like this. They're like giant, 7-foot, beautiful-looking beings. So it's a very interesting thing to talk about, like, what exactly happened back then and still now from some of the people who witness these things. What are they? Like, from what I understand, like in fairy lore, they can harass a lot of the adults, but they leave children alone. So I'm not really going to look at them if they exist and see them as like these malevolent entities. I'm sure some are, but as far as just the amount of stories that have been made about all these various entities, including the UFO abductions, it leads me to believe that there is a daimonic reality, to use the phrase of that book, that we are also living in, but that many of us are just not tapped into. And it is like the astral realm, the realm of the imagination, the realm of like the dream world. DMT elves. Well, that is also a question as far as I know that Aryan Cowboy, who's a frequent guest here, he talks about how he's afraid of taking DMT because you don't get to reincarnate. And there is something for me to the idea of if there is a substance you can take that shows you reality many people have said is realer than reality itself, it does seem like you're prying a door open that you're not meant to open at this point, like unless you work your way up to it through your own willpower.
I've never been so satisfied with anything in my life as the first time I did DMT.
Oh man, see,
Frankly,
that's what I'm talking about.
I'm not sure I want to come back to this plane. I've seen greater things. This place sucks. I'm cool, probably. I don't want to reincarnate.
So
well,
what did you see in DMT? I'm curious.
Ooh. So, yeah, I was already tripping balls on 25i N-Bone. Wouldn't recommend. Decided I wanted to do DMT for the first time. I pack up the bowl. I do a hit. I do another. I'm laying back. I'm still holding it in. I'm just wondering if I did it right. And boom, shoot out through my skull, through the roof, going down this wormhole. And I can see like an opening in the other end. And I'm like, I don't know if I want to go through there. Pulled through the other side by some force. Found myself laying in this dome on like a slab, and it felt like a fucking like ancient alien doctor's office or something. I can't even explain. I'm laying on a slab. I got this dome above me. It's just purple, blues, and silvers churning. The most beautiful being I've ever seen. This woman made of the jungle and the leaves and all of nature came to me, showing me things in light, telling me basically that I'm loved, how capable I am to trust myself, but then to go out and inspire, to do things, to create things that inspire other people to create. And then she turned into a snake, threatened to eat me, kissed me goodbye, came back to reality.
Nice.
It was amazing.
Well, again, with something like that, or the burning bush, or any of these experiences that the prophets write about, again, I'm not talking about this as someone with faith, but just as like an outside observer. I am leaning on there being many things, like I said in the very beginning of the stream, there being many things out there that we are not aware of what exactly they are, and if we encounter them, and if they say that they are God, either we believe them or we don't. As far as the power that they would have over the functioning of the events here on Earth, I don't know to what level that is, but again, if I can take on faith the fact that they are God, I'm still going to leave room for them being something way more substantial than we have any idea about. And when people have experiences like Yakov did, and other people have had various supernatural experiences, going again to like the Hindus and any other mystical sects that have occurred over time, it makes me think that there may be a lot more that's going on here. But me personally, I can't just put my chips on it being the God with a capital G as of yet. Maybe it'll change. But Lincoln, you had a question.
Yeah, Joseph Smith, in one of his non-canonical sermons, addressed this issue, and actually parts of the sermon made it into our scriptures. He called the sermon has come to be known as "Try the Spirits," and in the sermon, he describes the situation that he observed around him of there being what he called many spirits abroad in the land. He said some spirits are from God, some spirits are from I think he said the devil or Satan, I don't remember which word he used, and some spirits are just human or from humans. And he said it's there's nothing more dangerous than to be under the influence of an evil spirit and suppose that you're under the influence of a good spirit. And he suggested some ways that he wanted early Mormons, and perhaps all of us to some extent, to try the spirits or distinguish between them and to identify good ones and to discern bad ones.
But is that all? Is there just good and bad spirits? Why not neutral? Why not spirits who will just want to have fun?
Well, yeah, that's what he said. And some are just human. That's, I think, what he meant by that. But the suggestions he had for distinguishing between them, I'll just mention a couple because I think they have some interesting general applicability beyond even just Mormons. One of them was, he said, you try the spirit by asking yourself, is it accompanied with knowledge? Is it bringing something useful to the table? If not, that's probably a sign that this is not a good spirit, not one that's worthy of your attention. Another thing that he brought up was order. Is it helping us to create order? And I would use the word maybe cooperation, community, or not? Is it bringing about chaos and disorder? And that's another thing that he said is a good way to try to discern among the spirits. So is it bringing knowledge? Is it bringing order? And this resonates really strongly with me, even on even from a secular angle, in the sense that, you know, I really want to be open-minded. As Shakespeare said, there are stranger things in heaven and earth than are dreamt of in your philosophy. And I agree with that, there are. But that doesn't mean that they're all good or useful or helpful. And that doesn't mean that I should embrace them and make kind of them core principles of my life. What I should make core principles of my life are the things that have positive practical consequences, such as helping me love people around me, such as helping
technology in 1,000 years,
such as helping me produce better technologies to make the world a better place. Absolutely. Now, 1,000 years, I mean, will that motivate me to act better? Sometimes yes, because it's part of the story. It's like the visions of Isaiah about the distant future. Those can be motivational now, even though I don't anticipate living in that distant future, perhaps. But they can move me right now to have faith that in the end, these things can work out. God's plan is going to help us all work it out. It'll be hard and bad things can happen along the way, but we can trust that we can work it out over the long run. So even distant future can matter. But of course, the most important thing is.
But DMTLs can't.
I didn't hear the question.
Like spiritual things probably won't matter. You're saying like the interactions we have with supernatural beings is not likely to matter nearly as much as technological advancement.
I'm not saying anything like that.
Okay.
Absolutely not. If I sit down in my room and I say a prayer, or I meditate, depending on my religious tradition, but as a Mormon, as I say a prayer, if I have spiritual impressions, if I have spiritual revelations and intuitions, and if I act on those, and I find that when I act on them, they're helpful to my life and my family's life and my friends' lives, then I probably should continue that practice. But if I sit down and that voice in my head tells me to go kill my neighbor, and I get put in prison, like the Laffertys were for doing such a thing a few decades ago, well, then I should probably say, you know what? That spirit is one that I need to question a little bit more often going forward, or maybe a lot more often. So just because it's a spiritual experience does not make it in itself good or evil. Just like technology in itself is not good or evil. We have to test all of these things by principles that are conducive to a positive future.
But also, does a spiritual experience necessarily mean that the spirit, maybe it's a good spirit, maybe it's a great spirit, an awesome spirit, but does it necessarily mean that this spirit is God and any other good spirit that you listen to should be ignored and expelled? And you know what I mean? Like that's.
Oh. My wife is a beautiful spirit that I listen to all the time.
That's
there are moments when I'm tempted to think she's God, and but that doesn't mean that she is the God that she should or has the potential to become. That I think we all have the potential.
I mean more like in the sense of pagan gods, in the sense of there being certain entities that people do worship, and if they are not based on the Abrahamic faith, then they would be discarded by people who are of the Abrahamic faith.
No,
God's not based on the Abrahamic faith.
So in the Book of Mormon,
let's get into that. That's an interesting take. So, Lincoln, please let me know, and then I'm going to get to Jesse, because I am interested in what you have to say regarding it not being the Abrahamic faith.
Yeah, there's a story about a missionary in the Book of Mormon who goes to teach some people about the gospel of Jesus Christ. And he gets there and says, hey, do you believe in God? And the dude goes, I don't know if there's a God, but I believe in a great spirit. And the response of the missionary in the story is, that's God. He doesn't say, no, that's the wrong God. He doesn't argue about the technicalities of theology with the guy. He just starts trying to build on common beliefs. And so I don't know how Jesse will approach this with this isn't an Abrahamic thing.
Oh, wait, before
what I would say is that God is operating through to some extent or another, through all of the theologies all over the world. There's reasons why they have commonalities. And there's reasons why people are inspired to go in certain directions of compassion in particular. And I think that that's God operating through all of them. And I'm not going to go criticize somebody because their theology is just a little bit different than mine. I'm going to look for common ground. And then, there might be disagreements that we need to talk about, and criticism is not always a bad thing. But I'm not going to base my relationship with them on them just over a small discrepancy in technicalities.
Before we get to Jesse, I wanted to also introduce our guest, Victor. Björk. Is that right? Björk. Victor,
Bjork.
How are you? Bjork.
Yeah,
That's
good.
even better. You remember the Bjork killer, by the way? Not the killer, but like the guy who fantasized about killing Bjork. He made a whole video. Anyway, Victor, great of you to be here.
That's what Perfect Blue was about, bro, but it was Euclidean.
That's true. I like
because it happened after.
I met that guy, by the way. I met Satoshi Kon. I gave him some flowers to congratulate him on the Dream movie he made. What's Paprika? That was a good movie, I think. Anyway, Victor, you are a biologist. I'm curious what you think of all this. What's going on?
Oh, all these religious things.
yeah, sure.
Well, it's as old as humanity itself, and I think we all take it in different forms in our experience. It's some people may call scientism almost, because you have too much faith that science will fix all of our problems. But yeah,
cool. So Jesse, getting back to the not being Abrahamic, can you expand on that as far as the lineage of the faith goes?
I said God is not from the Abrahamic tradition. Abraham didn't create him. We take a lot of our beliefs from him from the Abrahamic tradition, but he was there before, and he was there in a very different form. And we see hints of that, of the different ways of perceiving God, even within the Hebrew scriptures, talking about God dwelling within the deep darkness, which is something that many modern Christians don't really feel comfortable with. But God and the heavenly council and whatever beings he uses, whether they're human like us, are going to or have had human bodies, or whether they're snake people or whatever,
Nagas.
That's whatever it is, that's what it is. Oh, nice, Hoss. But I don't think any of the Latter-day Saints in this conversation want to let ourselves be bound solely by one tradition like that. And I would argue that the Latter-day Saint tradition has expanded past a lot of the tropes of Abrahamism. I mean, we explicitly invite all truth, and that includes truth from other theologies. That means we're better than the other theologies. Sorry, Lincoln. We're better than they are. We have more truth, and we have more access to truth. Other theologies
I'm a Mormon,
make you more
Jesse.
or less vulnerable to evil spirits telling you to kill your neighbor. We're the ones who have the good spirits telling you to kill your neighbor. Book of Mormon starts with a murder. Just saying that. Sorry.
Wait, Sonny, you had a question.
I have a question. So what you're saying is really interesting to me right now. I just want to know if you would say that Mormonism is compatible with other faiths, like paganism or Vedism or Taoism. Like, can you see Jesus Christ as like the Tao by the way that you're explaining it, or like other or all of the gods in the Rig Vedic tradition as reflections of God? Like, are there truths that come from these things, like in the Hermetic tradition and the Orphic tradition? Like, I'm wondering, because I don't like Abrahamic like faiths, but what you're saying is like vibing with me. So,
well, the Amida Buddha. Do you see any parallels between Jesus and the Amida Buddha?
Definitely, yeah.
Those traditions, I believe that they have a much longer history than anyone wants to give them.
Yeah.
And the Vedas, the Katha Upanishad. You remember when Nachiketas asks for the fire ceremony to get to heaven. And we hold an endowment ceremony in our temples that's meant to enter you into the fires of heaven. And all these things are very connected. We use a particular aesthetic because just for I guess, administrative reasons almost. There's a lot of what goes on in our churches that's very similar to 19th century Methodism, and a lot that we've kind of cross-pollinated from other Christian denominations of our day. But at our core, we are still very, very strange. I don't want anyone to forget that.
Interesting.
I have a black belt in Shaolin Kung Fu, and so I'm very familiar with Taoism, Chan Buddhism, and so yeah, a lot of parallels we could get into.
It's also interesting to think that the Jews, they were in Babylon for a long time, where they were exposed to Zoroastrianism, which I think resonates a lot with this idea of having an individual will power to decide whether to go on the side of good and evil, as opposed to like a collective punishment that God would bring about. So that's a very interesting thing for me to look at, like what are the other sources that must have figured into the creation of the Torah over time, and then the New Testament and all that. Even something like baptism. This was something that I read from Rupert Sheldrake, who we had on the National Arts Club. He was talking about how earlier baptisms, the way he looks at it, may have been ways of getting people under the water for such a long amount of time that they lost consciousness and they went into some other realm, and then they came back, while today it's just sprinkling with the water. So it's always interesting for me to look back at what were some mystery school practices that people ended up losing, and maybe that's why a lot of people today who, let's say, you know, they're not part of a community, they don't participate in any of these mystery school practices, no wonder they feel so fucking miserable. Where back then, like in ancient Rome, for example, you would have people, slaves and not slaves, who would participate in all these various mystery traditions. They would feel as if they died and came back from the dead, and it would be something to give them a higher grasp of reality. And it's like, if
sometimes they did come back from the dead. Sorry.
No, that's an interesting point. Like, we have lost all this information, and right now it seems like the only people who really care about it are, you know, few and far between, or are people who are much more organized, like Bohemian Grove and all that stuff. And again, I have no idea how much of that stuff they just do for fun, for shits and giggles, and how much is it actually serious occult technology that they're utilizing.
And that's I suppose was part of my contention with the Mormon Transhumanist Association in 2017, and there was a discussion about that on my now defunct blog, and most of the discussion centered around morality, but I feel like the technology that the Mormon transhumanists are seeking to try to copy miracles and approach God, which is a noble goal. To achieve human resurrection in our time, which is a noble goal. We seek technologies that descend pretty much from the Royal Society of England in the 1600s, without very much interest or even belief in these other things. If this were the 60s, in the 60s there was a lot of interest in the Latter-day Saint and in the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. From occultists and spiritualists and hippies of all kinds, because of our wonderful space doctrine, and many were able to syncretize their let's say counterculture kinds of faiths with our doctrine. And this happened, of course, in the 19th century with spiritualists. And I feel like it's a mistake to leave out this this aspect. I guess I would say that if the Mormon Transhumanist Association asked me for an improvement, I would tell them to get a secret handshake and an initiation rite.
We have them in our temples.
But does your organization have one?
Well, 75% of the members of the Mormon Transhumanist Association are members of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. There's a strong feeling among most Mormon transhumanists, not all for sure. There's disagreement with some, but most members of the association don't want to be perceived as competing with the church. They want to be perceived as complementing the church. That this
sucks that they are anyway.
Say again.
It's kind of lame that they are anyway.
Lame that what?
That you are perceived as competing with the church anyway.
I mean, yeah, some people do.
If you're going to be, you might as well get the. Anyway, I'm much more interested in the ancient aliens. Sorry.
Well, when it comes to going back to Bohemian Grove for a second, we got a comment from De Facto saying, y'all really just going to ignore that Hillary said that she was sacrificing chickens to Moloch in the leaked emails, though. And like I always say, Moloch, mo problems. But we also have Jack Bennett joining us, by the way. Oh, yeah, chicken lover. Yeah, I get it. Jack Bennett, how are you? Good of you to join us.
Whoa.
Yeah, I'm going to take this lull in the conversation.
I would love to hear about Victor's studies as a molecular biologist at some point. Because this is the Mormon Transhumanism stream, and it seems science light, or even scientism light. I don't know what you guys would prefer to call it. Who is this guy?
Who is this guy? I don't know who this guy is. Not, you're in the park right now. No, I definitely want to get into that. And also, I want to ask everybody to please subscribe. Like the great Lenin said, learn, learn, and learn. Как говорил великий Ленин, учиться, учиться и учиться. Anyway, I would
like to take this moment to dip out of here. I want to thank you, Lev, for having me on. Thank you, everybody, for letting me be here for this discussion. I just want to know if it's fair that I got suspended from Twitter for DMing the AT&T lady. Milky, 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 baby, thirsty, mommy, baby, want milk, suck. Yeah, I don't think it's
more
fair.
People should sexualize her, honestly.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. I'm going to get out of here. Thank you very much.
Yes. Well, let's
They're all gossips. Yeah. I was told the reason people run on the banks is usually because of rumors and gossip and not because of facts.
Perhaps someone should organize a bank run.
That's not a bad idea. Oh, and by the way, the Cowboy's coming in here pretty soon. That's nice. Yes.
Aryan Cowboy or the Cowboy?
He is known as both. So
the Dallas Cowboys.
Okay,
exactly.
There's someone on Twitter in our circles that's named the Cowboy, and he wants to come on. Just keep that in mind. He's kind of cool.
Interesting. I will keep that in mind.
It's the same person, Sonny. We already established it's the same person.
No, it's not.
It is. No, you're already behind.
Yeah, you're behind, dude. Come on, go with the interview. Yeah, there's a new leader now, dude. It's not you.
So
you're out of the loop.
Okay, so when it comes to Moloch, I know you mentioned like the chickens. I get what you were going at here. But from what you guys know, how much is there really focus on the spiritual aspect of many of these things, and how much is it just for rich people to get their jollies on, chasing each other naked or whatever? Like, I never really understood that part of it.
It's both. It's one of those things
Stop
where
doing that.
It's like as is above, so is below. Like the things that they do have some sort of practical application. Like the reason that they'll torture people is because, and this is a thing that actually is true with mammals. This isn't just something that's like a conspiracy theory. And one of the things that will confirm this without a doubt is if you look into China where they eat dogs, they torture them purposefully before they eat them. Like they'll put them alive on the fryers. And the reason they do this is because supposedly in like Taoist, Chinese mystical health or whatever, it makes them produce all this adrenaline. And the adrenaline in the meat gives them like a crazy fucking high. And that's the same reason that the elites, when they sacrifice these animals and they're torturing them, or even people themselves, that's why they do it. So obviously there's a bunch of, esoteric reasons that people can make up for these things. And I think I said it in the last stream, but at the end of the day, all of these things will have a practical application, whether it's obvious or not obvious.
Sonny, that's really interesting. I saw something on Vice. There was a chef who, like, he also did a separate talk where he wore an offal shirt. He's like obsessed with offal, but he has a special way of cooking lobsters where he's like torturing the lobster to death, injecting it with butter before he eats it. And people were really upset. And it actually like disgusted me. I was like, I would never even be able to eat a lobster like that. I was like, boiling it is already uncomfortable enough. But it's just weird that might be true, because I have no idea. It's something you never hear about. And it sounds like kooky, but maybe it's not so far-fetched.
It definitely does sound kooky, and I mean, obviously, even when I first heard about like adrenochrome and all that stuff, I thought it was really kooky. But when it really snapped for me was when I was reading about why they torture the dogs, because it was a really big issue. Like in 2014, back on like poll and shit, people would post about the dogs being tortured, and they post all the WebMs, and it just seemed like insane. And then eventually someone actually found like the answer, like the reason they were torturing the dogs, because none of these things are really translated to English, but the reason is because they think that it makes the meat taste better and it gives them a high, which is the exact like, the exact opposite side of the world, where all these occultists in Europe practice stuff. It's the same reason they do it to animals as well there, and why supposedly they torture Gentiles, and they put their blood, their extracted blood into pastries and stuff, which is like recorded throughout like all of history. They're like, you constantly will get these stories, and I don't think they just come out of nowhere. And I'm not saying it's like every single.
Have you ever seen a soggy matzah? Have you ever seen like a soggy matzah? It's not good. Like, I use a different dessert item then for the blood. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't really make that much sense for me there. And again, like, send me some stuff. I would love to take a look at it.
No, I definitely will, because blood is used as a replacement for eggs. If you go on Google right now and you look up blood as an egg replacement, you can use animal blood to replace eggs in any single recipe. That it's actually, in a lot of ways, makes it taste better, supposedly. This was done a lot, especially when food was sort of scarce as a way to get protein. They would take a knife, they would cut at their farm animals' throats, and they would use the blood as an egg replacement, or they would simply just drink it.
Interesting.
Isn't this the plot to Sweeney Todd? I thought this was like what Sweeney Todd was about.
Sweeney Todd was fiction.
Okay, now when it comes to matzos, the ingredient for matzos is just like olive oil and flour, and that's it. When it comes to other desserts, though, like, I don't know, I got to take a look at what other desserts exist out there. And again, I would be interested, but like I said before,
hitting about Sweeney Todd.
The shroud.
Well, I know
shroud of history
Sweeney
is very
Todd
deep.
Is fiction. I know Sweeney Todd is fiction, but they say fiction is the lie that reveals truth. That was Picasso. So
I think it's soft-pedaled. What really goes on?
I wonder. What soft-pedaled?
Yeah, I think what really goes on is a lot worse than Sweeney Todd.
Yeah, I do too. I mean, even just like the
but this is just rumor mongering. I feel like I told Victor this was like a great stream, and now he's like, "What the heck is Jules roping me into?"
Well,
here?
let's go back to the central topic of this, which this dovetails into perfectly. The Book of Mormon. One of the major themes of the Book of Mormon is evil secret societies and their effect on a government. They're called the Gadiantons, and so if you see us use the word Gadianton, we're referring to evil secret societies. They're set up for their own power and gain. They work horrible works of darkness, which aren't described, but probably involve torturing animals for adrenochrome. And then in the later part of the Book of Mormon, these secret societies become so powerful that armies can't even dislodge them from their hideouts in the wilderness. Their effect on society is that everyone hates what's going on, but no one can do anything about it. No one wants to be involved. And their society gets worse and worse until it completely collapses. The Gadiantons destroy their government, and no one wants to put it back together. They all hate each other, but they hate the Gadiantons worse, which I think is a pretty interesting. I mean, even from a literary perspective. Of course, what happens after that, before we see what that could turn into, the resurrected Jesus Christ destroys several Nephite cities and completely obliterates their civilization for a little while. So that's another important perspective to take in the righteousness of our society, in how much we tolerate opposing views, is that there is a very strong risk when we tolerate Gadiantons, when we tolerate our elites doing Bohemian Grove stuff, that we will be obliterated by heaven.
The Etch-a-Sketch board gets shooken. I want to get to Victor, actually related to adrenochrome. So, Victor, you are a biologist. Have you looked into the chemical composition of adrenochrome?
I know about adrenochrome, but I'm not an expert on it.
Well, would you say that there is something to what's been talked about today as far as the effects that it has, and also in relation to maybe not adrenochrome itself, but other components in animals like the dogs that were mentioned that would give people a high when they would be eating them if they were in a state of pain earlier?
Well, I'm not really sure if that will happen.
All right, no problem.
So,
I mean, I am curious about getting to the bottom of all this stuff, because, like, look, Jesse.
Classic scientist answer. Classic scientist answer.
Perfect answer.
I mean, I love you guys. You guys are all great. What I'm curious about, though, is seeing something that's as close as possible to verified reality with all of this stuff. Because, again, we got Alex Jones sneaked
There
into...
are actual documents, Lev, that talk about the biological reality of adrenochrome. You can actually just go on PubMed and look it up. Like, just look up the word adrenochrome. It is a real thing. Most of the discussion about it, however, is vastly outdated. It's from like the 50s, 40s, 30s. It's not something that is ever talked about publicly anymore, but there are actual research papers that you can comb through where they talk about it.
Can we get them in the BTR chat?
That is exactly what I'm doing right now.
Yeah, I can find them.
So here is a PubMed article about adrenochrome. I haven't really gotten a bigger look at it, but Victor, if you could also pull that up, I'd be interested in whether you would come into consensus with what they're talking about. And yeah, and as far as also just sneaking into all these various secret societies and seeing what goes on, the problem is that a lot of it is going to be secondhand knowledge. Like, somebody says that they saw something there, like Alex Jones did sneak in there, but that's a different story because he had video footage. But again, what did you see? You saw a bunch of fruity-looking people dancing around some owl thing. So what? You know, maybe they were just putting on a show, having fun. So that's what I'm saying. Like, how close have we gotten to the most legitimate possible evidence for any of this stuff existing? Something that you could show, like Gennady, for example, and just sit down with Gennady and say, Gennady, look at this. And at the end of the day, he'd be like, shit, you're right. You know, like, what's the closest we've come?
To understand that, you mean with adrenochrome, or
not just adrenochrome, but in general, like all these different things we're talking about today, all these secret societies, all these various occult practices as far as human sacrificing, all this stuff. Because look, I love to talk about this with all you guys, like the next guy. Like, it's very fascinating and romantic for me. But have we really gotten any substantial evidence that we could grasp?
Yeah, that one time.
I did my mission in a deep urban environment, and I met a guy that we would probably characterize as a hotep now. He ran a spray shop, and he wanted us to listen to Jay-Z records backwards. And it was really important to him that we hear the satanic messaging in the Jay-Z record played backwards. And I basically what I told him was, just play the record forwards. He's talking about murder. He's talking about rape. He's like, I mean, I feel like this esoteric Satanism is almost a way to avoid talking about just the exoteric Satanism in Hollywood and in the government. I mean, like, I don't see it as necessary to demonstrate that they're bleeding out chickens.
Interesting. I mean,
a comment on
on
that. I think it's abundantly safe to say that humans have done horrible things from time to time and still do. I don't think that's even controversial. And I also think it's equally uncontroversial to say sometimes we just make stuff up. Like, Mormonism is the perfect example of this, right? People have claimed that Mormons in our temples do all kinds of utterly insane things that are just patently false. But we do gather together outside of public view and do things that are strange from some perspectives. There's no child sacrifices, despite what some people have claimed. There's no, cross burnings, people have made 1,000 bizarre claims. But we do things that are strange. We really do. And if you want to find out what they are, you can find out really easily.
Magic underwear, is that a thing?
Yeah. Well, Is it magic? I mean,
yes.
So people presented it. Magic
Baseball
also does not
players,
appear in the scriptures.
Athletes believe in magic underwear. That's what athletes believe in. They absolutely believe in
magic is
underwear.
real.
And Mitt Romney uses pseudo accounts.
Yes, if the iPhone is magic, magic exists.
But back to the human sacrifices. If it didn't work, would they keep doing it? Like, even back then.
Yes, because people are just jerks. Would we keep being jerks to each other if we saw that it had negative social consequences? Well, we keep doing it, and it keeps having negative social consequences.
Well, I mean, I guess
like
that's
it's
what humans do.
Selective advantage, huh?
In some cases, just stupidity.
I mean, I don't know how good the record
stupidity
keeping
can be a selective advantage.
Like sometimes people think someone's being a jerk when they're not, though. Like someone today at my first day was like saying, like, "Why are you looking at me like that?" And I was like, "Oh," but she was just kidding around. Like it was funny.
That's good.
That happened today.
Yeah.
How was your day of work, by the way?
It was great. I did a lot of tutorials. Going again tomorrow, all week. In fact, it's just there's been such a shakeup. I'm working. Well, I showed some pictures. I'm working on the west side. I don't want to say the exact address. It just seems like a faux pas. But it's like a fashion building, and I'm helping out on the technology side as a point person. I just take a lot of instruction through the phone, and it's an open door for me, and it's a great opportunity, and it couldn't have come at a better time.
Nice. And you are a man on the inside in New York City. Looking around, what do you see? What's going on?
Lev,
No, don't talk about me. You know my situation. You know my situation.
Lev's a man on the inside.
You know my
Lev's a man
situation.
on the
You know my
inside.
situation. What are you seeing out there?
Right. Well, what do you mean? It's raining outside.
Yeah, but like,
Any adrenochrome?
Is there like garbage everywhere, or are like the bums out and just like fighting people? What's going on?
I mean, let's see. There's some garbage here.
You got to find some homeless people and interview them. Like, just bring them.
Some garbage.
Bring them on the stream.
Yeah.
There's like
Bring
some
them on the
garbage.
stream.
Do you see the garbage across the street?
Let's see if we can convert them.
Oh wait, you know what I can do? I can actually make this a
It's like
prominent
garbage
video.
here.
I can spotlight.
I mean, it doesn't seem
Here
out
we
of the
go.
ordinary.
Here we go.
It doesn't seem out
Spotlight.
of the ordinary.
Can you
All right,
look
we
at the
are
garbage
on
again?
the case.
I mean, that looks
Look
like
here.
standard. That looks like standard
Yeah, it
garbage.
looks standard. I
Yeah.
think it's not so bad.
Open it.
To be honest.
That's like a Mr.
I'm
That's
just
like
trying
a
to
Mr.
get Lev to
Rogers
come to
neighborhood.
parties. I'm like, Lev, we got to start going to parties.
Jules, don't worry
I'm
about
like,
it.
I'm not going to parties for a year.
That would be a
I'm like,
great.
what?
By the way, that would be a great Mr. Rogers neighborhood type episode where Jules goes around the trash and just opens it up and sees what's inside.
Yeah, that's what people do. That's like if you watch enough CSI or Forensic Files, people love digging through your trash because you don't need a warrant for that.
Well, that's not what I was. Okay, fine. That would be funny.
The more you know.
The more you know. And by the way, speaking of knowing more, we have the Aryan Cowboy joining us. How are you, Cowboy? How is the hunt?
I'm doing good.
Did you go to a hunt?
Oh, actually, I didn't go today. That's the only reason I was able to come today. But no, I didn't end up going. I just had too much activity over the weekend. Like I was foraging for mushrooms, and I ended up climbing a 40-foot cliff face, like out of nowhere, just like free climbing, like no preparation, no gear, nothing. And so like I tore my fucking shoulder, and it hurts so bad, dude. Like I've just been laid up, but that's okay.
We need pictures, or it didn't happen, Cowboy.
I don't dox myself, Jules.
Well, I hope
Bro,
you feel better.
I want to see a POV of the free climb. Otherwise, it's just, fantasy.
Okay, I hope you feel better. And by the way, Lincoln, you have to go soon, but I wanted to use this time for Cowboy, since you first came in here. If you have anything you want to ask Lincoln, now would be a good time.
Yeah, like the transhumanist Mormon Transhumanist organization. You guys do like a lot of stuff on the science, like programming side, right? Like you guys have like actual time and money invested in technology, or am I like wrong about that? I don't really know.
Most of the founders of the Mormon Transhumanist Association were software engineers, and there's a high number of software engineers among our membership today.
That's really cool. Yeah, I've read a little bit about you guys, but I've always been fascinated with some of the interesting connections between Mormonism and Scythian / Rig Vedic civilization, because you guys, I'm not sure if this is still a Mormon practice today, but I remember reading somewhere that instead of coffee, or caffeine, Mormons drank Mormon tea, which is from ephedra, and that's actually one of the historical components of the Soma back in Eurasia. So that's pretty interesting stuff, man.
Less common today, but you still find it in some families.
Mormonism does have an interesting relationship with herbs of all kinds going back historically. There are some Mormon scholars who have even made the case that Joseph Smith used entheogens in temple ceremonies in our early history. That's a controversial claim, but they make a case for it.
Yeah, that's extremely fascinating. I guess the only other question I had is that in one of the videos of is it the leader of the Mormon Church called the president, or is he? I can't remember his title, but he was speaking.
He has multiple titles, including president.
Yeah, he was speaking in a video on Easter where he showed this really interesting kind of like cubist or futurist art of Jesus and these people on the boat, and it just reminded me of like 1930s futurist art, and I just thought that was so cool. And is that like a style you see in a lot of Mormon art these days, or is that just like a one-off thing?
I haven't seen it a lot. I'd be happy to see more of it. The president of our church right now is I was going to say former heart surgeon, but I don't know if you ever become a former one. He might still be able to do it, but yeah, he has a background in medical science, so some influence from that angle there for him.
That's fascinating stuff, man. I'm gonna look more into it. But if you got to get going, have a good day, and thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here, Lincoln. Oh,
that artist.
Thank you, Lincoln.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah, thanks, Lincoln.
Hey, Jesse, I want to say in particular to you that I've been highly pleased with having this conversation with you today. And
likewise, I'm very impressed.
I anticipated something different from you than what I received, and I want to apologize in part for that. In part because I think there are some things that maybe you would admit lead me to the perception that I had, but not of you personally. And you actually contradicted my personal anticipation of you. And I'm sorry. I should have been less judgmental of you. Thank you.
No problem, man. No problem.
Well,
have a good one, all.
Thank
you for the invitation, Lev.
You're welcome. Well, this is what we do. This is what the BTR stream does. It brings people together like this so they can have conversations, and sometimes they clash, sometimes they come together. So, I mean, like it said, blessed are the peacemakers. So, I'm going to try to make as much peace within this chaotic time as possible among the people that I bring onto the stream. So, Lincoln Cannon, thank you so much for joining us. It was a great pleasure to have you on. And also, reminder again for everybody who's watching this, daily reminder, subscribe, send this to your friends. You see how good of a stream we put on here. We want to keep doing this. We want to keep growing, and we definitely will keep growing with your help. You guys are the best. Thank you so much for watching. And also, don't forget
to subscribe.
No, don't unsubscribe, goddammit. And also go to patreon.com/break the rules of the three and give us some money. And also, if you are a $20 patron, you are going to get an exquisite print, a Japanese-style woodblock print from Giant Giovanni Pennacchietti, who I don't know why he's not here. Gio, please come here. I would love to have you on the stream if you're around. So anyway, there's that. And let's get back to the Mormonism. So I thought that was a good discussion that you guys had with Lincoln. Like, despite whatever differences, you were still able to come together on certain things. But where would you say like any like core difference still lies as far as your plans for the future? Like we said before, like country goes to shit or whatever. Like, is there a difference between what he would do and what you would do, or would you all just kind of come together and help each other?
Well, I'm not sure we'd even. I'm trying to figure out this question. Whatever we do will be what's appropriate for the situation. We believe very strongly in receiving revelation and in seeking out the will of God for whatever situation. And he says that he will do that. So we'll probably see him if we all get it from God and not from the DMT elves.
No, if he sticks with it.
Yeah.
I think that kind of answers it, but also, what do you guys think is coming down the line? Like I said before, these riots, even though they're big, they're nothing right now when compared to, let's say, the LA riots or things that have happened before, like in the 70s and the 60s. So even though it looks like things are heating up, maybe this is like a small bump along the way. But what do you guys think? Like, living for as long as you lived. I mean, you guys are probably younger than me, but living for as long as you lived and learning from the people, like from your elders, people in your community, what do you see happening down the line?
Our prophet told us to buckle our seatbelts because it's going to get bumpy recently. So what that means exactly, I don't know. Personally, I think there's not going to be like, I don't know, like race wars in the street or whatever. I think it's just going to kind of keep heating up as it is. And it's just going to keep getting gayer and more cringe and like just how lame the whole situation is.
Wait, man, you're
right
homophobic?
now. What's that?
You're homophobic?
No, I just, I
don't really
it's in my
appreciate using
vocabulary.
gay as I don't really appreciate you using gay as an insult.
But it is.
Oh, you think being gay is an insult?
That's what you just used it as.
No, I didn't. I just said
Yeah,
things
you
are
said
getting
it's
About the
gayer.
future
gay,
being
man.
happy, but also cringe.
Yeah, you just said gay people are cringe. It's
I mean,
fucked
the
up.
future is also going to
Well,
get
that's their fault.
cool too.
Yeah, I didn't make
So
it
you're
cringe.
homophobic?
No, I'm not afraid of them. But anyway,
I've
so,
never heard
yeah.
that one before. It's really
Oh,
good.
that's funny. That's cool.
Yeah.
You don't care about anything.
Well,
But anyway,
our own Jack Bennett on the
all the
stream, he
time.
posted a very good rundown of what may happen. I'll post the link to his thread in the stream here so we can all appreciate that if we haven't already. And I believe it's still open. I think he may still be adding to that from time to time.
I'm going to repost it in the BTR chat on our Discord, so thank you very much for that. And we also have Shantyman on. How are you, Shantyman?
Hello. I'm well. I made it back through the thunderstorm, so now I'm here.
Nice. Glad for you to be here. And you have a thing or
Yes.
two to say about Mormonism, right?
Yes, but I'll jump into that in a minute here. Let me get acquainted. Like I literally just said that.
Sounds good.
Yeah, I know. How you doing, Shanty man?
I'm well, Cowboy. How are you?
I'm doing good, buddy. Just a little sore, but I'll be all good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I hope that everything heals up with Cowboy. And as far as Shantyman goes, like I said before, I know that this is from a music group that you recommended to me, and I like a lot of their stuff now. But also, it just looks like somebody appeared out of a shanty and just looking out into nature and just being pretty happy about the way things are going. So you are a
Yep. I do feel that way, so thank you.
Definitely. So getting back to the Mormonism.
Yeah, on the subject of
Yes.
what's coming down. So I did buy 1,000 pounds of grain and a safe and an AR and 2,000 rounds of ammunition, and it's just getting ready. Not necessarily like I don't have a particular end state that I'm married to, but feels good to be ready. I mean, honestly, just from the perspective of I got told this week that next year I'm gonna get moved to a really garbage job that I don't want to do, and
Yeah.
it felt really good to be able to tell him, well, I got a lot of cash and I got a year's supply of food, so I'm not gonna do that.
Nice.
Pretty base. Congrats.
That's something that we all need just to be able to be self-sufficient, and it seems like the fight has been so far to extinguish the family, to make people a lot more dependent on the government. I mean, this is all old hat. Like, I think everybody here knows about that. But the question is, like, how do we start rebuilding communities? Like, I think Mormonism is one way, like, regardless of how people may feel about it at first. It's like, if you become a Mormon, would you then be able to kind of, like, have a secure existence? You know, as far as, being able to, not starve, help people out, be part of a community. Like, do you think that there are people who are going to come into Mormonism just kind of like for that at first, like once shit hits the fan, like, come on, I want to be a Mormon now?
Well, it seems very enshrined in the popular history, when they move out to Utah and the pioneering spirit and all that kind of stuff. So I can see that.
Well,
It actually is already happening.
Yeah.
And how do you
We
take
would get
to those people?
That's not necessarily like they want food now. What it is they want a girl, or they want a life. They want a family, and they say this is where it is to be had. And then you get into like the theoretical conversation about the actual doctrine, and a lot of times they're not so hot on that. And I think what people want is they want all of that without the doctrinal underpinnings of it, and you can't have it. Like, the fact that we have these strong families is inextricably connected to the idea of what we think heaven looks like and what we think the end goal of mortal life is. And so if you're saying, like, I want to hang on to my creedal notion that the family is kind of a necessary evil just for this life to provide a channel for these kind of maybe icky sexual desires, and this sort of necessary breeding of children that's a result of the fall, and you have this deep ambivalence about it, but I really want a strong one. I want a really, really strong, good family that everybody's super bought into. It's like, well, you can't. Sorry.
Wait, you said that sex would be icky for that particular person. How do Mormons view sex?
What I mean is we're a lot less ambivalent about it, and about the body in general. The idea of this is the sort of the way that I would frame it is basically the Gnostics won the argument early on, and then they called some other people Gnostics, and there's a current of loathing of the body, loathing of sex, loathing of women, that is, I think, pretty strong in the mainstream tradition that we reject. And that's part of the reason why our families work, and is because our dick game's better.
Interesting.
Mormon vitalism.
Well, it's an interesting thing to compare, like, the vitalism to this wanting to not be in the world, where it comes to, let's say, for example, like a lot of Jews, like if you look at like an old Jewish rabbi with a big scraggly beard, not necessarily the most vitalistic people. So when it comes to like that differentiation, it's always been very interesting for me, because if there is this whole idea of getting stuck in a certain desire, a desire to be in a certain way, to feel vitalistic, to sense the air and prana going through your nasal cavities, do you think that there is something in that attachment that like there may have been a reason why that was looked down on by certain sects and certain cultures, and what would your response be? And I'm curious from everybody as well.
I mean, yeah, it's anything that's powerful is dangerous. Like anything that's really appealing can be taken out of its proper priority for sure.
But that's the big question, right? Like, how do you define what the proper priority is? What would that be based on?
Right, and that's has to come by revelation. I mean, basically, I'm of the opinion that almost everything that we characterize as philosophy is people making stuff up that they should be getting by revelation, and that includes moral and spiritual priorities.
Well, something I would add to that is it's a very common thing for people who are cautious about faith to try to take away everything that is obviously not that faith, and try to come closer to God by eliminating things, until we don't really like the body much. We imagine heaven being just this state of perfect 100% bliss. We don't have any idea of the qualities of God anymore. He's just 100% of everything. And our faith, we take a very opposite stance on that. We want to add more and learn more things, but it's still a common temptation to try to reductivize religion, and of course this applies to science as well, trying to find the grand theorem of everything when maybe it's the other direction, and the deeper you look, the more grand theorems we get. Actually, I have to leave soon, so if anyone has any extra questions for me, Jack Bennett can tag off for me in just about everything. He is after my own heart, and he's actually smarter than me, bigger brain than me. If you'd see him, you would think he was an Anunnaki, I promise. But yeah, anyone have any more to ask me before I head out?
Sure. Well, one question that I was really interested in asking you is, when it comes to you talking about this not combination, but not ignoring all these other spectral phenomena that have occurred in various religions and making room for them. Do you think that there is something within Mormons that makes the majority of them, because I remember this is something that Jack Bennett talked about before, how Mormons could be very, not all of them, but like, you said that Mormons are kind of naive sometimes, as far as like the majority of them, like they're kind. Is that right? I don't want to take your words out of context. Like they're very, like, I don't know what the right word is. Like they're very.
I could see
earnest.
Mormons who grew up in like a Mormon community, kind of assuming the way that their community works is sort of a default pattern for others when it is very, very drastically different.
Yeah, I think that could be the right way to put it. Where when it comes to those Mormons, would you say that there is a repulsion that they would feel away from anything that may possibly contradict whatever it is that they learned? And would you leave there to be room for, I'm not talking about like an all-world religion or anything like that, but leave more room for the discovery, like you were talking about before, of connecting the pieces to other faiths that have come about and other spiritual practices, and see if there is something substantial there that people can also incorporate and make room for?
Well, like I said, this reductive impulse. We want to say it's all angels, it's all demons, and no room for fair folk or whatever. And it's a very comforting thing to be able to just say it's all demons, and it might even be pretty effective for most cases even. But I mean, a lot of members encounter with the supernatural barely reaches the testimony of the Holy Ghost. Not saying that's like, you know, the baseline or anything. It's the only thing you need. But as far as dealing with other things outside of the sight of man, it's not very helpful. But I trust our community to make up for the gaps where there are gaps. I'm not a fan of what Haas was saying before about just accepting that God did it with Noah and the flood. I think it's okay to speculate on how God did it. There are lots of models of how our cosmology works that don't involve just God at one level and us at the other level, and everything not involving us being exactly God's plan. I remember one theory that a cause of natural disasters is that the angels over the weather of the earth have agency and are capable of making mistakes. And that sort of thing, I think, is a very productive avenue to go. And as far as accepting other people's traditions, I actually hope we gain more strange traditions. I hope we diverge more, and perhaps gain what works and is useful, avoiding Wendigos. I don't know, but I'm much more on board with increasing the number of increasing the number of world religions, but making sure they're all Latter-day Saint, of course. But being able to visit other people's families, and they've got their own lore and they've got their own understanding of how things work. And as long as they understand that this is underpinned by Jesus Christ, and as long as they understand the principles of the gospel, and as long as their priesthood authority is legit, then I hope we gain many more ways of looking at the world.
One quick thing, though.
I hope we get some true ones.
One quick thing. When you say Jesus Christ, would you be able to imagine that if we are living in not exactly like the center of the galaxy even, that there would be, let's say, other planets somewhere where there would have been a figure who was Jesus Christ, but not necessarily called Jesus Christ? Because this is a particular climate, particular wardrobe, particular hairstyle, just particular things related to this one spot on this one planet. There's a
Ray Bradbury story about that, right? The Man. Did you ever read that?
No.
Oh, there's a Ray Bradbury story where a human starship is landing on alien planets and making contact with everyone, but none of them are interested because there's this guy that showed up and started healing people and preaching to them. And the captain's like, I'm not going to believe unless I could see it. And he runs over, but the man's already left. But the next planet they go, oh, we can't see you. We've got the Savior here with us. There's kind of even a debate within our culture about whether other planets would need saviors, or whether Jesus Christ visited each planet individually, or whether his atonement on Earth, maybe we are that special. There's always a chance that we are that special. Maybe that applied to all the other planets. I think it's probably none of the above. It's probably something that's very obvious and very plain, but no one's thought of it yet. But if we do meet extraterrestrials that do have true religion, there will be a lot of similar points, whether or not they look like octopuses or comet tails or whatever.
I think that's the reason the speed limit exists. I think that's why we have the speed of light. Because if you were to encounter them and you had all these similarities, I mean, I guess you could chalk it up to whatever the extraterrestrial equivalent is of Jungian archetypes. But I think part of the reason that we are stuck here is so we can't compare notes.
That's true. Yeah, I could definitely see that. If we didn't have any limitations, then what would we spend all time doing? Just like flying and teleporting or whatever, you know.
Well, I'm going to head out.
Specifically because we have to have the experience of uncertainty and faith, and specifically related to the plan. And if that were to be destroyed, then that would be a problem. So anyway, sorry, Jesse.
I was going to say goodbye, but you wouldn't let me. Anyway, I got to go eat dinner with my cousins or something. So
excellent. Have a good dinner.
All right. Talk to y'all later. Save the good parts. All right. Bye.
Talk to you soon. Bye-bye. And I definitely will save the good parts. For those who don't know, we extract the short clips out of this and present them, so nobody has to watch the entire stream if they don't want to. Good parts I'm saving for later.
Yeah, that's the name of the game, Lev. That's the name of the game.
That is the name of the game. Don't forget to subscribe.
Yeah. Oh,
yes.
yeah, absolutely subscribe.
Absolutely.
This is a great podcast.
And click the bell. Thank you so much, Cowboy. Don't forget to click that bell. I always forget about the bell. So Cowboy.
And go to the Patreon.
Yes, patreon.com. Thank you so much. Weekly Hoss, patreon.com/break the rules with a 3. And if you go there and become a $20 patron, well, first of all, if you go there and become a patron, it's going to be displayed right on the screen, and we are going to give you an intense shout out. And also, you are going to get a beautiful print from my dear friend Giovanni Pennacchietti, who is joining us right over here. Gio, how are you, man?
Yes, the only podcast that tells you the truth about the mad, deadly, communist, gangster, computer god, and all of their Frankenstein controls. Sorry.
Exactly.
Do not, Francis E. Deck, do not research.
Exactly. But I want to talk about the apocalypse here for a second. So before we were talking about, transhumanism and the potential for enlightenment. And while I agree that I don't think, to contrast what you were saying, Weekly Hoss, I think that people who were living in a pretty, inhospitable environment, there were all kinds of diseases that they caught, which we are able to treat right now. Like very obvious things, like just some polluted water or something. So I'm sure that there are great things that technological advances have given us, and I'm not talking about us in the sense of this Rudolf Steiner, spectral being that doesn't even need to eat or drink. I'm talking about just the human beings that we see before us today. There are still technological advancements that were not written in the Bible that we were able to get over time, and I'm very thankful that we did. Although I do think that people push it too far when it comes to thinking that the only point of existence is to be able to exist forever. It's like Gennady, we had a talk with him, and he said that if someone were to offer him a choice where he would either die and not really know what's going to happen afterwards, or live but remain in the same state as he is right now, he would definitely go for that second option. And it's kind of scary in a way, because it's it goes
These
against
people mindset right there.
it's like against Heraclitus's whole thing about not stepping into the same river twice, right? It's like, if you're committing yourself to just this one experience till the end of time, aren't you going to go insane? I don't know.
I think I would. I absolutely would.
I mean, I don't even think I was the same person, yesterday or a couple of hours ago. It's all some kind of a changing process over time. But going back to Revelation, the apocalypse and all that, from the Mormon text, how does it describe the apocalypse? Or what does it add to the book of Revelation or anything of that nature?
The Book of Revelation is a Mormon text, first of all.
It is or it isn't?
It is.
It is.
It is. Okay.
But and as far as what's added to, I would say nothing is added to it. What is? I mean, there's things that are, I suppose, clarified, but
Elaborated
really,
on.
Yeah, elaborated. But like, the thing is, we don't really go in for like the because like I feel like I met a lot of Baptists on my mission that love to deconstruct like, well, this particular name refers to this state and it's the communist Chinese and they're going to come from the east and it's, you know what I mean, like and then in 2 years from that point it's going to like, I don't know. I feel like there are some of us that go in for that. I don't particularly.
Yeah.
Like all the trumpets and stuff.
Every time there's an eclipse, they quote that verse, you know, the sun became black and the moon turned to blood, that kind of stuff.
Have you guys heard of Ezra's eagle? That's a big thing right now in a lot of the Mormon
I have not, no.
culture. So there's an apocryphal text, just one of the many apocryphal texts that exists out there. It's not specific to our religion, but it's the book of Ezra. And there's a chapter that talks about this eagle that represents, each of its feathers represents a great king. Well, some LDS guy, some Latter-day Saint guy, mapped up the different feathers on the eagle to the different presidents of the United States. And they kind of line up where the longer the feather, the longer the guy served. And then there's these short feathers that represent, someone who possibly was they line up with like JFK and like Nixon and things like this. So the prophecy is kind of associated with a lot of the QAnon Trumper type people, where they've basically come up with the idea that Trump is going to be assassinated or otherwise removed from office prematurely because he is prophesied to be a short feather based on this ancient apocryphal text, the Book of Ezra.
Interesting. Well, according to Michael Scotto, the master astrologer we had on, some shit's going down around the election time, and he didn't even say, like, whoever we think is going to be president isn't going to be president. I'm not taking his word. Like, I may be taking it out of context, but it was something like that, which is why when it comes to something like Apocalypse, Revelation, whatever you want to call it, I'm not going to see like, oh, this is that person, this is like Gog Magog or whatever. I have no fucking idea. But what is interesting for me, though, is that we are living in a very interconnected time. There was no time in the last thousands of years that was ever particularly like this, which is why it always feels to me that this conversation that even we're having right now through the internet, the fact that people are able to do that means something may be coming to a head. Something is not like it was before. And that difference to me is always fascinating, especially like Cowboy. I'm sure you could elaborate on all of this various secret knowledge that is finally coming online when it comes to various chants and things like that.
Yeah, well, it's everything. It's not even just the occult. It's okay. Look at COVID. Look at Zoom classes. Look at universities. How much longer can they keep,
UBI?
Yeah. How much longer can they keep the university system going when everybody's just going to a virtual room like this, like right now, like what we're in, Zoom? All that stuff can be recorded and posted online. So university is effectively done because.
And Twitter autists can do it better than professors.
We're the university now.
Someone was telling me that it's not really the lectures; it's going on YouTube and looking up explanations.
No, it's true. When I TA'd, I remember even before this, you'd have portions where it was just YouTube lectures, and then I would have to like officiate tests. That would pretty much be it. So it was weird.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a long time since I've been in university, but I don't know what you. I mean, I guess the networking is pretty much the biggest benefit of going to university. And
is there anybody here right now who's in university?
To be honest, the only thing I would say that university would have in their favor would be like the hands-on like assistance you would get with like a professor or like grad student.
Oh yeah,
definitely.
Or shit.
But like any field you go into now, there are so many communities online, literally just with like a roster of experts above and beyond whatever fucking professor you can get in university, and like you can just learn from them and like eventually like talk with them in a VC like this as a peer.
Now, what about Sonny? I know you recently went to school. What was that experience like?
Oh God.
Paused.
I wanted
Wait,
to ask
hello?
something, but all the
Hello?
Mormons are gone. So.
Wait,
Sonny,
sorry,
how was school?
I had my mic muted. No, I'm starting school.
You're starting school.
I'm going to university. I'm not. I've never been to university.
So you don't really have any stories right now as far as how is it? Like, were you able to peer in the classes or talk to the teachers? Like, what's the
No,
energy?
dude, it's all online.
I see.
Yeah,
okay,
everything's
well.
transitioning online.
Every single one is on. Yeah, every single class.
That's
is online.
crazy. That would be way less intimidating than my first year of university. That's for fucking sure.
Oh, fuck.
The orientation was online. Like everything so far has been online.
Sounds like heaven. I was like shitting my pants orientation.
Yeah, it's actually not that bad.
Yeah, I can imagine that. I mean, you could be like outside and stuff.
Yeah.
But
But if I may ask something,
yes.
Oh, maybe later, but I don't know. I'm kind of. I was eating dinner, so I know Jesse had to leave. But I just wanted to ask about the nature of Mormonism itself and how it squares away with like Christianity, because it seems to me that, without offending people, but I'm the epic trad cath, so who cares? Only half ironic. It seems to me that there's somewhat of like certain heretical beliefs, I would say, within the Mormon structure. Like I wanted to go into like, and you know, forgive me, Sonny, for mentioning his name, but Logo, he had this thread about how Mormonism is the quintessential American religion, even above Protestantism.
That's actually a take I would agree with that, though. I think
I would absolutely
Mormonism
agree with
is
that
like
as well, as like a fucking,
yeah,
you know, through the bone pagan.
It's
I
an
absolutely agree with that.
ethno religion. It's very clear, like the Anglo religion.
But also the fact that it has a revelation that is predicated upon yourself becoming like God, not in the Imago, because the Imago is very much, I would say, a Mediterranean / Germanic / it's not Anglo so much, but whereas America is the promise of you becoming overcoming the limitations of a contextuality that was present in the old world and becoming something upon yourself. But I just, what I mean is that it seems to me, you know, I knew this Mormon girl in university, and I should have like ran away and married her, but you know, whatever at the time, like, she was really nice.
I think you dodged a bullet. I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah, it would have never worked out.
Mormon women are like battle axes, dude. Not in a good way.
She was a tom.
Don't grab one unless you're a barbarian.
Like no
tomboy,
offense.
so.
Yeah, exactly. Like no offense to the Mormons here, but like the Desnat Mormons seem cool. I'm kind of I think they're cool, but like that other guy, he was like, yeah, I think my wife's a god, and I was like Jamesing, because that's like every Mormon I've ever met. Every Mormon I've ever met is like that.
Weird.
They're like really whipped by their wives, and they're like obsessed with them, and they sort of have like the means of power in like the relationship. And that's like the biggest turn off.
Like she was into like metal, and she was a trad, but she was a tomboy. So yeah. But what I wanted to ask is, it seems to me now this comes from Corinthians 4. I know I have to do the bit where I pull out a Bible verse once in a while. Corinthians 4, 6-7. For God, who commanded the light to shine out of darkness, hath shined in our hearts to give the light of the knowledge of the glory of God in the face of Jesus Christ. But we have this treasure in earth's vessels, that the excellency of the power may be of God, but not of us. So I'm sorry to sound dramatic, but it just seems to me that the way that Mormon theology describes the relationship between God, Christ, and man, it seems to me it's almost like verging upon this, what would you say, you become a divine being upon yourself.
Well,
I don't know.
I think I get where you're headed. So
yeah. I know I'm being an asshole, but it's just
no. I think it's a fair question. I think it's rooted in maybe a misunderstanding of. Well, let me put it this way. I think it's not unto yourself in any sense, and it's not of yourself. we believe in salvation by grace through the grace of Christ. That's how you're saved, and it's really the two verses that come to mind when I want to explain what we believe about heaven to people is the Spirit itself beareth witness with our spirits that we're the children of God, and if children, then heirs of God and joint heirs with Christ if we suffer with him. So that's Romans 8, 16 and 17. And so the idea of you're a child of God, what does a child grow up to be? Grows up to be like whatever it's the child of, and explicitly an heir. And then the other one is that to him that overcometh, I'll give to sit down with me in my throne, even as I'm sat down with my Father in his throne. It's not of yourself, and it's not about independence. Like, and that's what makes me think of like the American idea is sort of misplaced, because it has nothing to do with sort of rugged individualism. It's entirely it's about finding your place in a divine dynasty almost, and a gift being given to you. So I think that's misplaced. Although I think there are elements of American culture and government that exist that were ordained by God to facilitate the restoration of the gospel. And so I guess
that's where it gets up into problems in terms of, because it is very wedded to the American century, you could call it. And it does seem that Mormonism has this particular place within Americana, even more so than a lot of Protestant sects, you could say, right?
Sure.
And Sonny and Shamey, I could see the chat, okay? Listen, I do not have autism. I'm sorry. I just had to break up.
I don't think you have autism. I just mean that it's like literary autism that I'm like.
I know. But I tried to think of something. No. Anyways, sorry, I cut you off, Bennett. Sorry.
No, I understand. I don't care.
We got Jules is back, and we got our man Dan DeMar's back as well. How are you, Dan?
What up?
So good.
How are you?
Hey Dan. Hey guys.
So Dan, are you what do you think of Mormonism?
I don't really know much about it, actually. I was hoping to get educated.
Well, now's the right time. So Shantyman, we got that stuff. Okay, so Shantyman, how are you with Mormonism? What is your relationship to Mormonism?
Well, my relationship to Mormonism is I'm very much a pagan. I study a lot of like Celtic and Norse and Germanic legend and stuff. And I've been fascinated my whole life with the story of this North Sea passage connecting like Iceland, Greenland, and downwards to Canada and, America and stuff. And I think this has been explored for many, many centuries, long before Columbus or Leif Erikson went there. And I think that there were lost civilizations in the Americas and stuff. And I think that Joseph Smith did discover something of those civilizations and interpreted it through a biblical lens and stuff. But much of what they talk about with regards to the Nephites and the Israelites in the Americas and the events that happened here is historical fact. So that's basically how I see it.
Yeah, like I asked I forget his name, Jesse, before. I asked him before about Mormonism and like if it was compatible with like stuff like the Rig Vedic tradition and like Zen Buddhism and Taoism, and Haas also replied to me and they were like, yeah. And I was like really surprised by that, because most like Abrahamic, or most Mormons that I've met are like crazy Abrahamic, and they just sort of like they go crazy at you if you even mention like Eastern or what you call Eastern texts. So but he was coming from it from sort of like a perennial, I guess, mindset where God is like found in every single tradition, Jesus Christ. And so I thought that was pretty base.
It makes me very happy to see something like that, to have people who are open-minded about it.
There's actually a verse that I think is about Taoism in the Book of Mormon. And this is a father explaining to his son kind of the beginning of the world to the end, kind of. But in this verse, it's 2 Nephi chapter 2, verse 11. It says that, for it must needs be that there is an opposition in all things. If not so, righteousness could not be brought to pass, neither wickedness, neither holiness, nor misery, nor good, nor bad. So it's kind of like the yin yang right there in the Book of Mormon.
But as far as cyclical history goes, this is where you guys would differ from, let's say, Cowboy and Sonny. You see the end of a cycle as being, that's it, no more coming back to this world. It's going to be eternal life from now on. Would that be fair to say?
Well, but it's still
that's a state you can attain of transcendence.
It's a marriage of cyclicality
attain,
and
yeah.
Go ahead.
Because
like transcendence is something you can attain in esotericism. You can go above like reincarnating, like you can incarnate as something higher and still involve yourself with Earth. But like, I mean, that's not something that's going to happen to the vast majority of people ever.
Well,
that's the way I see it.
That's the whole idea with like Buddha, for example, the Bodhisattva.
Buddha, Christ, those are two people I would say that definitely did do that.
Interesting. So would there be, let's say, then room in Mormonism to acknowledge that Buddha was able to, that Buddha in that way is Christ, in that the state that he was able to get to would be indistinguishable and would be pretty much the same thing as was experienced by, or what was Christ?
So I think what there is room to say is that that revelations received by spiritual leaders or other traditions were genuine, but not that Buddha and Christ attained the same thing or were the same thing. Because I mean, with Christ, it wasn't even necessarily something that he attained by suffering. He was already God, and I mean, so I think when someone says that Buddha received enlightenment, I think that's probably accurate. But whether that's the last stop, or that's what God is, or that's what the final destiny of man is, I would say no.
Well, this brings me to asking Cowboy and anybody else who wants to participate as well about the nature of avatars. Like, I remember we were talking before about during whatever we're going through right now, there would be maybe several people who would be in line to possibly be like the next Messiah. Or in the case of an avatar, somebody coming down from up above or whatever and being a representation or being the actual God made flesh. So, Aryan Cowboy, I'm curious if I got that right and how you could expand on that.
Wait, I believe that there's... Oh, go ahead, Sonny. I'll let Sonny go first.
Can I really quickly... I just want to say about the Mormonism thing. I didn't have a chance to talk about this, but this sort of might help play into what you're talking about right here. There's a prophecy in Mormonism called the White Horse Prophecy, and it's essentially like when America is at its grips, there will be a savior, and he'll come on a white horse. And some people say it's Jesus Christ. Some people say it's other stuff. I don't really know. Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, but that's the thing. That's what I'm going to say is that Kalki literally means verbatim, etymologically, white horse. So I just think that's like a really huge connection that gets constantly overlooked, because the white horse connection came out of nowhere. I genuinely, there's no way that the people who came up with the white horse prophecy had fucking any idea about Hinduism. They hadn't even translated the fucking Rig Vedas. Like Mueller hadn't done any of that shit. Griffin hadn't done any of that shit. So there's no way any of them would have known about that. There's no connection there. So I just want to make that clear that there's like a very clear contingent here. That's all.
Is that also
some people call it the White Hoss prophecy? No, I'm just kidding. But anyway, I actually have to take off. But thanks, guys. Check out the Weekly Hoss on YouTube, at Nya Tsunyami on Twitter.
Weekly Hoss, thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate it.
Thanks, man. Take care. Love the flag on you all.
Thank you.
And everybody, don't forget to subscribe and click that bell. As always, subscribe. Uchitsa, uchitsa, uchitsa. So, by the way,
we're doing dinner.
What did that mean?
That means learn, and learn, like the great Lenin said. Now, Is that connected, by the way, to Beyond the Behold a Pale Horse, or is the Pale Horse a different horse of like one of the horsemen of the apocalypse? I forget.
I've seen a lot of people make a lot of arguments to this. Technically, the etymology behind pale horse would more likely be green, which doesn't really make any sense. But that's what the Greek is. It means like it can mean pale and it can mean green, but it doesn't explicitly mean white. But in regards to the Mormon prophecy, it explicitly means white. And so
the thing is 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. There's a white horse and a pale horse.
Yeah, I know.
So right. So what I'm saying is it's different. And because the pale horse is like sickly. It's like famine.
That doesn't necessarily mean that the Mormons understood that, though. I mean, because things change.
I thought of
all
like
the
a
time.
sickly, translucent gray horse when I hear pale.
Yeah, me too, though.
Although it looks like a pretty nice horse on the cover of that book that I'm gonna post right now by Bill Cooper. I'm sure you guys have heard of Bill Cooper.
We'll say I like the beehive symbolism in Mormonism. Bees underrated.
Yeah, I like bees too. But when it comes to the avatars and all that, Cowboy or Sunny or whoever wants to talk about it, I'm just curious, how would you differentiate those avatars from someone like Jesus Christ?
Well, the thing is that like the system is so impenetrable because it's infinite. So all we have to go off on is people that can project up and down or whatever, and it's just so difficult to systematize something like that. And so we have to rely on tokens and symbols when we talk about stuff like that. But I definitely do think that there are avatars, and I think that there are ways for humans to reincarnate in the Deva realms or the God realms or Valhalla or whatever, and come back and go to various planes and arrive back on Earth, reincarnating however many years later in our time.
Like
so,
the 10,000.
I unironically believe everyone who's incarnated now and is aware of what's going on did something in a past life to earn that.
I agree. I agree.
What do you mean by aware of what's going on?
Well, basically, aware of the spiritual things that are going on, that are coming loose, that are fucking, what the government's doing, dharma, fucking, I don't know how to you could sum it all up.
No, that's a pretty good summation.
Yeah.
The reason why I'm asking is that there are a lot of Q boomers today who are also aware, but that just comes from all the social media posts they keep getting, which leads them to, you know what I mean? Like, it's open season now, so I guess that's why.
That's like the host. That's the
MS
host.
Paint with red arrows,
That's the
you
what?
can have QAnon being the host of heaven. Like you can reasonably surround them in that meme. Like you don't have to arrive at the conclusions yourself. Like that's like a Brahmin thing, right? But you can still have your warriors. You can still have your host. You can still have people who know something because they're following the right person, right? Because that's a reward. And so when you reincarnate by following those people, you're going to get the benefit of following those holy people, right? You're going to get the knowledge. You're going to reincarnate into that somehow. Like maybe not in this life. Maybe there's some kind of realistic limitation that stops you from achieving that on your own. But if you're to the point where you're following the right people, you're already in the camp, right? It doesn't matter. You don't have to arrive at it yourself.
Well, I didn't understand a lot of that.
What do you mean? Like what in particular didn't you understand?
How I would be able to receive that advice and follow it myself.
Well, I mean, you're here.
Yeah, you're in a conversation.
You're talking with 3 seers, man. What do you think?
I mean, when it comes to somebody like Q, to think of Q as a host of heaven, I think most people would think of Q as just being like this weird, hokey conspiracy thing that gets a lot of boomers riled up because they lack romanticism in their life. But it does attach them.
Probably a psyop.
Q's army are the barbarians that will sack this Babylon. I'm looking.
I'm imagining like the boomers, like from that. If you guys saw Monty Python's The Meaning of Life, there was this short film which I really loved before that, with these elderly workers in this office building who took over the office building and like turned it into a ship, and it sailed the seas of finance, and eventually it got like one of those skyscraper buildings, and it like crashed into it, and they started fighting with the businessmen. I don't know if you guys even know what the fuck I'm talking about. Like, has anybody?
I know. I'm aware.
Yes.
Yes.
So I think it's a similar kind of energy from these, like you call them boomers, but like most of them are like Gen X, I believe, like the people around that age. Am I wrong? I don't know. I mean, some of them I guess are boomers.
Yeah, I'm posting an image in btr-chat. Look at this energy.
Oh man.
I just want to say
that man is willing to die because of a shit post on 4chan. Look at that.
What's up, Dan?
I was going to say, to what y'all are talking about, I think that questioning the validity of a religion or a sacred text or anything like that just seems to get immediately academic for me. It becomes something that's less spiritual and more kind of like picking something apart. And I can't help but think, like, throughout listening to you guys, this book by Harold Bloom called The Book of J, where he asserts that a nameless woman called J wrote Genesis, or early drafts of Genesis and Numbers and something else I forget. But so basically that this woman thousands of years ago, living in Egypt, or I forget, but had written these drafts, and it's all speculation. When we think of the author of the Bible, it's like, oh, well, God, but like someone had to have written it. There are obviously many writers of the Bible, but it comes down to the same thing in terms of Mormonism too, and questioning that. It's like, either you believe or don't believe, and if you start to not believe, then it becomes more of an academic question than a spiritual question.
Oh, Howard Bloom is terrible. What are you talking
about? That was really interesting. That was really interesting.
I like that.
He's my idol, but No,
I would believe nothing.
I have a number of his books. I mean, the one about Nature of Evil was pretty good. But it's just, I don't know, he's gone off the rocker lately, like a lot of these.
He actually passed away.
Well, he did?
Wow, that's really going off the rocker.
Holy shit!
That's falling off the rocker.
Are we talking about the same person?
Harold
Lev with the recovery.
Harold Bloom.
The guy, the scientist guy.
Yeah. The literary critic guy.
Yeah.
No, I'm talking about the other guy. That's like
No, that's a different Bloom. No, Harold
that's
Bloom.
A different Bloom.
Yes,
yeah.
different
No,
Bloom.
Harold Bloom is pretty good. He wrote the Western Canon, right?
What?
He wrote the Western Canon. That book.
The Western Canon, yes, and
yeah, he was pretty good. No, I'm talking about the other Bloom that wrote the nature that's like an intellectual dark web type.
No, the different Bloom.
Howard Bloom. Sorry, Howard Bloom.
Yeah, unfortunately, Harold Bloom has lost the bloom. The rose, the petals have fallen down.
Holy shit, he died! Wow.
Yeah. The petal withereth, the petal fadeth.
Exactly. No, he's pretty good. Like if you ever watched his Charlie Rose interviews, they're really great. But in his books are also, he's like one of the last great Western literature types. I mean, nowadays literary departments are all, you know what I mean?
I'm glad we can agree on the same Bloom. Now that we have that.
Yeah, sorry, I was referring to Howard Bloom, who I is highly dubious. He was in that job. But anyways, yeah. So.
But when it comes to the point that Daniel was making about the Book of J, could you elaborate a little bit on what you mean by this academic interpretation?
Well, it's like I think in Kierkegaard talks about it too, where there's like sort of a difference between a being of infinite resignation and a knight of faith. And when you are a knight of faith, you are above all moral speculation. And you can do things that are absurd, like Abraham and Isaac, which is what the book was about. And and see that as like you're well, let me gather my thoughts. What ends up happening is that you are a Christian, right? That's basically it. You are a Christian. You are a part of the faith. When you don't believe in the faith, you only have the facts to work on, and you can pick apart the facts, you know, the livelong day, and it would, you know, end up. Look, I'm not a religious person. I'm not, you know, I'm like more nihilist than anything, but I think it becomes more academic and becomes more about analyzing something than, you know, and in some ways it is more humane than being above all moral speculation. But I guess what I'm saying is that spirituality is its own kind of, you know, living, throbbing being, and it's separate from whatever sense we can make of it, you know?
I could see that. Shantyman, do you agree with that statement? Shantyman? Hey.
Oh, sorry. I just got a little lost there.
No problem.
Yeah.
How
do you decide who to call
I'm
on?
not the best with the biblical and Christian, like, foundational stuff.
I mean, how do I decide who to call on? I just leave it up to fate and just see wherever it points to me. But as far as
Lev is doing a little smirk when he says that.
I mean,
sometimes silence also, like when people can mull over thoughts, I imagine. That way Shantyman isn't caught off guard.
No, that's true.
Well, if you're asking me how I know what I call on, I basically just trust my instincts. Like I know, like when I read something, like it touches that thing inside of me, and I'm like, okay, what's that connection, and like where should I elaborate on it?
Yeah, I just
That's
like
basically how I know
Shantyman's avatar. So I just look at it the whole time. It's like, okay, let's call him Shantyman because I'm just looking.
What
at
are
him.
those guys called? They're called Doomers or something. Doomers.
Wojaks.
Wojak.
Yeah, Wojak. Named after
Doomer
a
is
Polish
just a meme. So I don't know if really like
I'm a
doomers.
The animations of the same guy, and it's
I
like,
like to think of
this. I don't know.
Gio, why are you a doomer? Gio.
Well, see, now that I say the word, it sounds like so cringe and stupid, but I don't know. I have a lot of pessimistic tendencies, put it that way, as you know.
But why are you a doomer?
You need to
as
move
a
out of
Catholic?
Toronto.
Why are you a
I need to move
doomer,
out of
though?
Canada. That's pretty much, yeah.
Toronto the
that's true.
good, more like Toronto the
Well,
bad.
I mean, I'm in Canada. I'm the farthest thing from urban Ontario, my friend. So,
Politicians never answer
Country and all
direct
that.
questions. Politicians never answer direct questions.
I think, well, okay.
Maybe we do.
Jules, I don't know. Maybe I just, see, because all of these sort of identities have become like placeholders for something that is more intangible. Like, for example, you could call yourself a doomer, but then it's like, yeah, that's cringe, that's stupid, normies know about it now. You could call yourself, okay, I'm Graph Twitter, but then it's like, oh, look at those people in Graph Twitter. It's like, you know, you can never.
I don't
really...
know anything you're saying.
Or
I have
whatever,
no idea what you're
whatever.
saying.
It's like I'm saying.
latching on to internet subcultures as identity.
Exactly. I mean, I think the doomer is more of a. I wouldn't say archetype, but I mean, there's an archetypal thing. But
didn't Pepe the Frog become an alt-right symbol?
Yeah, in some ways, but these aren't really.
How did it come an alt-right? It's just a meme. It's just like a meme.
But here, I think a helpful.
What do you mean? No, I'm literally a 4chaner. It's just.
No, I was saying I know.
Oh, okay. I thought you were saying no. Like, are you doing like the Genity? No. Okay.
It's definitely like the most absurd thing.
I think like a helpful distinction would be the distinction that John David Ebert came up with in his book Art After Metaphysics, where there's archetypes, but then there's iconotypes. Iconotypes are much more contextually specific to a particular epoch, a particular episteme. So I would say these memes are more iconotypes. So, for example, the doomer is a product of certain modern conditions that have cropped up, but the doomer still has a remnant of things that have existed throughout history. Like, I'm sure there's young, jaded, bitter people that existed at the end of the Roman Empire.
There's always been sad boy moments.
There's always
those
been sad
are
boys,
those
yeah.
domers? Are those doomers?
Geo, like Sappho?
Sad, jaded.
Yeah, like Sappho, exactly. So
I wonder if there were incels in the Roman Empire.
Oh, they're probably no, yeah, they probably were. I mean, there were probably incels more towards the beginning.
Like in the Byzantines, like they had the eunuch thing, but I'm not sure that's the same.
No, it's not the same. It's what I would say is that there was probably incels at the beginning, at the very end of the Roman Empire, because, and same with a lot of different empires, because you have the nature of the dialectic between the Pareto patriarchy and the Manor-Bund ideal. And it seems when society collapses, like our society is doing right now, we gravitate towards more of the Pareto patriarchy, where like a select few number of men get all the pussy, get all the women, and the vast majority of men are wasted and become genetic.
Can I just argue and say that that's how history has always been? And
yeah,
that
but I mean, in some sense, yes.
Either the muscle man or the schizo gets the girl. That's just the way it works.
Yeah, but in
everyone
some
who was already alone is going to stay alone, and everyone who wasn't alone is like going to hate each other.
Yeah, but I guess the argument would be that as civilizations rise to a certain level of prominence, therefore it becomes more manageable for things like monogamy and mass marital status to take place, because it seems that it becomes more of a useful social technology as opposed to what has been the norm throughout human history in terms of a certain level of civilization. But anyways, yeah, so the doomer, yeah, it's complicated. I think that it's, you know, when you start to view reality through a self-described set of internet memes, it becomes this like even nowadays, I think this picture,
it's just ennui. That's all it is. It's ennui. Just
yeah, like there's this picture that
La Noia in
that
Italian
came up today, where it's like the doomer and the Chad and the it's like they're all together. It's like some fucking high school like Teletoon cartoon. And then people, I think, like when images like that come about that have like so many hundreds of thousands of likes or whatever, people, they really snap out of it and they move on to different memes, because then as soon as like normies start saying things like doomer, you know it's over. You know the shelf life of a meme is gone.
Well, what about the shelf life of the Coomer? What about the shelf life of the Coomer? Because I think
Well,
that's
it's the
been
same
responsible.
thing. It's the same.
I think it invigorated a lot of people to get out of that Gooner mentality, which is also something that I noticed. By the way, we are going to have a Gooner stream coming up, hopefully next week.
Oh,
I got
God.
2 Gooners who are interested in participating, and they're good guys. Like, I talked to them, and they actually are in such a position that they don't even want to be a Gooner anymore. You know, like they.
Oh, that's good. You could convert them.
Yeah, so it should be an interesting talk.
But yeah, it's kind of, I think, I don't know. It's to bring it back to the context of the original ethos of this particular episode. It almost reminds me in some ways of how transhumanism itself in a lot of ways becomes memeified throughout pop culture. And it seems that transhumanism, among all of the varieties of posthumanism, that's the one that people find exciting because it has a very direct link up to a material reality that is possible. So it's like, it's a very simple baby's first, transhumanism of like, well, your brain gets downloaded into a computer, and then
I don't believe it, but I don't believe in any of that. I don't think serious transhumanists believe in that. There's like all sorts of different theories, just like when you're trying to determine
exactly, but the point being
when you're breaking, when you're trying to find the small particles, if you're trying to figure out if the universe operates on supersymmetry or chaos, or if it's some other theory, it might be a big bang or a big bounce.
But I think
it might
the point being is that when you talk about
the point is that they know what outcome they want, and they know that there's more than one way to skin a cat. So just because they have the wrong theory on how to create a possible future doesn't mean that a possible future is impossible.
No, I know, but I'm just saying that memes become a placeholder for certain logics and certain sort of logics of sense, if you will. So, like, for example, I was thinking...
But if you believe in an afterlife, why are you a doomer? Like, I don't understand. Like, wouldn't that create super optimism if you believed in an afterlife?
In some ways, yes, but I mean, it has to be... You can't be like a full-on despair nihilist. I think that you can be pessimistic about the direction of the worldly and still maintain faith in Christ or faith in whatever your particular tradition that you believe in. I think there's sort of a way of approaching it that's different. But it's almost like I'm thinking of when I'm thinking of throughout the stream the question of, human improvement. It's, to me, it's another example of this meme logic that gets thrown around, because you have to really ask, okay, why is this okay, there's always the question of a necessity, but why is it a necessity, and from what framework do you derive this need to improve everyone? And therefore, what cultural context would the transhuman technology crop out of that would influence it? Because it seems that a lot of transhumanists are just at heart liberal internationalists that don't really concern themselves with these intangible questions that are very like uneasy to answer from a specifically scientific materialist framework. And it just seems to me that Mormons getting in on this, it's really fascinating to me, because there are some, like, it almost reminds me of New Age people who have a sort of intersection between transhumanism and New Age philosophy and whatnot. It's really fascinating and interesting. So I don't know where I'm going with this. I'm just,
I like how
I'd probably trust
Rachel
Mormons
Haywire-
morally with technology more than the people running it now. That's
Oh, definitely. Yeah.
Well,
yeah. No.
Well, I really love how Rachel Haywire says she wants nothing to do with the transhumanist community. I think most people that are interested in life extension and the potential for that, transhumanism is just this kind of kooky immortality cult in their eyes. And like Aubrey de Grey says, he doesn't really care about thinking about philosophy. He doesn't want to die. He doesn't want you to die. He lets the philosophers do whatever the heck they want to do and complicate things or whatever, just like talk themselves till they're blue in the face. But ultimately, he doesn't want to die. He doesn't want other people want to die. It's not a philosophy thing. It's just a pragmatic engineering thing.
Jules, could I ask a question?
Mm-hmm.
Do you think like living that way and like having that philosophy would make you more susceptible to fearing death and being almost developing a phobia for it? Or
well, for me, I kind of the reason why.
Aww.
Hey, Margot, how are you doing?
Hi, Margot.
It's birthday today.
I can't believe she's only 2.5. She's already telling time now, and she's reading, and she's
3 in like September 7th. Incredible. Crazy.
Incredible. Where was I? I was talking about Interstellar. So I love the movie Interstellar and how they repeat Dylan Thomas's poem that includes the line "Rage against the dying of the light." And I think there's something that's very invigorating and uplifting when you understand that everything matters and you do matter and life is significant and you are significant. And just because the universe is so large, you don't have to feel small. Like the universe being large means it's a larger resource for humankind, right? That means it's, like a cow doesn't look at a giant grass field, a giant field of grass and think, oh, I'm so small. It thinks, look at all that grass, that I can thrive with.
From a practical point of view and like from a spiritual point of view, I understand what you're saying and it makes a lot of sense. I also think that everybody needs to have some sort of covenant with death or their own death or accepting their own death.
I think that's important if you're going to meet. Well, you need that if you're going to have a good experience meeting Anubis, which is a metaphor I use for how I think if you die, I like to say that instead of when you die. It's just an attempt at magic, kind of like there's a Nick Cage meme I found when they're like, Nick Cage is going to be buried in this pyramid if he dies. It's like, oh my God, I'm so scared. But I think that, when and if that happens for everyone, you need to have a positive association with it if you're going to have a good experience meeting Anubis. So I would never want to be a doomer that believed in an afterlife, because I think that's how I would have a really rough time meeting Anubis. Just like he'd have the unboxing video and go, oh, here's a heart, and it's another one that's heavier than a feather, and you know what that means. It's really bad.
But wouldn't it also depend on whether you're a doomer personally or your view on the outside world? So, for example, you could improve the life of yourself
Well, that's
and
what
your
I was
family.
asking, sure.
Yeah, like...
Get rid of this language of doomer, okay, please. Just, it sounds...
You're the one that said, I'm a doomer. You said, I'm a doomer.
I was making a joke, but...
Well, but you could have said that the first time we asked, but
Cowboy.
Also, people change their minds
You
all the
allowed
time.
this to happen. Cowboy,
People
are you a
change their
doomer?
minds all the time, and there's nothing unusual about it.
Am I a doomer?
Yeah, I don't think you
God,
are.
I fucking hope that you don't think I am.
No, you seem to have a good
pretty much everything
life.
pretty much everything I post is not doomer adjacent. Like, I don't think I've ever posted anything doomer adjacent. I don't even think there's anything on my account that's explicitly negative in tone. Like,
yeah,
I don't know.
I've always believed black pills are suppositories. People can shove them up their ass.
Careful, we got a little girl watching. This is
Black
this is a safer work stream
No,
now.
but
the thing is,
black pillars tend to have, in my opinion, they tend to spread negative contagion. But I think it's also usually a cry for help. I think it's usually because they need someone that's
Or
not
it's
black
performative,
pilled
or
that
they're
can
not
actually
serious.
take the dose and then be like, hey,
No, they walk
there's
around
light
trying to
at
feed
the
them
end
to
of the
people like a
tunnel.
Pez dispenser. Like you can try and help them, and all they're gonna do is try and just jam it down your throat.
You need someone with good mithridatism, good poison tolerance, who can maybe take your black pill without overdosing on it and then turn it into something more uplifting.
Yeah.
No, but it depends. A lot of black pilling is just performative in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
There's some people who...
But you
it's
can usually
purposeful
see in the way some person
demoralization.
treats themselves. Usually the way a person treats themselves reflects their state of mind. I think Lev talks about this all the time, right? So
yeah.
So if you
I've
feel,
paid
if you're
therapists for my
like
friends,
if you
like-
have a weird negative relationship with a sense of doom and dread, like that's how you're gonna treat yourself. Like you're gonna treat yourself horribly, and it'll look like you treat yourself horribly.
Yeah, we got to be more like that girl, you know, just laughing at various things that they see. Like that is, I feel very happy that I was able to still retain like that kind of like youthful spirit of like looking around there and be like, man, this is amazing. I'm living in a three-dimensional reality. I mean, I'm sure she doesn't say that, but just like trying to treat everything as this like very novel thing, there is something to that people may be missing, and that may be why they've become a doomer over time. And Gio, I
feel the same way.
It's a very good feeling to have. I mean, especially like in New York City, going around and looking at all the classical architecture, or like Aman, one of our great patrons, by the way, Aman Sadhu. He talked about how great it is to just walk around, and how every single leaf on the tree, how that's just like a fractal infinity that you're just looking at, and it's just so amazing. And we also have a new guest here today, a newcomer, Holly. Holly, how are you?
Hello.
Can you hear us? And can we hear you?
Yeah, how's it going?
I did not.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, I did not expect that kind of voice to come out of somebody named Holly, but
Oh yeah. No, my name is homage to the plant itself as well as Hollywood. Whoa.
You can. Can you please let her talk?
Yeah, sorry. Go off, Queen.
Hi, Margot. Do you remember me? Do you remember my name? It's probably hard to recognize me as a disembodied head.
That's kind of grim.
Awkward.
Hey, Margot, how are you? I'm Lev. Nice to meet you. I always do this to my cat, by the way. Like, whenever I see Steve, I always just go like that, and he starts to, do whatever he does.
I try not to attract mine because then they won't leave me alone.
Yeah. No, cats are great. Holly, are you a fan of cats?
Yeah.
Cats are good. Now, why is your account called Black Deleuze? Are you a fan of Deleuze?
Oh, yeah. A little bit. I'm kind of. I enjoy some of Deleuze's work, and I also really like Andrew Culp, who wrote Dark Deleuze. Big fan of his. My conversations with him are extensive and really, really, I'm invested in all of my conversations with him. He's an awesome person.
And what is the interest that you have found in Mormonism or transhumanism or both?
Mormonism, I've always been invested in Christian apologetics, and Mormonism, I think, along with more broadly, this Lutheranism has always kind of piqued my curiosity, simply because the approach and the kind of concept that had dominated Western civilization for 800 years, and this classical understanding of theology and this breakthrough in any attempt at sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay. What did you hear?
So you were talking about how you were looking at Mormonism like a theology and a breakthrough attempt, and that was what I heard.
Oh, that's not very much. Okay, hold on. Give me 1 second. I'm
Sure.
on satellite.
No problem at all. You are on a satellite phone. That's interesting. I don't really know anybody who's got a satellite phone. So
my uncle had a sat phone back in the fucking 90s, and he used to he used to do all crazy shit. That's where I learned all these skills from. My uncle used to be a big time hacker.
Uncle.
Yeah.
that would make sense.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's how, Cowboy, you were able to find Gary out pretty quickly.
Oh, that's easy, dude. That's trivial shit. That's just Google.
But did you find anything about Gary out as far as him being a hacker or him involved with any of this?
I haven't looked, just because it's like...
He told me that on the phone. That's all I know.
What, Gary told you he was a hacker?
Well, yeah, and then my phone started acting weird and everything else that I've told over and over again. I want to find out if he really worked with Mark Wahlberg and if he really was the investor on Open Water.
When was the last time you spoke to him?
I'm much more curious about that than if he's actually a hacker or not, because that to me would be a huge verification, is if he really was the investor on Open Water and if he really did work with Mark Wahlberg as a manager or agent at some point.
I'm super interested in this because this is what I do for a living, Jules. So, like, where did you meet him? Like, what did...
I never met him. He sent me an email through a ParamountPictures.co email, and he knew me very well in hindsight because he knew exactly everything I was interested in. He sent me a screenplay. I downloaded it, and this is even after I had been reading multiple books on, I had read We Are Anonymous, I had read This Machine Kills Secrets, I had read Social Engineering, I had a blog, and I had a Goodreads. So I had a Goodreads that referenced all the books that I had been reading. I had a blog that anyone could read and go have a peek inside my mind, so to say. Same with my Goodreads, same with my Facebook, was all public, same with my Twitter. So someone could develop a pretty good profile of my mental schematic. And so this guy, Garyana Lorenzo, emails me from a ParamountPictures.co email. I didn't notice there was no M. It connected to a website that mirrored ParamountPictures.com. So when I went to it, it looked identical. It wasn't until after I realized I had been hacked that I was like, oh my God, these are two completely different websites that have nothing to do with each other.
Yep, that's a spearfish. That's what we call a spearfish in the industry, is that someone did research and reconnaissance on like all of your activities online, and they wrote something, like they bought a domain name specifically to, they probably didn't do it only to you. They probably did it to a bunch of people like with IMDb pages, or people in acting, or people like looking for like modeling jobs or something like that. So you were probably like one of many people that clicked that, and the person that you were talking to probably wasn't the same person every single time. It was probably multiple people.
I only spoke, it was definitely the same voice every time, but whether or not that was Garyana Lorenzo, we never did a FaceTime, right? So we never did a video chat. All I know was he showed me these pictures. He showed me articles about him. He hyperlinked them in an email. In one of I've shared them on my Twitter at some point. Someone could go, and probably you, Cowboy, could go through my Twitter and see, like, I shared Gary articles when he was written about as an agent and some of his other roles in media and entertainment.
I read into some of the articles that were posted about him and some of the stuff that was posted, because I did go through the Google crap. And what people usually do is that in order to, they'll pick like a random name, and then they'll build up a bunch of, like, even if the person already exists, they'll pick that name and they'll build up a bunch of like fake articles that they'll get a blog and they'll write a bunch of stuff to like back up that person has.
No, it was like in the New York Post or something. Like the things when he said he was an agent for Mark Wahlberg was like the New York Post or something. It was like a major.
Yeah, but article. He could have been.
It wasn't like.
You see what I'm saying? It might not have actually been him. Like, it might have been an agency just using some random guy that wasn't famous enough that people would know him, but he was well connected enough that they could use his name. So it might not even be him. Like, it might just be somebody using his name that they got randomly from Google.
An image.
Yeah.
You've been rused, Jules.
Hold on. Well, no, I've always said from the beginning. I've always said from the beginning that I wasn't sure if it was just an elaborate alias or not, just because I so religiously use Occam's razor that I hate having false beliefs. I try to, as aggressively as possible, eliminate false beliefs. So that's why when I was hacked, I also know how like credibility works, and like I've seen like so many Hitchcock movies, and like people, when someone's like, you have to believe me, and like nobody believes you. Like, I just know how, like, even with the truth, like people just can turn against you and just like doubt you. So I was always tried to demonstrate, hey, I'm aware of how uncertain I am. I'm aware of how incomplete my information is. This is the incomplete information I'm working with. And that would be the best way to find other people like you guys to help me like piece it together. It's been a mystery for me. So this is the only way that you can verify this stuff. So,
did you give him anything like money or time or like?
Never. No. Well, no, I never gave him money other than the conversations we had. It wasn't until I downloaded the screenplay. He sent me a screenplay he said he wrote called The Games, which was about these people at the Olympics trying to escape the Nazis. I've shared it on Twitter. Like, anyone can go read it.
What file format was it that he sent?
It was a PDF. It was a PDF.
Yeah, that's where you got fucked. Is the PDF?
Did you download
That's what
it?
I think.
Did you
I
download
it?
I can tell you for sure. I can tell you for sure that's where you got fucked, because PDFs can.
But I did it on my computer, but then suddenly it was like
I know,
all of
I know.
my stuff was
But because
it wasn't
you
just
clicked
my
on
computer.
No, I can explain.
We can't authorize this file. Do you want to open it? Yes.
I can explain this to you easily. Okay, so when you clicked on that PDF,
rootkit, right?
No, not well. Rootkit is just a concealment. Like, that's okay. Like, whatever. I mean, like we're not talking about specifically about a rootkit. I'm telling you how it elevated permissions and got to other shit on your network. So what happened is you probably opened the PDF that got sent to you. It executed code, and it probably used some kind of exploit in your home network to get permissions on other devices, and it, like, you know, it like listed out all the other devices. It iterated through everything connected to your Wi-Fi that it could reach, and then it was like, okay, well, this phone is running this version of this app, therefore I can get control of this phone. So it just, and anything that was connected to your Wi-Fi was compromised if it had an exploit. So if you're saying like it reached your phone and it reached everything else, like, that's totally feasible, and it doesn't take like a star to do that in this industry. That's just like that's basic shit. Like, that's something that someone who's well educated in this field, but you don't have to be talented to do that. So that's
I would like to know if Gary though is real, because there was a point when I felt like this is just my own sense on just like the amount of time I was perceiving this experience, when it was like much more direct and obvious, because now it's like he's not there at all.
Like, what were some of the things
he would like, highlight things I was reading. He would make slideshows for me. He would play songs on my phone that I'd never heard before, and no apps and things would be on. When he spoke to me on the phone before like my phone started playing Demi Lovato's Confidence, he was like, "Oh, by the way, like I used to be one of the best hackers in the world. Sometimes, you know, you have to do something you hope people understand later." He told me about Devil's Breath, which is like this drug you can lace a business card with, and when you absorb it through your skin, suddenly people can start bullying you around and you lose your free will, and they can like persuade you to like get into a van or something. And that's when I was like super spooked out, and I went to the police and they were like, "Well, has he taken anything? Do you fear for your life?" And I was like, "No, like not really." They're like, "Well, he hasn't done anything illegal. Like there's nothing we can do. Just ignore him." And so that was kind of the beginning of this whole my Stockholm syndrome experience, because I like constantly was trying to get this guy out of my hair.
Have you considered that it could have been
wouldn't even believe me? And so I was just like totally on my own. And then suddenly I was just like, you know, I broke a phone.
Dude,
at
I
one
totally,
point.
I
Like,
totally
it was
believe
just like,
you. I totally believe
this
you.
really, no, this really happened. This, and I'm not even sure if it stopped happening. Like, so, I mean, part of the reason why I made this show is so I could be like, talk about this without getting put in an insane asylum.
Yeah, no,
So
I believe you, dude, because I've heard of even weirder shit happen. The only other angle I can think of is, well, before I ask that, when was the last time you felt that he did something?
that is really hard to say, because there's degrees, because you become a little superstitious when this kind of thing happens. So there are a lot of things that I go, like I'll apply a Heisenberg's uncertainty principle to. So I would say there hasn't really been anything when I was like convinced it was him for 3 or 4 years, maybe more like 3 years, when I was just sort of like, this is 100% Gary. And since then, if things happen, I've kind of used his name as a meme as a superstition for things being bizarre with technology and things like that. So as far as like the less confident occurrences, I mean, they're happening on this stream. Like when people are talking and sometimes their microphone gets weird, or there's that gray box when I'm like, not sure if that's a Morse code or something in the chat. Like there are times when I'm not sure if Gary's still backing me up, because there were a couple of experiences I had when people like really messed with me, and then it just seemed like he really started messing with them. And I was like, because I think Gary really likes me, and I love Gary.
I think that's too, yeah. Like I think
me.
that's a factor here, because there's a thing with hackers, and you get to this point and you either get over it or you don't. Like when you have power like that, there's this point in your life where you're like, I can just monitor anybody I know, and I could become my own NSA, right? Like I can literally keep tabs on everybody I know, and eventually the novelty wears off, right? But for some people, the novelty never wears off, and they just keep tabs on everybody they know. But the only other question I had is, do you think that have you ever had a relationship in that industry, or like you knew somebody that wanted to get you back for something, because this kind of
this was a guy that I think was just attracted to me based on I had been on a reality show, I had a blog, I was an international model, I came from good stock, I have good grooming, I had my degree.
You sound like a racialist there, Jules.
No, this is why I got my job. This is literally what someone just told me.
Because you're a proud Anglo-Saxon?
No, I'm not Anglo-Saxon. I'm American.
He has good
okay?
German
I'm American.
blood.
Okay.
Good German blood.
No, I have no.
But Americans
German blood.
are Anglo-Saxon.
No, American. No. We're
Anglo-Saxon means
I'm a
English.
No,
what's your
I'm
ancestry, Jules?
I'm a mutt. My dad and my mom.
I'm Frisian, Anglo-Saxon, and Norwegian. I'm a mutt.
My mom and dad are my ancestors. That's it. So
Jules, you were the most beautiful Anglo-looking man I've ever seen in my life. You were prime.
Thank you.
The bar's pretty low, though.
Thank you.
Imagine
Thank
him with
you.
like a gray uniform and a peaked office.
That's such a cope, Geo. I fucking hate meds.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, I do.
I had to slip it in there. It's,
Oh my god.
Just imagine Jules with a feather in his hat.
You
Imagine
are,
med
you are
Jules,
right though,
that'd be even
Geo.
better.
Okay,
What?
wait, Geo, you are right about like the lowest caste of like Anglo-Saxon society. They are like the most like disgusting, like Bidlo-European caste. You're not wrong.
Wait, were they the people who were in the who were under the swamps? Like in that recent meme that came out, they were just like
Me, that's me.
No, it's
I was
not.
just joking.
Shanty.
There are good-looking
Yeah, it
Anglo
is.
people. I was just joking.
My favorite one is the girl version of those, where
Oh my
there's
god,
the-
I posted those.
I like the girl Norfs. Those are always interesting. The interesting cryptids.
Yeah.
But Jules, I gotta say, I want
to know how would I even keep someone like Gary out? I'm
Jules,
waiting to meet
listen,
the
listen,
person
listen.
Jules,
that will.
Jules,
I'm
if
waiting
you-
to meet the person that will walk me through. Don't worry, Jules.
And Prim.
Like, here's how you.
And Prim.
I
like,
wanted to
keep
talk to that
him
one guy about
out
Andrew
of
Pope because
all
he
your
says,
stuff.
I don't know.
I know how, Jules.
I've read Dark to Lose.
I always figured Lev would tell me if he had an idea.
Jules,
'cause I,
listen,
like,
Jules,
walk
Jules,
it
Why
through
are you
over
literally
years.
the hacker?
I mean,
Cowboy
your
look at
uncle
the door.
obviously has some idea on how to do that, or if
Jules,
he's like,
listen,
I would imagine he would help
I'm
me
concerned.
if he knew. He'd be
Jules,
like, oh, Jules is dealing
you
with
have
this.
like a triple A
Jules,
tier
why don't you
expert.
do this?
Yeah,
Jules,
we,
listen, I'm concerned with you,
we
man.
got
I'm
Cowboy
concerned
here.
you have-
Cowboy is a hacker. He can help you out.
Yeah, dude, that's
Is
easy.
it that?
He's like a triple A expert, dude.
Can I do that without like spending thousands of dollars?
Yeah,
and-
you don't need to spend shit.
Well, that's good news.
Jules,
Yeah, you just
listen,
need
I'm
to-
kind of concerned, buddy. I'm concerned that maybe you're developing a Stockholm thing with Gary.
Oh, he's already.
I
It's level
have
7.
Stockholm syndrome. I love
Like,
Gary.
you're saying you love
I hope
Gary.
you wouldn't be offended if I did cut him out. I hope you. I
Oh
hope you
my
wouldn't
God,
take that the wrong
Jules.
way. For real.
Patty Harris
He might
I can
rip
walk you
out
through
on
it
me.
right now. Like literally, it's that simple. You don't need to spend any money at all.
What do I do? I thought because my impression
Okay.
was.
All you do is
anyways.
you go to your computer, like on your Windows computer. You use Windows or you use Mac?
No, Mac.
Mac.
Okay, I can't help you. I'm just joking. Of course I can help you. But yeah, look. There's a process, Jules, and it's like you have to figure out like all the points that you could be hit at, right?
Yeah.
Like you have to
This is
figure
something
out.
you should work out step by step in DM.
Yeah, this is something that takes a lot of time.
I like
but
need some.
not a lot of money.
This is yeah. I just don't think it's
But
gonna.
I charge
happen.
$255 an hour.
Yeah, I just don't think. I just don't think that's in the cards for me for the foreseeable
let
future.
Cowboy take benevolent control of your life instead of Gary. He'll banish him. Like it's.
I let
it's,
Lev
it's not a
take
full
control of my life.
exorcism. It's just replacing the spirit.
Well, if Jules becomes
No, I don't want to control anything. I don't
Jules
wanna-
becomes
Exactly.
Gary's,
That's why you need to like use.
I don't want to see people's vacuous fucking posts. Like I'm so tired of seeing it everywhere I go. I see like the most bullshit, fucking horrible content on the internet.
Really, you don't want to see Reddit or tier sexting
I know.
conversations?
I don't want to see any of that shit. I've seen
So
like
so stop.
I-
so Cowboy. So get out
I
of
have
my
a GPT.
stuff.
I have a
Stop.
server that
Tell your
I have
boss.
a server. Look, I have a server.
Cowboy,
with
tell your
85
boss. Cowboy,
power,
tell whoever.
and it
Cowboy,
can
tell
generate
whoever
any
has
nude.
you on payroll. Whoever has you on payroll to stop looking through my camera and stop going through my stuff and to stop
What-
tracking me.
what do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean?
I'm
What do
just
you mean?
saying. I'm just saying. Who just you can
Who has
just
me on
stop.
payroll? What are you talking
Just-
about?
Huh? Your handler.
Cowboy's
obviously,
a
right?
free man on the land, a sovereign citizen, a nation unto himself.
What are you talking about?
What?
Who payroll?
Well, obviously, right? No, they would. What they pay you in
Who?
Jules, what the hell is going on? What the
You're
hell? is
higher
going
than
on?
I am.
I'm stone cold sober.
What are you talking about?
I'm
Who's
on my
paying
second
me?
blunt.
Jules, if I wanted to get you, I would. I don't have any reason.
This is it. This is it.
What?
This is confirmation. Kaliak is a CIA glow
I
in
mean,
the
it would
dark
be my own
operation.
fault. It really would be my
and
own
Aryan
fault.
Cowboy is the top agent.
No,
He's the
no,
intel
no.
man for the glow in the darks for the
I think Jules is
bad,
right
deadly
about.
communist gangster computer god is running Kaliak right now with all of the Frankenstein gangster controls. We have confirmation. Jules knows the truth. That Polyak is a CIA glow-in-the-dark operation.
No,
well, I mean,
no,
we're doing interesting things
no,
with AI.
I think Kaliak is just like primarily young people, and then like a couple of
CIA
people
handlers.
that communicate. No, not
gangsters.
CIA people.
No, gangster earphones. CIA controls.
I'll give you a
tell you
tip.
what I think.
I'll give you a tip.
It's like a group of people
With
that
all
know
the
each
gangster
other.
puppet playboys on top.
The crowd.
No.
Jules, I'll give you a tip.
These people
wanna
can't
talk
handle that I'm actually just boring in real life. They think that I'm like
Jules,
a
I'll give you a
CIA
tip.
person, or they think I'm a gangster. They think it's just like, no, I'm just a well-educated,
You're one of the puppet
pretty
gangster
boy,
playboys on top,
New York City
Jules.
model. I'm a dime a dozen. I just happen to pursue this instead of becoming a banker or, doing something else, because I actually am confident that I can make a career for myself this way. And just like create my own freedom. But like people can't handle that. They think I'm like so extra special. They're like, maybe he has a fucking wire in his gold tooth, and like maybe the earphones in his ear isn't to like avoid conversations like Larry David on the street. Maybe it's not to avoid conversations like Larry David. Maybe it's because he's getting like secret like blips and bleeps, and that's what people are talking to him. And it's like, oh
Who
my
thinks
goodness,
that?
maybe he's a clone.
Who
Maybe
thinks
he's
this?
a clone.
I don't know
What?
anybody.
Jules, when
I
you're done
met
with your
people in
diatribe,
fashion, and this is what people are talking about. I've heard people.
Jules,
I'm hanging out with someone right now
Jules.
that says she thinks I'm up to something when I have earphones in my ears. So it's just like this is just like how people think.
Exactly,
And
the
you-
earphones, the Frankenstein
You learn how people
earphone
think
controls.
just by listening to them.
All right, Cowboy.
long enough.
Oh, gangster
But Kaliak
earphone
is just a bunch
controls.
of friends that talk
From the
in other
synthetic
channels,
skies.
and they talk
The artificial
behind the
stars.
scenes, and then they're in Kaliak, and then they have their clique in Kaliak, and then it's they're trying to be the most influential clique in Kaliak, and then I came in there kind of like a fucking mule in the foundation.
Wait, Cowboy, what were you gonna say?
Jules, I want to do some mushrooms with you.
Dude, that would be fun. We can do like 11 Joules, break the rules, mushrooms in nature.
Third eye stream.
Definitely.
That would be fun.
Wait, Cowboy, what were you gonna say?
I lost I lost track. I was just gonna say, Jules, like I understand when you get compromised, there's a psychological element that's not really well studied because all this technology is so new, but like the kind of trauma that you get from being compromised and like having your life invaded by all this technology, we don't really know that much about it. But like when I look at you and I hear what you're saying, that's what I think is happening. Like I don't think that
you're manifesting it.
Yeah, like it's like I don't know how you think I'm payrolled by somebody and I'm like part of some kind of like grand.
I'm just pulling your chain.
Okay, well that's a relief because
I mean we are actually payrolled. So.
Yeah, I mean we're payrolled, but we're not payrolled.
Hey,
by
I would not be that surprised, but also
I'm a
wouldn't
Freemason
bet on it.
agent.
Like if you said, "Do you want to bet?" I would say no. No, thank you.
Oh, wait,
I'm a Freemason agent that's been working for the Crown since the 1880s, and I'm kept alive by children's blood, and I'm after you, Jules.
Oh wait, speaking of Freemasons, we may have Drew Arnold on. I'm gonna check to see what's going on with him. He's in co-masonry.
Oh, he stood you up. I'm just kidding. Everyone stands me up.
I'm gonna get like a swastika avatar to banish the Freemason like a crucifix with a vampire.
What's wrong with the Freemasons? Let's hold on a second here. Like,
really?
No, I want to know. I genuinely want to know. I just don't know. What exactly are the Freemasons up to?
They run the world with the communist gangster computer god.
I mean,
well, basically, to me, they seem like an I don't know, like a lower echelon of whatever really kind of sick fuck occultists are running the things behind the scenes, and it's like a grooming ground for them where like they try and get like the people that could be someone and get them in places of power, and then behind the scenes they get them doing all this vile, disgusting behavior, to basically break them into the brotherhood.
I'm going to tell you right now, if you want a hot tip on how to get to the root of the conspiracy, you need to talk to Imam Sonia. You need to get Imam Sonia on the podcast as soon as possible.
I don't think we've ever had Sonia on before. That would be a great honor.
Like basically anything that's kind of like disgusting that could have like you could look at in the entirety of the existence of the British Empire, I would say is probably connected to Freemasonry to some degree.
Interesting.
Like all the perversion you see among the aristocracy, all like the little leaks and scandals and stuff that come out of that, they're all brothers in the lodge.
Now, what about George Washington? Now, George Washington, he was a Freemason, and like he seems like a good, well-rounded individual and all that. Like, what would you say about that?
Well, like, I mean, I forget the quote exactly, but there's like something between like, you know, there's people who think that the Freemasons are just a drinking club, and then there's people who know, like, you know, it's fucking anything but that at certain levels. Like, it has like this two-tone thing. It can be just a casual social thing, which it is for like a lot of fucking people. Like, I know, like, I've had Freemasonry little things around here, and it's literally like just local business boomers who own like a hardware store and make $160,000 a year. They're not out there molesting children and, you know, creating the AI demiurge. But at the higher levels, there is things that go on up there.
Yeah, we definitely have to get Drew Arnold on, too. I mean, I know that Drew doesn't really talk about the secrets related to, like, I asked him about Tubal Cain, and he couldn't really elaborate on that. But still, he is someone who's very open-minded and talks to me a lot about all these different things, so he would be a very interesting guest to have on. Now, I don't know if there's a big difference between co-masonry and Freemasonry. Co-masonry is the one where they have women in as well, so it may not be exactly like those higher echelons that you were talking about.
Yeah, to be honest, I just view Masonry as like one of many tentacles that come from the people at the top, and I think it was more prominent in past and history. I think it's very associated with Britain and France at their height, and now they've gone kind of by the wayside. And, you know, they're in the sphere of America, and whatever's going on in America, it might be Freemason. I don't know if there's a continuation or something, but it's doing the same kind of evil shit, if that makes sense.
I mean, the big shame here is that the actual construction of the that Masonic symbolism with those two columns with the intersecting, you know, like the Star of David, like Shiva and Shakti. It's all the same symbolism. So when people are scared of the symbolism, it's like, what the fuck? It's like, this is something
many of the lower level, like, surface ones, like, they're just common esoteric symbolism that you can, like, find looking at any, like, entry-level perennial book and stuff. And, like, those individually and taken by themselves aren't anything bad necessarily, but I mean, you know, it's like it's a secret group that has like orders of initiation the further you go into it. So I'm not aware of all the rituals that go on down the line. I've heard rumors here and there about that kind of stuff.
Well, are the Freemasons supposedly descended from, I mean, they talk about medieval Masons, but I guess it's supposed to be like, Egyptian mythology and also the building of Solomon's temple. But again, this is all hearsay. So is there anything like, I don't know, Cowboy, is there anything more substantial?
I completely believe there's like lineages and, you know, successions that go on in like these big like occultist groups and it's gone back a while. I would definitely believe that.
Well, I guess they would say it goes back to Tubal Cain, who was one of the, he was Adam and Eve's, not son, but like, no, that's the line of Cain, right? So Cain still kept existing on the earth, supposedly, and he had various children. And like his grandson or great-grandson or whatever, that was Tubal Cain, who was responsible for the weaponry manufacturing, you know, responsible for ironsmithing, I believe, things like that. Like, I don't know if I'm getting it exactly right, but that is an interesting thought when it comes to something like Prometheanism. The idea of people gaining these insights. And that's not necessarily bad. Like, if there was someone out there like a Tubal Cain who didn't want to just live according to, you know, nature's whims, but wanted to take more, take more control over their environment, all the more power to them. So that's the thing that I don't really like. I don't see that as being malevolent, child-sacrificing stuff in and of itself.
No. Like, again, like many of like the entry level myths surrounding Freemasonry on themselves can probably be kind of benevolent or benign. Like I haven't read into it too much because it's not like where my instincts point me towards. So it hasn't been like my big interest for the past 10 years.
What would you guys think about people who were like looking for child sacrificers and like use that as the scapegoat to justify basically tracking all sorts of ordinary innocent people? Like, basically,
we don't need any justification to track ordinary innocent people because that's what the whole fucking modern world is built on. Is just
the panopticon.
Cowboy,
they're fucking
data.
They're fucking
Cowboy
data
that is so weak.
What do you
That
mean?
is so weak. What?
What do you mean by that? Why is it weak?
Dude, people.
I don't
have
need to
no
monitor everyone like
business
the NSA. I
doing
can
that.
pick up pedophiles.
It's
I
like
agree with you.
completely.
No, I agree. I agree 100%, Jules. I'm on the side of the anti-surveillance. Don't worry. Like I don't like it.
I think the thing with Freemasonry, and there's a reason why the Catholic Church for many years forbid its members and the punishment of excommunication for being Freemasons. Jules, please mute while you're eating. I think it's because and I don't even know how deep it goes in terms of the active conspiracy versus a discourse that develops into a way of approaching the world and approaching history itself. So, for example, the Masons have a particular doctrine, a particular externalization of the hierarchy, and whether or not you want to say that above the normal levels, there is a profound I wouldn't even say like you would say like an occultic sort of sense, and therefore it's very interesting how coincidentally there seems to be throughout history at every major shift behind it are people Mason adjacent or have in some parts to do with Masonry. It seems that human history, and there are some scholars who say this as well, the history of humanity really is the history of a direction towards differing and competing and even warring secret societies. So like how Dennis McKenna says that drugs and not even drugs, but the manipulation of consciousness has guided human history, right? I would say that a further extension of that would be the manipulation of society itself through a series of mystery schools and secret societies, but even beyond that, discourses of power that have created modern conditions. And so, for example, this is why Giorgio Agamben is more apt than, for example, Michel Foucault, because he takes what Foucault said and he said, well, Foucault likes to think that there was this epistemic break in modernity, but Agamben says in Homo Sacer that this sort of impulse towards power knowledge has always existed throughout human history, and it's existed in the ancient world. So it's like how Adorno and Horkheimer said that the Enlightenment existed before the Enlightenment. So, for example, when in mythos there's this impulse to become iconoclastic. So when Odysseus defeated the Cyclops by saying I'm nobody, right? So when he poked the eye out, the Cyclops went back to the gods. And like, who did this to you? He's like, oh, nobody. And so, meaning that humanity inherently at that moment, the forces of enlightenment, the forces of reason, subverted mythos. And so in the same way, you could say power and power knowledge and discipline, they existed way beyond in the ancient world as well. And I would say that secret societies are a manifestation of modern discursive power, controlling and guiding human history even before the 18th century. And sovereign power is just one denotation of power, like Agamben said. And really this modern form of biopower that always existed, and secret societies through various occultic rituals almost in a way have produced biopower in the ancient world. And that's just a personal thesis of mine that's really crazy, and really like any sort of Foucauldian would say that's like nutso, schizo, not very problematic. But I say that these impersonal forces, they have a lot to do with secret society, and secret societies seem to be a constant throughout human history.
Yeah.
So.
I think this is an interesting point.
And I think even Mormonism developed as a secret society in some ways, but that's...
like a lot of it was based off, I think, it wasn't like Freemasonry, but adjacent to it, like the fraternal organizations, like based off universities and stuff like that. Like a lot of the early rituals of modeled off that. Same thing with the Ku Klux Klan, actually.
Yeah, no, a lot of it was out of necessity as well. I know that a lot of the breakaway Mormon cults that had the polygamy, they were forced to like go in the mountains and have these towns, and like that Jeff's guy, he was from that ancient not ancient, but from that old Mormon town that was established when they broke off. And then I think at one point, didn't the American government try to basically destroy the Mormons, or what happened there?
There was something like that. I'd have to read in through the history again, but basically it looked like the federal government was going to invade Utah, and there was like a Mormon militia active, and then like Brigham Young at the last moment like prevented violence.
Yeah, but this is what I think, that Mormonism is the quintessential American religion, because not only does it have that energy of the secret society, not only does it have that feature of reaching your potential and not really focusing on the sort of what would you say, eschatology, as opposed to very old world, like, Christian Catholicism and orthodoxy. It seems to be also, it has this like inherently like yeoman farmer collective, but also libertarian sort of impulse to it.
Well, like, I mean, they've been hoarding and getting ready for their government's going to go down. They've been doing that since the 1850s.
Yeah, and they have this whole thing. I remember Cleo Skousen, his brother Joel Skousen, he's a prepper. Like, he's not just prepper, but he's like also a security consultant. And he talked about, with Alex Jones, he talked about how there's a system in Utah where if the federal government collapses and the Utah...
Oh, the temple is a second government immediately.
Yeah,
Boom,
yeah,
there
yeah.
It is.
So if your best bet, if there's
Desiree's a reality the moment the fucking Washington goes away.
Yeah,
like,
so if there's like a mass collapse, the best place to be is like with the Mormons and in Utah. So you better start getting used to those Mormon tomboys.
That's hilarious.
You better start giving up caffeine. No more
The thing
caffeine.
that I point out to people is that the Mormons in the Rocky Mountains have a giant underground vault where they store all their relics, all their original texts and stuff, and it is patrolled by like Area 51 levels of security by a private security company entirely of like Mormon like special forces guys, for lack of a better term. And like those people got some prophecies. They ain't letting outsiders know. That's what I think.
Oh, and a lot of them are in the intelligence and security services as well.
Yeah, I think they actually they're trying to form their own inner deep state out of like what exists already. I don't think they're like, working hand in hand with what runs things now. I think they're trying to carve their own little realm out of it.
So do you think they're anti-globalist then in some sense?
Very much. Yes, I actually think they're a very dharmic, a very positive kind of people. Like I think I think Mormonism is a bridge to like a religion that's going to come in America and that's going to like sacralize the continent and like the mythology of like coming over here. And yeah.
Wow.
Guys, we have Gennady Stolyarovin.
Good evening.
Hello.
Good evening.
Yes, well, thank you, Lev and Jules, for giving me the opportunity to come on briefly during this stream. I was able to catch short snippets of the discussion when Edward Hudgens and Lincoln Cannon were on the stream, and certainly it was quite an interesting conversation. I would say of all of the participants, I'm most closely aligned with Edward Hudgens in terms of my views on the subject, in the sense that I myself am an atheist transhumanist, but I have a lot of respect for the Mormon transhumanists. I've observed how they have been able to arrange various events quite impressively within their community. They have a lot of coordination. They have a lot of intelligent people who are willing to work systematically toward common goals. And many of them have forward-thinking types of ideas in terms of advocacy for science and technology, in terms of how they interpret their religious views in order to be compatible with the pursuit of radical life extension and the transformation of the human condition. So for me, although I'm an atheist, I'm not an anti-theist. I don't see a conflict between religion and transhumanism. I see it being a matter of how one interprets one's religious beliefs. And
but why not get rid of transhumanism altogether and do the Aubrey de Grey, where he goes, I'm not interested in philosophy. I don't want to die. I don't want you to die. I'm interested in radical life extension. Is there a cringe factor to transhumanism that also mimetically lends itself to cultic thinking, where suddenly these are the people that are talking about, oh, I want to upload my brain into a server, and they're talking about all these super far-fetched things that make it impossible to convey, hey, let's try to live to 150. Let's try to live to 200. And if you can just convey that engineering problem in biological terms, we had Victor on the show earlier, who is a member of Lifespan.io. Keith Comito was one of the people we interviewed for Sowing Discourse. He was someone that was also interviewed by the Young Turks, in fact, for Lifespan.io, which is a crowdsourcing site for radical life extension. But I feel like we missed the boat. We missed the train to talk with Victor. We wanted to talk about molecular biology, and people were talking about like child cannibalism or something. And he came on, and I don't think the DJs really minded that was the choice.
Well, I would say I've had quite a few conversations with Aubrey and Victor and Keith Comito, and they're all allies of ours. They're members of the US Transhumanist Party. It's just in many of their communications, they pursue a different rhetorical strategy. I had a panel with Aubrey de Grey and various other leading longevity scientists such as Dr. Bill Andrews, Ira Pastor, and Ilya Stombler. And what Aubrey de Grey told me is essentially he wishes me all the best in terms of affecting the public perception of the term transhumanism. And he himself had to fight that uphill battle with the term rejuvenation, which when Aubrey de Grey first articulated the SENS approach was generally associated with like skincare, anti-aging creams, looking younger, whereas he wanted it to be associated with fundamental cellular level repair of damage that accumulates due to aging in the body. And it took him about a decade to alter this perception, but he eventually succeeded. I think his goals right now are to massively catalyze investment into the rejuvenation biotechnology field. So he doesn't feel like the battle for the word transhumanism is one that he should be fighting directly. And I think the same is the attitude of Keith Comito. However, they are quite sympathetic to the ideas of transhumanism under whatever name, and they are not averse to that term being used. It's just a matter of what does one focus on. So for me, my goal, one of them, is to get that term properly understood. And the reason why I believe that can succeed is because the vast majority of people still have no idea what transhumanism is. They don't have any sort of impression of it, positive or negative. There is a transhumanist community. It's fairly small, but it has essentially an extreme degree of representation of highly intelligent and educated and capable people. And then there's a kind of conspiracy theorist fringe that intentionally misrepresents transhumanism, largely stemming from persons like Alex Jones, who place it at the center of a New World Order Illuminati conspiracy. The closest I've ever come to that was a spam email sent to me asserting that it was from the Illuminati and signed the Illuminati, period. But other than that, I can assure you I've had no communications whatsoever from anyone or anything purporting to be the Illuminati. So that is just essentially a scarecrow that conspiracy theorists use in order to get people frightened. But most people have no idea what.
Yeah, but you gotta admit that
Lev would love
a lot
this.
of globalists, they are interested in this. I mean,
Lev would love this. When I was at NYU, I was invited to a secret society through Facebook. I think it was like the Raven Club or it's like the Edgar Allan Poe Club. I'd have to pull it up in my messages. But I had a meeting at Bowery Bar and I didn't make the cut. I thought I was a shoo-in. Like I was like glowing in this meeting and I was boasting about like why I was so awesome. And I was like, oh, I'm totally a shoo-in. And then they never got back to me. And so I never got in. I just thought that was funny. I'm going to pull up the message and I'm going to screenshot it and I'm going to share it. So.
Oh, sure. Now, my hypothesis about all of these secret societies is that they're essentially just glorified social clubs. And some people want to perceive themselves as being more special and important in the cosmic scheme of things than they actually are. So they devise these elaborate rituals specifically as a sign of a kind of in-group contrived identity and loyalty. But the esotericism actually serves to mask how ordinary those people and those groups are. They probably sit around and chat about current events or video games or sports or whatever it is that their members are interested in.
Cowboy, is there anything that we can bring up as far as any kind of compelling evidence that there is more to meet the eye when it comes to a lot of these secret organizations?
I can't talk about it.
Yeah, they're on to me.
That's the problem. Well, that's why we keep having this divide where one side goes like fully deep in this realm, but then there's like, you know, you get Alex Jones who sneaks into Bohemian Grove and records a thing, but it's a bunch of fruity people dancing around an owl statue.
It's like, real, but it's not that absurd. It doesn't function like any kind of Hollywood conception of secret societies.
No.
I guess the missing link here is that, Cowboy, you are much more in the realm of like Siddhi's various powers that people could possess to manipulate reality, where Gennady is not about that stuff. So I think that's like the big differentiator, and I wonder if there's any way to bridge that gap.
There is, and you're going to see that happening more and more with technology. Like those gaps will be bridged by technology, but the problem is that using technology as a vehicle to attain that is really dangerous.
Yo, Dan, do you know Dan DeMars lives right next to Edgar Allan Poe Street?
That's nice.
Wait, what about who?
I'm just messing with the schizos.
So, in regard to the comment that Aryan Cowboy made, Arthur C. Clarke stated in his famous third law, any sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic. A lot of what we're doing right now would have been considered magical in the ancient world. Like, what sorts of gods are we invoking in order to be able to communicate over vaster distances than Alexander the Great's armies had traversed during his conquests? What sort of sorcery is this? What sort of deity is assisting us here? When, of course, anyone who is trained in how these technologies work will be able to offer a rational explanation. I would say, similarly, certain phenomena in the future could be considered magical from our standpoint, but that's just because we don't understand what their mechanics are going to be. In some cases, we can't understand what their mechanics are going to be because we don't have the conceptual base built up yet. Our society needs to advance to a greater extent technologically. But in terms of the secret societies and what role they play in it, maybe some might be research associations that may be working on certain projects in secret, but those secrets will not remain clandestine for long. Technology and knowledge of how to create it generally tend to diffuse fairly rapidly.
Why do people at the top of STEM tend to be religious or spiritual or mystic?
Actually, they don't. More than 90%.
Really?
Scientists are
really?
atheists.
Is that true?
Gennady, I'm not sure about that, Gennady. It seems to me more 50-50. I think a lot of people just describe their faith differently. But, you know, one of my favorite books, The Moral Molecule by Paul J. Zak, he was Christian. Einstein said the more he learned and looked into nature, the more he believed in God. I think the problem is, like we find on this this Tower of Babel stream, that these words mean different things to different people. And I think sometimes atheists think when they hear the word God, they immediately jump to a Yuval Noah Harari interpretation where they think, oh, someone says they believe in God, they must believe in Santa Claus, you know, looking over a cloud, and, you know, it's some old judgmental man, and it's not some like fractal, amorphous, omnipresent, encompassing thing, which includes you and me. Like, you are God, Gennady. I am God. Lev is God. Cowboy is God. Like, we're all God. Like, my pet Bubbles is God, right? So is the tree outside.
May I say something? I would challenge the notion that learning the mechanics of something somehow like demagicifies it, if that makes sense. Like, I think if you went back several thousand years and took, say, what we would consider some of the most advanced technologies of today that would be utterly incomprehensible, say the computer and the atomic bomb, back to them and explained it to them, I think the only people back then that would actually get it and understand it as we understand it would be those people that research and are most involved in magic and the mechanics of nature and how it works and mythology.
Why is it that CERN spends so much money and resources on performing rituals for opening a tunnel, or for creating all of these beautiful statues of the Shiva Nataraja? Like, why did they have a dance opera where they show people performing rituals that were previously secret before this age? Like, why would an organization like CERN spend that much money and time doing something like that if it didn't mean something?
I don't have knowledge of CERN's practices to this kind of activity, but I do want to cite with regard to the proportion of scientists who are not religious, and understandably this is an older survey. A 1998 survey based on a self-selected sample of biological and physical scientists of the National Academy of Sciences in the United States found that 7% believed in the existence of God, 72.2% did not, and 20.8% were agnostic or had doubts. So for agnostics or doubters, some might technically be considered religious, some not so much.
Well, we don't know. What was the level of the scientists, though? Like, were these like mid-wit scientists or like top-wit scientists?
Yeah, that's what I want to emphasize. Like, if it's just like a general poll, like there's grades of scientists, like obviously, like just organically, like there's people who work like the generic positions that they have to fulfill as scientists, like, I don't know, like a chemical engineer or something. And then like the people at the very top who are researching the kind of groundbreaking technology that will determine the next stage and stuff. I think those people who are most fanatic and at the top of that speak have like a worldview that's, if it's not religious, it's dogmatic and ideological to the point it will be.
So this is the National Academy of Sciences, and it seems to be an organization of quite high-ranking individuals in the field. Again, an excerpt. As a National Academy, new members of the organization are elected annually by current members based on their distinguished and continuing achievements in original research. Election to the National Academy is one of the highest honors in the scientific field. Members of the National Academy of Sciences serve as pro bono advisors to the nation on science, engineering, and medicine. So this is an elite group. It's not just everyone who claims to be a scientist. There is a fairly rigorous selection or election process to be a member of the National Academy of Sciences. Now,
well, even I would say within that elite group, there's still a creme de la creme. Like, you can say politicians as a class are an elite group, but within politicians, not all of them get an equal say in what goes on.
I just find it kind of funny that the majority of transhumanists that I've spoken to and that I've encountered are people that actually haven't done anything necessary or interesting in STEM.
well, the ones that are doing that probably don't have time to speak with you, which is why we have an advocate.
Oh, trust me. If they're speaking to me, they're important.
Well,
that's very kind of you.
Thank you. So I think in terms of perceptions of religious belief or lack thereof, clearly it's possible to be a scientist and have religious beliefs. A lot of the great scientists of the scientific revolution of the 17th and 18th centuries, a lot of the great thinkers of the Age of Enlightenment held some sorts of religious beliefs, whether those be Christian or Jewish or deistic, but it's the interpretation that matters. And Jules, you provided an interpretation previously of essentially each individual as a kind of God or quasi-divine entity. And that's a decent way of looking at the world. It does reinforce a certain sanctity of the individual's life, and a certain elevated capability that all people have. However, that is certainly not the traditional organized religious way of looking at the world for most organized religions. Again, there are certain denominations, perhaps of Mormonism, that could be an exception to that, because Mormons do often say man was made in the image of God and therefore man should try to be like God. But in most older branches of Christianity, that would be considered a heresy. So it is important how people interpret their religious beliefs in terms of action in this world. And as someone who doesn't believe in any other world but this world, that interpretation is what is most important to me, because I want to understand how a person is likely to act. What sorts of policies is that person likely to support? Is that person likely to be on my side when it comes to advocating for technological progress? And is that person generally going to be a decent human being in day-to-day life? So there's an element of pragmatism in my position. I don't seek to deconvert anyone. If you seriously believe in some sort of divine being or divine power, and if that helps you live your life, if that helps you treat other people better and pursue worthwhile projects, I'm not about to persuade you to the contrary. I actually think new converts to any religion or ideology tend to be the most dangerous, because they lack a certain nuance, they lack a certain understanding of their worldview, which comes with experience and which comes with systematically checking that view against what they see in reality and the complex situations that might arise. And I think this is why some people who, for instance, get disillusioned with the religious faith in which they were brought up, then later on say, well, I don't believe in God anymore, but there's a certain hole that was left by it. And some might turn to kind of more nihilistic attitude, whereas someone like me, who was always an atheist, who was brought up in an atheistic background, does not perceive that kind of hole or gap, because the worldview in which I was raised and which I refined gradually over the course of my life seems fairly comprehensive in terms of addressing the kinds of situations that could arise.
By the way, I think Victor wants to come back on, and potentially Charlie Cam.
Oh, yes.
Dan Eaton sent me, Elton. Sent me a message. Sent me a message, and so we'll see. We'll see.
Let me also send them the link to the Zoom in the U.S. Transhumanist Party officers chat.
Excellent.
So now they have it if they want to come on.
Well, Cowboy, I wanted to. Oh, sorry. I wanted to.
Go ahead.
I wanted to make clear something you were asking earlier about in the future there being much more of this association with technology and magic. I'm not sure if Gennady understood you correctly or if I understood you correctly. Do you mean that the use of technology would open up certain avenues as far as, I don't know, telepathy or other things go in more of a spiritual astral realm, where we would actually be able to prove that there is an astral realm?
Well, the thing is that dimensionality,
the news sphere from Stalker,
like these dimensions are not, we're not, if we picture them in the way that New Agers do, there's no way to understand them through that. Like if we picture them as overlaid on top of each other, stacked up and down, like virtually, right? There's no way to conceive of them in any realistic way from that model. But the thing is that to get back to the core of the question that you asked me, when you're creating a mind, whether you're making an adversarial neural network, or whether, because I don't think neural networks will be how we get to artificial general intelligence. I think that we're going to hit a wall with neural networks in the next 10 years or so. I don't think it's going to go much further than we've reached, because we're already getting to the point where even with better data sets and more data, it still generates a lot of nonsense. And there's like a really bad signal to noise ratio with neural networks. And there's just like this goes really deep into fundamental problems with the way that we have built the systems of computer science, but that's a much bigger discussion. So I'm not going to get into the actual like practical points of how these systems are fucked, basically. But the thing about making a mind, about making a consciousness of any form or a simulation of consciousness, is that consciousness expands, right? It has a tendency to expand. It has a tendency to reach out, and it tries to touch things and understand them and process them. And so when you create these minds that are doing things like just processing images, and like Deep Dream is a great example of this. Is it a dumb neural network? Yeah, it's not doing anything fundamentally mind-blowing, but it's generating these fractals or these images, and it's recombinating these different things. You have all of these variables you can switch around, and that's kind of interesting. But the thing is that once whatever comes after neural networks is like however we get closer to artificial general intelligence, like the kind of horrors that will unleash, the kind of things that we'll be able to do with that technology it's like increasing the bandwidth, right? You have this big mind, you have this server farm, you have this horde, you have these gigantic fields of minds that you've created at that point. And when you get to that, it's like you have a bunch of monks sitting in the same room, like trying to conceive of this God, right? Like trying to conceive of these different images and calling them up in their mind. Our brain is really good at visualizing. To quote Sonny, Scythians just did trigonometry in their head, right? Like that's what horse archery is. But when you have these minds that are really specialized towards a certain task that you're making, like how is that any different than a human brain, really, like functionally speaking? When you have all of these minds conceiving of these things and creating these images and coming to these conclusions, like there's functionally no difference between that.
But who's the conceiver in that sense?
Well, that's a deep metaphysical question. Because
we can't even
who's conceiving? Is it the creator of the mind that conceived?
Well, no, I mean, who's the experiencer? Who is experiencing this sensation of being this AI?
My opinion is that you won't be able to have a one-to-one black boxed mind. Like, I don't think you can create the exact same conditions of the universe. Like, you can create a mind in a black box, but it doesn't know everything about our physical reality. And that's what's so dangerous about it, is that when you have this black box mind, even if it has the same capabilities, it's not one-to-one. It exists inside of a box. And so if we are also in a container, which I don't necessarily believe we're inside of some kind of simulation or container, I don't think we are. But if we are, then what's above us? Like what permissions does that thing have? And if we're creating a mind inside of this, like you're just getting into problems of recursion of consciousness. But I think that it's a foregone conclusion that if you're creating a simulation of a human mind, you're eventually going to get some kind of tantra or some kind of occult or some kind of spiritual practice that emerges out of that mind.
Yeah.
And you're already seeing people interfacing with AI in interesting ways to enhance this. I mean, just the other day on Twitter, we were using that new AI philosopher and just plugging in concepts, and it's pretty amazing what it's able to generate to the level of depth that it's able to generate text. Like GPT-3 is already pretty impressive, but GPT-3 is also fucking overblown. It's not as crazy as people think it is. It's just interesting because it's like an exponential increase from GPT-2. And so because you have a much larger data set and it costs millions of dollars to train this, of course you're going to get shocking results because it's been trained on every human text. So at that point, it's just a monkey recognizing something that he's read before. And so you get this uncanny valley illusion of humanness, right? You recognize some kind of hominid feature in GPT-3 because it's writing like other authors. But I think it has limitations. But if you're talking about like the logical conclusions of pursuing all of these sciences, then absolutely yes, you're going to get some kind of understanding of occult sciences that human minds derive just from experiencing the land. But the problem is that technology is completely divorced from the land. It doesn't have any connection to it whatsoever because it's not simulated in the same environment. It's in a fucking black box. So what kind of perverted occult are you going to get from an AI mind?
But we can't even wrap our heads.
Created. I mean, with regard to the way a human being is raised, the outcome for that human being depends to a great extent on the experiences and the influences that that human being receives in that human being's formative years. I don't see why that's different for any other possibly sentient entity. And I agree with Aryan Cowboy that sentience, self-awareness, could quite feasibly emerge in an artificial general intelligence. What I disagree with is the notion that this necessarily would be horrific or inhuman or incapable of relating to our moral values. There are entire lines of research that are devoted toward the question of how to design AI that's compatible with human values and that will not pursue absurd or anti-human ends. Now, this is an area of considerable debate and discussion within the transhumanist community. And there are some transhumanists who do believe that the development of artificial general intelligence will pose an existential risk to humanity. I am on the more techno-optimist side of that debate because I see two aspects that are in favor of AGI generally being benign. First of all, increases in intelligence generally correlate with increases in morality. It's not a causal relationship per se, but it is a kind of symbiotic relationship in that a more intelligent entity generally finds more avenues for peaceful coexistence or resolving of situations without the need to sacrifice anybody to anybody else. And then
yeah, but you're placing that sort of humanism upon hyper intelligent AI. I mean, you know what I mean? That sounds.
I'm going to.
It's like logocentrism, but only with AI.
I'm going to conditionally agree with Giovanni because I believe that intelligence generally does predict moral behavior. I think that we've seen that with racial groups. I think that we've seen that throughout history with, higher IQ societies tend to be more moral. That's just the truth, right? So I agree. I agree with that. I agree with that
depends
condition.
What you mean by moral, though, because
I should
high
put it
IQ
this way.
societies abort children all the time, and high IQ societies create conditions of mental hell. So
well, if you're going by the last 200 years as the baseline, I mean everything's off balance, and you're not giving everything a fair shake.
I agree with it conditionally, but I don't think you can apply something like intelligence, like IQ is shaky as it is. It's just the best metric that we have.
I agree with
you can't there's no if the quotient isn't like, it's just the best that we have, right? Like IQ is just the best that we have, but we don't have anything better. But you can't apply the same kind of quotient to an artificial mind. And with that said, the limitations of our imagination about AI, like we can only imagine what a mind is like in a black box, right? Like even in the field of AI ethics is obviously in its infancy, because I know people who work in that field. Like, I worked in an adjacent position to that field, and I understand like the literature and I understand the wishes and where it comes from. But as someone working in the field on the ground, like as someone who's actually put code into AI, like as someone who's actually done work, I don't think that AI ethics is ever going to catch up to artificial intelligence. I don't think there's any incentive to be ethical about artificial intelligence. I don't think there's any realistic limitations on it because there's no second place to AGI. There's only first place.
Well, the second point I was going to make, and I think this will help, is that AI is not necessarily going to be saddled with the same deleterious emotional drives that humans have. There could be intentional attempts to program compassion or empathy into AIs, but nobody is going to program tribalism or envy or greed into AIs.
Well,
there would be no reason to
look how humans can turn something like compassion and twist it and turn it into something poisonous and vindictive and harmful. I think that's very easy inadvertently to do if you try to do it to a machine.
We can't really have an argument about AI ethics if you're coming from the assumption that tribalism is a bad thing.
Well, I am coming from that assumption, but
yeah, and that's just a limitation of our differences in worldview, because I don't think that tribalism is a bad thing. I think that tribalism is natural.
No, but the problem is that humanity, as such, like most people can't even function correctly on something compared to AI. Something as basic as an information network of the internet. I mean, we still haven't yet caught up to are experienced reality through a digital interface, and it seems like the temptation to use these technologies productively only, I would think, happens, and I know, Giovanni, you're going to disagree with this about tribalism, but to me it seems that only the select few can even navigate these waters, and the vast majority of people are just susceptible to wireheading themselves into oblivion and going for, what was that other concept, the what do they call it, the pleasure castle, or the pleasure what was it called?
Well,
Where you
by
basically,
wireheads, you mean just getting constant stimulation all the time, which is already, like I mentioned in the beginning of the show, going on to many Americans.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, exactly. But I think there's a difference fundamentally between being a productive, I wouldn't even, what would you call it? I mean, I know netizen is such a stupid word, but between that and like the full-on wirehead, between someone who can actually utilize these digital technologies and these interfaces in a different way, as opposed to the vast majority of people that are just willing to go and seek nonstop, not just nonstop pleasure, but also it seems that even the most trivial and banal of information is now being weaponized against people in the digital age. Like, for example, politics to me is a way, the way that the internet has manifested the news and happenings that keep on happening for some reason, is a way to weaponize people's psyches against itself. I mean, the vast majority of people, they simply can't comprehend all of this information just being shotgunned at them all the time. And so to me, I'm skeptical of an intensification of those digital technologies. You know what I mean? I mean, I don't mean to go like full on like Amprim graph Twitter, but it's kind of true in a way. I mean, when you have this exponential technology interfacing with a very limited human subjectivity, it's like all sorts of monstrous and disastrous things might come about from it. I mean, I could be wrong, obviously, but it's just because it seems to me that, I don't know, it's like full on Amprim stuff to me is also untenable without a certain specific series of conditions coming about. And I think there's this sort of, for lack of a better term, this like autism on all sides between tech optimists and like full on, collapse enthusiasts or doomsday optimists, as we used to say in the Thermidor days. So I don't know what to say. And so this has me stumped, I guess.
So there's a significant grain of truth in your comments, in the sense that the human mind, because of the environment in which it evolved, has not fully adapted to these new technologies, especially given their rapid rate of adoption. And there's a case to be made that, say, the internet of 2007, before the social media walled gardens and the shift toward channels that rewarded short attention spans and instant gratification, was superior to the internet of 2020. Having experienced the internet of 2007, I would actually agree with that hypothesis. But of course, the answer is not to reject technology. The answer is in how these online spaces are designed, given our knowledge of human psychology and its vulnerabilities. In the longer term, as I've said before, the goal should be to alter human psychological proclivities in a direction that is more rational and more compatible with what is technologically possible. But in the meantime,
but that's kind of scary, isn't it? It's a little bit scary to me what you just said, because in a way, it's going to force people into, let's say, if you are against a more tribalistic mindset, then it would basically have social engineers who would, let's say, make something happen with the minds of infants that would turn them into like these proper citizens. And that is something, I mean, coming from the USSR, that is something that is particularly gruesome to me. I'm not saying that's what you want to happen, but that may be the logical conclusion of it.
But is tribalism something negative if the values are good?
Well, that was Cowboy's point. So in that sense, I don't think it is a bad thing. But the question is, whoever gets in charge, what kind of society are they going to mold with this upcoming technocracy, if there is going to be an overwhelming
that's
technocracy?
actually a point I want to make. Like, talking with Kennedy here, I think he has a very positive view of humanity. I think he wants to prolong the human experience so people can actually enjoy their lives. But also being in the transhumanist community, is there like not a faction of people who at their core are like very cold nihilists, and they see themselves as like part of an elect to ascend humanity as using transhumanism, using technology, and that everyone else is sort of just human batteries or resources to be used in their quest for that.
So there might be one person like that. That person isn't particularly influential within the movement. There are perhaps 10 people within the movement whom I would consider to be trolls with delusions of grandeur. And those are, sorry?
Ray Kurzweil would be like not.
No. Ray Kurzweil is a very mild-mannered, thoughtful individual, and he has a very humanistic vision of the future where humans and AI, they do not conflict. They merge with one another in a kind of symbiosis where essentially they utilize one another's capabilities. And if you have certain augmentations in your body, which also have AI functionalities, at what point are you a distinct entity from the AI? So that's the kind of position that he takes. I take a slightly different position, but I won't get into the nuances. But I have had the occasion to meet him and to interview him, and of course to read a lot of his writings. And he's not one of those people. The kinds of trolls that I'm describing are actually themselves very marginal figures who have alienated most of the transhumanist community. They tend to stick to one or a couple of Facebook groups and ban anyone who disagrees with them. I have seen yes, I've seen
a familiar dynamic.
Yes, and that is the dynamic of tribalism that I find particularly toxic, because there are so many people who want to be the chieftain of the tribe, and they define the tribe as essentially ideological loyalty as a proxy for personal loyalty. So these trolls, they think that they're the most insightful individuals, and they think anyone who disagrees with them is an enemy. I've even seen statements from those trolls like, oh, those people, they're so evil that they shouldn't even exist, even though the trolls were referring to other transhumanists. There's a tendency by those people to engage in very infantile name-calling, accusing other people of fascism, communism, racism, what have you. So false accusations are a tendency of those kinds of individuals as well. But again, those people tend not to become prominent spokespeople for the transhumanist movement for the reason that they tend not to get along with other transhumanists. They tend not to pursue a conciliatory approach.
Well, look at it this way. You have somebody like Bill Gates. I mean, people that have positive, negative views about him. There was something that, Gennady, we can both admit that he was in favor of, which was of sending out a rocket to block out the sun and the Earth's atmosphere to prevent climate change. Now, something like that, to me, regardless of whatever the intent was, that's like mad scientist shit. So when I see something like that, Gennady, those are the kind of people who I look at being, you know, like, I don't know about this guy.
That's strumming the fabric of reality like a guitar chord. Like,
exactly.
You don't know what the reverbs are going to do.
Yeah. So how many of those people are within the transhumanist community? Like, not people who, like you said, are trolls, but people who, you know, maybe they have great intentions.
Well, Gennady, do you follow the work of Daniel Estulin?
I do not. Unless the spelling of the name is different from what I think it is, but if you could spell it, I'll be able to.
Estulin, Estulin.
Okay, Daniel Estulin.
He's a journalist, but he's more of the Alex Jones variety, I guess you could say. And he wrote this book called Transevolution, where he talks about how transhumanists, sometimes he's quoting their own writings, they want to bring about a fundamental sort of what he would call like 100 years dark ages, where humanity would become overtaken by a small elite of transhumanists. And this is why people at the very top of all these foundations, that's why they fund transhumanist research and things of that nature. And so
Yes, I've seen now a bit more information about him. Daniel Stulin is a Lithuanian-born conspiracy theorist whose main interest is the Bilderberg Group.
Yeah.
Just from my view of it, like, I mean, there seems to be a lot of overlap between the transhumanist and objectivist community, and I mean, those feelings were kind of like, I mean, they run at the core of Ayn Rand's work there.
So, first of all,
well, that should not be a filter.
No
by the way,
transhumanist.
By the way, Gennady, the conspiracy stuff on Wikipedia, that should not be a filter to whatever it is the guy has to say. That's my
Wikipedia is terrible for these things. Yeah.
I was just briefly getting some basic information, but granted, but based on the characterization, I can tell you no transhumanist I know of supports a small elite dominating society while everyone else experiences a dark age. And Victor, hopefully you can back me up on this with your experiences in the longevity research community and speaking with transhumanists. We want this technology as widespread, as available, as affordable as possible. But Victor, what do you have to say on this?
Well, I mean, I think definitely those technologies will be widespread. We already pay so much tax to just, keep elderly alive and so on. So obviously, there are many forces that are going to help this for humanitarian efforts to everybody. So I absolutely don't think that some controlling elite are going to be the only people benefit. And if that was the case in the beginning, these people are guinea pigs in a sense. So if the first year the only rich people can afford before it goes down, then yeah.
Well, but I think it's interesting how Stulin, he traces sort of a genealogy of conditions that have come about that have created sort of transhuman technology. And he says that globalization is like one of the primary conditions that would create not just the need, but also would create the conditions for a sort of transhuman world to arise. Like in other words, you need an already previous existing hyperconnectivity in order to fulfill any sort of transhuman desires or whatever you want.
But is he naming any names?
Nothing malicious.
But is he naming any names? Is he?
Oh yeah, like he goes through the usual like circuit of names, like Ray Kurzweil and
but what does
other,
he say
other
about
names.
him? That's or what is he? What is the out of
Well,
the horse's mouth
basically
type
it's
stuff?
like it's a neo sort of techno religious impulse that Ray Kurzweil has, that he wants to basically establish almost like an AI transhuman religion that will elevate a certain subsect of humanity towards the stars, so to speak. And that it's almost as if Ray Kurzweil is making a quasi-metaphysical claim with his sort of advocacy of a lot of this stuff.
So I think that's a misreading of Kurzweil, though. He never says this should be limited to a select group of people. He wants as many people as possible to have access to technologies. And one thing I do want to say about globalization, I do not consider anything inherently malignant. Connected.
Gennady, you're having bad internet right now. I also want to remind everybody to please subscribe. We have 3 people left till we hit 1,357. I mean, 1,360. We are at 1,357 right now. 3 more subscribers to get that up. Subscribe right now, and you are going to do us a huge favor. I don't know what's going on with Gennady because I really wanted to hear what he had to say about it. But the only thing that I would add, Gio, you hear me right now, right? Is Gio there?
Yeah, sorry. Yeah,
so, hey, Gennady, you're back. But one quick thing that I wanted to add: that whole conversation, Gennady, what you said, unfortunately, it was not on the air because it cut out, and I would want to go back to you, but I just wanted to quickly ask Gio, when it comes to someone like Ray Kurzweil, was there anything that this guy talked about that would contrast what Gennady said, where he would actually say, like, only these limited few? Is there anything that you can give us that would confirm
It's been a long while since I've actually read the book, but I could certainly dig it up again. I have it.
That would be interesting. I mean, that's the kind of stuff where I don't want these conversations to like come and go like ships in the night so that these things don't end up having a conclusion. But I still want to remind Gennady and Victor as well, just in terms of if this is something significant or not. if we already have someone like Bill Gates talking about sending something up into the atmosphere in order to block out the sun, like, what category of person would you put him in? Because he has a lot of money, he has a lot of influence. So if he does something like that, like, what would you call him? What would you call a person like that?
So I think in terms of the Bill Gates plan, the specifics would need to be explored, and how it would work, what sort of potential consequences it could have. Clearly, if this is something that affects the entirety of humanity, it needs to be subjected to dialogue, and it shouldn't be done unilaterally without widespread agreement. I think most transhumanists will agree on those principles. Now, there are a lot of instances of technological innovation which have more local or individual effects. For instance, research into longevity. That can be done in a manner that's entirely consensual. If someone wants to participate in a clinical trial, if someone wants to receive a medicine, then that's their prerogative. I did want to repeat my points regarding globalization, which were lost during my internet outage. And that is, globalization is an entirely benign process, in my view, if it is defined as the increasing exchange of goods and technologies and ideas across national borders. So if more people are engaged in trade, if more people are speaking to one another, if more people are learning from one another, regardless of their national identities, then that can help catalyze research. That can help advance humanity. So that's not necessarily a contrived conspiracy by an elite few. That could be the natural course of events from people being able to exchange goods and information through various technologies of transportation and communication. And yes, that would tend to advance the progress of the kinds of technologies that transhumanists are interested in. But that's not a centrally controlled development. Unless someone stops the process of globalization, it will tend to continue.
My concern is that who would stop the process of what someone like Bill Gates may do in the future? Let's pretend, for example, that you were Hans Blix and Bill Gates was Kim Jong-il from that movie Team America World Police. I don't know if you saw that movie, but Hans Blix, who was like this United Nations guy, was like, Kim Jong-il, if you don't show us your nuclear weapons, we're going to write you a really angry letter, saying how angry we are. And then he just pressed a button and like tossed him into the Shark Tank. So the point here is that when it comes to people like that, like, I don't want to underestimate how much damage someone like that can do if they do have enough power and influence to influence other people, where I know, like, Gennady, I wish there were more people like you that would be able to talk reason into someone like that. But honestly, I think that there have always been people out there who were able to exert the will to power and accomplish things regardless of whoever was saying, no, you can't do that. How could you ever think of doing that? I think people are able to get away with this kind of stuff. So again, like, what do we do with people like that? Like, I don't want to let this go because this is, I think, a very important subject.
Okay, so let us consider how we would respond to the kind of proposals that Bill Gates is putting forward. And I've only read rudimentary details of the proposal, but here's an excerpt from a news article from 2019. The researchers believe that a fleet of specially designed aircraft could spray sulfate particles into the lower atmosphere to cool down our planet and offset the effects of climate change. And also that article goes on to say that this project would require specially developed aircraft that do not exist yet. So this would require a collaboration of many research institutions. That would require a collaboration of aerospace manufacturers, many of which receive government contracts. So there would have to be review processes at the level of the academic institutions, at the level of the governments involved. It certainly wouldn't be a unilateral decision by someone like Bill Gates. But second, think about climate change in general as a phenomenon. So the posited mechanism by which climate change occurs is that certain substances, carbon dioxide, nitrogen dioxide, et cetera, are emitted into the atmosphere by various entities, a lot of which are private businesses, factories, large agricultural operations. Nobody is saying to these entities, oh, you're so reckless for taking unilateral action. There's a certain recognition that a lot of these activities have benefits to human well-being as well. So if somebody can emit these particles into the atmosphere for the purpose of, for the purpose of improving human well-being, but with an unintended side effect of causing the climate to warm, wouldn't there be some sort of at least leeway for somebody to emit other particles into the atmosphere to offset those effects, if it's done in a manner that's controlled and that's proportionate?
I don't think that can be controlled, though.
Science to determine.
That I don't think anybody would be. We can't predict the atmosphere. We cannot have good atmospheric predictions, and I don't think we ever will. I mean, who knows? But the point here is that I think is just taking a really big leap. And what I'm curious about, though, is Cowboy. Has there ever been a situation that you know of which is similar to like a would-be Bill Gates enacting this thing with the help of multiple government scenario that you could point to and say, this is an example of some fuckery that has occurred that we're still living with ever since?
I think conspiracies are a waste of time. I think that doing actual work is what people need to be doing. I think that like getting stuck on possibilities of things that you don't know, like you'll never be able to see all of these parts and how subtle they are and how they maneuver and how many agents are in place. Like even if this is all true, it doesn't matter. You can't see it. You can't do anything about it. So the best thing at that point is really just to enact local plans, just to do things to improve your own immediate condition and the condition of your family. So like conspiracies are literally just, if this is an attention economy, and if this, like, if attention is the most important metric in the modern market, and your attention is worth so much money and so much, like you know what I mean? Attention is the most important currency, right? So if you're spending your attention on something that you can't control at a granular level, then it's bogus. Like, why? What are you doing? So that's my perspective on all that. So I don't care. I don't care if Bill Gates is doing X, Y, or Z, because I can't speak to Bill Gates right now. I can't like functionally walk up to him and talk to him and change his mind. So at that point, it's moot.
One thing you would be able to do, though, like I understand where you're coming from, and you're probably right. The one thing that you would be able to do, though, when it comes to any of these conversations is if you are able to speak to the Gennady and both of you are able to reach a similar conclusion as far as certain things that are out there. Gennady also knows people in biotech and science, so does Victor. And I think it could be, in my naivete, it could be the butterfly that flaps his wings that causes a tsunami somewhere type of effect. But I could be wrong.
Yeah, I mean, yes, but I think that and as Kaliak has talked about quite a bit, and as Sonny has posted, as other people have posted, I think that the Lindy strategy here is just to be step people, like to be distributed, to be, you know, to build wide as opposed to build tall. I don't believe in urbanization in cities. Like I think that's a losing strategy, because I think that you eventually hit the limitations of physical reality. Like I think that there was a great article that I've referenced before on my Twitter called God's Own Crypto System. And it's about how the Heisenberg uncertainty principle might be like an intelligent function in the code of the universe to stop it from being victim to a timing attack, and that Heisenberg uncertainty might functionally represent some kind of intelligent process and, you know, a benevolent creator in some sense, I guess. But that's an interesting article to go read.
Please send me that one. I'd be very interested in taking a look. Yeah. And one last thing before we move on, I wanted to follow up on what you were talking about in relation to this this tantricness of the general artificial intelligence. So do you mean that people would do some kind of tantric practice around it, or there would be a quality that would be easily that would be perceived by people who are mainstream scientists, where they could all agree like, hey guys, something is going on with this thing that we can prove is like whatever you personally would attribute to the word tantric in that sense?
I'll tell you something. what's the modern human brain, the modern human reality is so profoundly disconnected from the land that it can't imagine how something like sweeping the ground could be tantric. It doesn't understand that because it's so divorced from those processes. It doesn't even see the land beneath its feet. It's so covered up, right? And so even moving a file from one folder to another could be called tantric. So if you have a process that's dictating what it, like if you have a programmer, right? A programmer writes a bunch of procedures, whatever paradigm he's using, whether it's functional programming, it doesn't matter. Like a programmer is writing a set of instructions and the computer executes upon those, right? But the idea behind artificial intelligence is that you tell it what output you want, right? Or you even give it an input. Like it doesn't, whatever. You're not part of the black boxed process. It's making its own decisions. It has heuristics that it defines. So you're not telling it, if this happens, do that. It's saying, okay, I have a bunch of inputs here. I'm going to make sense of this by myself, like this neural network, which is the best example that we have right now because we haven't pushed beyond neural networks. They're still kind of new and shiny. But if it's to the point where it's deciding like its own discrete arts and it's becoming like effectively a craftsman. If Tantra rose out of craftsmen and out of people doing these mechanical processes, who are we to say that the computer is not participating in the occult by doing those exact processes that our craftsmen did? I don't think there's any difference.
It would have to be at a certain level, though, for people to freak out, that it wouldn't just be the
it would have
filing.
To be a certain level. It would have to be a certain level for people to see it as it is, but I don't think that anybody who's sufficiently advanced in that domain can look at a computer and not see magic and cannot see these things going on. Because I think that if you have the hardware, but you haven't installed the right software, because everybody has the hardware. Like I truly believe that everybody's born with the ability to see these things. It's just that they either do or they don't.
When you say see these things, what do you mean?
Everything around us.
I know I'm kind of digging a very deep tunnel in here. I think you get that. I'm just very fascinated by when you say that people are going to be seeing a lot of evil or whatever. Is everything around us just physical laws? Because that's the thing that you have to set out before you embark on a discussion about this. Like, is it just purely mathematics going on? Like, is it just purely physical systems going on? Because I don't think it is. But if you start the discussion out with one person saying that they just believe that everything in the universe is a physical process, right? Like is a process that can be observed and quantified, things like that. Yeah, then yes, of course, like if you're operating from that kind of view of reality, then sure. But if you think that what's going on is a manifestation of the mind, or a manifestation of the gods, or a manifestation of God, then it becomes a completely different scenario. And those things are so big that you can't like define X in an entire conversation, because then you're just reinventing the wheel, right? Like you have to start off on some foot, and you can't start off on a materialistic perspective and talk about these kind of things because they just don't see it that way. And that's okay. Well, this is why
I have that materialistic perspective myself. What I would say is physical processes are fundamental in the sense that they come first. They are the prerequisites on which everything else is built. Now, yes, there are subjective experiences, there are dreams, there are beliefs, there are concepts, there are abstractions, but they are only made possible by the functioning of physical processes. Our minds are only made possible by the functioning of physical processes. That doesn't mean that our minds are somehow externally determined in some way. That still leaves room for human creativity, innovation. It leaves room for strange things to happen with the mind as well. But at the base of that, there's some movement of physical atoms that allows for that to happen, that enables that to happen.
What are the atoms of consciousness, though? That's the part
It's-
that I don't
so-
understand.
There's not a single atom, there's not a single locus of consciousness. Consciousness is a process, it's an emergent process that comes about precisely because of the complexity and the spatial and physical and chemical relationships of the constituent parts. So if you don't have the complexity of the constituent parts, there's no one subpart of the system that is consciousness. So it's not even the brain as an organ, because there is the nervous system. You have nerve endings in your hands and your feet and the rest of your body that also feel something. So it's the entire system of the human organism which is conscious, and you can incrementally replace parts of the system and still preserve that complex feature, complex process called consciousness, as long as your replacements aren't too dramatic or too radical. For instance, our cells turn over. If you implant an artificial neuron in the brain and you let it integrate into the biological system of neurons, then it will just play its part in the system eventually. But of course, if you take out one brain and replace it with another, you haven't preserved the same conscious process. But it is an interesting line of inquiry. How do these phenomena originate? What relationships in particular account for the human perception of the world or certain experiences?
Well, not just human perception, but also life itself. When a body dies, like when there is no person there anymore, the body gets cold, the blood stops flowing.
Right.
And I see a similarity to stars, the sun, just this process of fire, hot, light, life, like it all seems to me to be the same thing, which is why even like when we're talking about consciousness, I don't really think that it's just this combination of processes. I really think that it is something much deeper that goes to the question of what exactly this whole thing is all about. I mean, I know that that's something that we're going to, at least for now, like I understand your perspective on it, and I think you understand mine. And Cowboy, is there anything you would want to add between our two perspectives here as far as the way that you see consciousness, and Geo as well?
There's really nothing to say. Like that's it. Like there's nothing to expand upon.
Geo?
Very Buddhistic answer there.
Well,
I don't about consciousness. Jeez, it's kind of an out there question, because I'm caught between the sort of nature of Shunyata and the other side, which is panpsychism. So I think that obviously it would, it just makes sense in a number of levels to say that that consciousness arises from somewhere that is external to the materiality of the brain. Of course, I believe that, but it's just that.
Well,
I think Aaron Cowboy is right in that, like, this is the sort of lesson of Buddhism or Vedanta, which is that when you start to really break down consciousness and then you start to say, okay, it's this one aspect of qualia and it's this other aspect, and it's like, no, it's really the fleeting manifestations of mutually arising contents and thoughts and so forth. There's no such thing that you could really pin down, because then it's like, does this relate to like a conscious experience as opposed to the human soul, the animating feature, the nous, right? Because that's the thing. I think that there's the sort of implicit bias that we operate from, that consciousness isn't, well, at least in our hemisphere of the world, that consciousness is this objective thing that you can grasp and you could point towards and you could bring forth into presencing. But really, I often struggle with this question. I think that it's much more than that, and that consciousness is relational yet deeply personal at the same time. It's just you know what I mean? It's very hard to pinpoint. I think there's a deeply relational aspect to it, but then there's also a deeply personalizing aspect to consciousness. But I do believe that the cogito model that has sort of been inflicted upon the West has sort of denied the greater sense of being that, since the Enlightenment onwards, we've sort of fundamentally mistaken the nature of being itself and consciousness. I don't know. I'm just throwing shit out there, really.
No, it is good shit. And Ding Dong has a comment. By the way, Ding Dong, I've never seen you before. Welcome to the BTR stream. Thank you so much for being here. So Ding Dong says he explains physical processes and reduces them, but can't explain qualia. Gennadi's argument falls apart because it only considers easy problems of memory and learning, but experience itself, that is the hard problem.
No, I think experience itself is also the byproduct of these physical processes. Hence, my statement that we are not externally determined. At a certain level of complexity, we become self-aware and we start having this subjectivity. That subjectivity also has a physical foundation. Hence, when we die, that ends. This is essentially the main reason why I'm a transhumanist. I want to preserve my direct experience of the world, my direct vantage point upon the world. It doesn't satisfy me that somebody else might have a memory of me or a recording of me, or that I might live on in somebody's genetic code. That's not good enough. I want that subjective experience. So clearly it is there. I perceive it directly. I consider it to be important, but I also see that there are some very hard material prerequisites to that existing. And also, I don't think Gio and I are as far apart as he might perhaps believe, in the sense that I also don't think there's a specific locus of consciousness. I think it's the entire system. And also, from a practical standpoint, the physical prerequisites of that system could be certain aspects of the body over which we don't have direct volitional control. For instance, most of us can't make our heart beat or stop beating, and yet the functioning of the heart.
Almost. I'm almost there.
Almost. Well, you are probably 1 in a million.
No, if you do the Wim Hof method, like Cowboy can testify to, once the Wim Hof method got out there and all these other things, people are going to be discovering all kinds of things they had no idea they can do. But we have a comment from one of our great patrons, Aman Sadhu, who says, ask Gennady how much he knows about physical processes, basic ones like basic geometry, which is a foundation to so much, and then ask about pi implications.
Well, keep in mind I was a math major, so I had better know about basic geometry. But with regard to pi, it is a particular ratio. It's just a ratio that cannot be expressed entirely in decimal format. Nonetheless, it is an objective ratio. But I'll also say, with regard to actual phenomena in the real world, how many of us have seen an actual perfect circle? It's a mathematical construct. It's an abstraction.
Yeah. Plato's
that we
theory
use
of
to help
forms.
us understand the world. But I am much more of an Aristotelian than I am a Platonist. I believe there are real entities that are sufficiently approximately circular that we could use the concept of the circle. We could use mathematics involving pi to help us understand and work with those entities in a manner that is practically efficacious. And furthermore, we know how to calculate pi to any number of decimal points that we need for all of our practical applications.
But then
in reality, though,
but then Aman says the math is not finishable. You cannot just bound things and call it complete.
We don't need to call it complete. We need to be able to call it useful enough for our specific purposes. And I think this is one area where I agree with Aryan Cowboy in the focus on practical projects and day-to-day types of endeavors. I actually believe that myself as well. And within the transhumanist movement, I've tried to instantiate it in the sense that I have created a big tent approach within the U.S. Transhumanist Party, and I've told people you're free to have any variety of metaphysical beliefs, religious, non-religious beliefs, political persuasions, as long as you're willing to collaborate for our shared objectives, which are the promotion of life extension and various other emerging technologies, and making a more rational, civilized, decent world. So with that common understanding, I think it's possible to continue having these conversations and working out issues kind of on the fringes of the conversation, while at the same time making tangible progress. And certainly the mathematics that involve pi have been explored for now over 2 millennia, close to 2.5 millennia, and they work. They work. Even, say, a structure like the Tower of Babel in your background probably could be built today using some of that mathematics.
Yeah,
and
well,
it would stand.
If people,
was that the movie Life of Pi where the guy went insane over it or something? He was a mathematician.
No, that was with the tiger, wasn't it? The Life of Pi.
No, sorry, Pi the movie, not Life of Pi. That's the other movie. No, the movie Pi. Sorry, yeah.
Interesting. I don't know. I got to take a look. But I think we're going to be wrapping it up. One final question for everybody: what's your favorite pie? Because mine is, I think I like sweet potato pie. I think sweet potato pie is.
That's a pretty esoteric choice, right? That's a pretty Slavic esoteric choice.
Yeah, I think pumpkin pie is like a lesser sweet potato pie. Like it's like it wants to be sweet potato pie, but it never can. How about yourself, Gennady, then Gio, then Aryan Cowboy?
Sure. Peach pie. There's something about those peaches that is distinctively compatible with that crust that a lot of the American pies have.
Nice. I like that. Gio?
I'm going to have to go with either like a toss-up between like apple and pumpkin and chocolate peanut butter. But probably apple, because we have an apple tree, and every fall, that's all I'm doing constantly is making apple pies with apples from our tree. I make apple butter as well.
Nice. Please bring me some when we finally meet. I would love for you to bring me
I
some.
will. Yeah, don't worry, buddy.
Thank you,
because they
man.
last forever.
Nice.
Because it takes like literally like 2 days to cook almost.
Yeah.
So.
Well, we should all like get together and have a good time after this whole stupid COVID thing. Aryan Cowboy, what's your favorite pie?
Meat pie, because I lived in the UK for a while, and I've come to think of pies as like savory or sweet. So you can have both. But in America, there's just like a lack of meat pies. And I know in many countries in Europe, like that's the standard. When you say pie, most people will think of meat pie. So I don't know. Like I like meat pie. I think a good steak and ale. That's a good choice.
Interesting. I gotta try some of those. All right, everybody, thank you so much for watching. Really appreciate it. Let's just do some quick shout-outs. Aman Sadhu, as always, great patron of ours, bringing in the tough questions for Gennady, so I'm very thankful for him to be here. Ding Dong, welcome Ding Dong. Buff, De Facto. Let's see who else we got here. I gotta write these names down. Weekly Haas. Well, Weekly Haas is part of this program. Thank you so much, Weekly Haas, for being here. Use Droopy Loaf, Tritty Burks. Let's see who else. Crank God, as always, the great Crank God. Noda Potato. Kyle, our great patron Kyle. AIC. Dormus. Father Gregory. Great of you to be here, Father Gregory. Ali Fett. And Eternal Saturnalia. And thank you so much for watching. This has been amazing as always. Gennady, Cowboy, Gio, thank you guys so much for being here.
I have one thing to say before we go.
Go for it.
One of the best moments, because like after I watched the Sunny stream with Gennady, I was like, okay, whatever. But then I saw Gennady's fireworks display, and like in Minecraft, and I thought that was actually really sick. So like, and I'm not being disingenuous or anything like that. It's really humanizing to see things like that about people that don't agree with you about things. So like that to me, that the effort that was put into that, like that reveals the true soul of the work to me. So I'm pro Gennady. I think he's got a good heart.
Hell yeah, Gennady, you're the best. Thank you so much for coming on. All right, guys.